taking home a lonely gal from my class and turning her into an elegant beauty. Volume 5. By Yuzumoto Yuto. Translated by Yuki Kitsuneko. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Prologue. It was late July, 4 months after I had finished living together with Aoi-san. Just as I had finally grown accustomed to my new life, the first semester ended, and a week into summer break, this happened. "It's been a while since I've been to this town," I murmured, stepping off the Shinkansen onto the platform. I had returned to the town where I once lived, all to see Aoi-san again. It feels so nostalgic. This was the first time I'd seen this scenery since I said goodbye to Aoi-san. If I closed my eyes, I could still vividly recall the scenes from that day. Akira-kun. "We'll see each other again, won't we?" Clutching the hydrangea necklace around her neck, Aoi-san had asked me this. As I saw her smiling while tears rolled down her cheeks, the emotions I had been holding back finally broke free. The warm sensation of tears trailing down my own face, along with a pang of heartache so strong it felt like I couldn't breathe. Gripping the necklace I wore around my neck, I forced a smile and replied, as if making a vow. "Yeah, of course." As the train doors closed, the scenery outside seemed to slow, almost like a scene in slow motion. Before long, Aoi-san's figure disappeared from view, and I couldn't help but collapse to my knees. But it wasn't just a sorrowful farewell, it was a hopeful one, a parting made with the promise of reuniting someday. Has it really been 4 months? Too short a time to call it a memory, yet far too long to bear being apart. Still, it had been just the right amount of time to reflect on my feelings. "All right, let's go." Hoisting my luggage, I left the Shinkansen platform behind. Aoi-san's home, where she lived with her grandmother, was in a village reachable by transferring to a local train. Knowing that I'd see her in just a few hours made my face light up with a smile I couldn't hold back. To fulfill the promise we made that day before we parted. To show each other how much we've grown and become independent. And most importantly, to confirm our feelings for each other. The reasons for going to see Aoi-san were endless. There were countless things I wanted to say to her, countless feelings I wanted to convey. But right now, I just wanted to see her. Unable to contain the anticipation surging within me, I walked briskly through the ticket gates and boarded the connecting train. I had a feeling this summer vacation would become even more unforgettable than last year's. Chapter 1. The Second Reunion. It was around 1 p.m. when I arrived at the village where Aoi-san lives. It had been a 3-hour journey in total, an hour on the Shinkansen to the city where I used to live, another hour and a half on local trains, including one transfer, and waiting time in between. By the time I reached the nearest station, located in the northern part of the prefecture, the sun was already high in the sky. "Finally made it," I murmured, stepping off the train, my voice a mix of exhaustion from the long trip and a deep sense of nostalgia. It had been about a year since I last came here, back when I visited Aoi-san's grandmother. Everything here feels so nostalgic. At this time of day, I was the only passenger getting off the train. Standing on the empty platform, shielding my eyes from the blazing sunlight with my hand, I took in the view. Before me stretched vast mountains and the rural landscape typical of the countryside. Gentle breezes swayed the rice plants, and the sparsity of homes scattered across the scene was a testament to the area's remoteness. I couldn't help but feel as if time flowed more slowly here compared to the city where I lived. It wouldn't be so bad to live somewhere quiet like this. When I first visited this village, its ruralness had shocked me. But now, I found myself thinking it wouldn't be such a bad place to live. Perhaps because I was yearning for something I didn't have. The city I moved to was the prefectural capital, one of the more urbanized areas in the region. It had towering skyscrapers, bustling commercial complexes, and all the conveniences of modern life. However, being far from the mountains, opportunities to connect with nature were scarce. It wasn't a matter of which was better. The contrast made this scenery all the more appealing. People's perspectives can change based on their circumstances and state of mind. To me, this village where Aoi-san lives seemed especially charming now. "All right, let's go." Taking a deep breath of the fresh air, I enjoyed its crispness before heading to the ticket gate. I was walking faster than usual, and I knew exactly why. The navigation app on my phone showed the route to Aoi-san's grandmother's house, a 20-minute walk from the station. Just the thought of seeing her soon made my pace quicken. As I passed through the ticket gate, excitement welling up in my chest, a familiar voice called out to me. Akira-kun. It was a voice I hadn't heard in a long time but knew all too well. Turning toward the source, I saw a familiar, welcoming smile that filled my heart. Aoi-san. Aoi-san, who had been sitting on a bench near the ticket gate, stood up and ran toward me. The moment I saw her, my chest overflowed, not just with joy, but with a mix of emotions. I was incredibly happy to see her again, but there was also an awkwardness, a nervousness, and a tinge of longing that tightened my chest. Feeling a heat rising behind my eyes, I sniffled slightly and raised my head. You came to pick me up? Yes. You could have waited at home, it's so hot out. I just couldn't wait any longer to see you, she said with a shy smile. But her gaze never wavered, looking straight at me. Thank you. I wanted to see you as soon as I could, too. The joy of our reunion couldn't be contained in words alone. Without thinking, we reached out and held each other's hands, sharing the happiness of this moment. The joy was so overwhelming that, for once, I didn't feel embarrassed holding her hand. In fact, I didn't want to let go. I wanted to hold on to this warmth forever. I'd missed the feel of her hand so much. Shall we go? Yeah. Hand in hand, we left the station. Have you been well? Yes. How about you, Akira-kun? Of course. We'd exchanged words like these many times over the phone or in messages. Yet, somehow, being face to face made me want to confirm it all over again. How's life here treating you? It's been great, Aoi-san said with a radiant smile. I get along well with Grandma, and the locals have been really kind to me. The commute to school is a bit longer, which can be tough, but I use the time on the train to get things done, so it's not inconvenient. I've had to cut back on my hours at the cafe, but now I work weekends, so my pay hasn't changed much. That's good to hear. And, you know, Aoi-san suddenly stopped walking, her gaze shifting to the scenery before us. I think I really like it here. It feels so comfortable. As she brushed her hair back against the wind, her words carried a sense of fulfillment. There was something mature about her expression and gestures, a change I couldn't quite put into words. We'd only exchanged a few sentences, yet Aoi-san seemed different from the person I knew before. It wasn't something I could notice through phone calls or texts, only by seeing her in person. It wasn't her appearance that had changed, but something within her, something intangible. Still, if someone asked me to explain what exactly was different, I wouldn't know how to answer. Perhaps it was just the feeling of meeting her again after so long. But there was no denying she felt changed in some way. What about you, Akira-kun? Chem? Me? Lost in thought, I'd been staring at her more mature profile. Snapping out of it, I replied to her question. Have you gotten used to your new school? Yeah, I think I'm doing all right. That's great to hear. I think it's thanks to you, Aoi-san, and Eiji and Izumi, too. Thanks to us. She tilted her head, puzzled. Right, while I'd shared this with Eiji and Izumi countless times, I might not have properly explained it to Aoi-san. There was something I'd been meaning to say thank you for once we reunited, so now was the perfect opportunity. I think I might have mentioned this before, but I took a moment to gather my thoughts before putting them into words. I've given up on a lot of things because of how often I've had to transfer schools. The last time I talked to Aoi-san about this was about a year ago. It was on the day of the first semester's closing ceremony. While Aoi-san tried to leave town unnoticed during the ceremony, I ran all over the city looking for her and finally found her in front of the kindergarten we both used to attend as kids. It was then that I remembered. Aoi-san was my first crush. As I recalled those memories, I continued to explain. My parents moved a lot for work, so I had to transfer schools countless times when I was younger. Every time, I'd promise my friends, we'll stay in touch, or we'll definitely meet again, but those promises never came true. Eventually, I started avoiding deep connections with people. Now, I can rationalize it as just how life works. But back then, as a kid, it must have hurt more than I realized. I think I just came to accept that relationships are fleeting. Yeah, You mentioned something like that before, Aoi-san said, her expression gentle. Over time, as I kept losing things, I think I unconsciously let go of even more. I convinced myself that there was no point in reaching for things I couldn't grasp. As a child, the cycle of transferring schools was more than enough to make me give up on everything. But when I started spending time with Eiji and Izumi, and living with you, I realized this was one connection I didn't want to give up on. If I hadn't met you that day, I think I would have just kept giving up on everything, even this transfer. Of course, that meant the goodbyes this time were harder than ever. But in a way, I think that's what happiness is. That's why I wanted to thank you, Aoi-san. I see. If I could help you, even just a little, then I'm glad, she replied, her face lighting up with a soft smile. Sorry. I didn't mean to get so serious right after we reunited. It's okay. I'd love to hear more about your story, Akira-kun. And so, we continued walking along the country road, exchanging updates about our lives. Even though it had been 4 months since we'd last seen each other, it felt as though nothing had changed. The atmosphere was just like when we lived together, a small, familiar happiness that made my chest feel warm. With that feeling, we made our way to her grandmother's house. Section. It's such a nice day today, must have been hot outside. Aoi-san's grandmother greeted us with a warm smile as we arrived at her home, nestled in a corner of the village surrounded by rice fields and a picturesque landscape that felt like a snapshot of traditional Japan. I'll make some cold tea right away, she said. Thank you, I replied. It seemed she'd been waiting outside for my arrival. The moment we met, she welcomed me with an overwhelming enthusiasm, and before I knew it, we were deep into a conversation right at the entrance. Aoi-san finally intervened, saying, "Why don't we continue this inside instead of standing out here, and let us into the house?" With the summer heat bearing down on us, I was relieved to move into the cool shade of the house. I was shown to the living room, where I waited somewhat nervously for the two of them to return. Sitting stiffly like a borrowed cat, I tried to distract myself by looking out through the veranda. The gentle chime of a wind bell hung on the eaves blended with the sound of cicadas in the distance. A cool breeze wafted in from the well-kept garden, making the room pleasantly cool, so much so that air conditioning felt unnecessary. It was like stepping into an idealized countryside scene from an anime or movie. I could see why Aoi-san liked living here so much. Honestly, I didn't mind this kind of place either. Living out my retirement in a place like this wouldn't be so bad, I thought idly, just as Aoi-san called out to me. Akira-kun, sorry to keep you waiting. Thanks, I said as she returned with 2 glasses of iced tea, handing one to me before sitting down beside me. Soon after, her grandmother appeared, setting down a plate of sweets in front of me before sitting across the table. She then bowed deeply and spoke. Akira-san, thank you so much for all that you've done for Aoi. Please, you don't have to bow, I said hastily. But her grandmother slowly raised her head and continued. If you hadn't extended a hand to her, I don't know what might have happened to her. I might never have seen her again, let alone lived with her. I can't thank you enough. You've already thanked me plenty, I replied. It was true, she had said much the same thing the last time we met. While it's not unpleasant to be thanked, being overly appreciated feels a bit awkward. Even so, I couldn't dismiss her gratitude as it came from a place of genuine affection for Aoi. Still, if anything, this time it was my turn to express my thanks. If anything, I should be the one thanking you, I said, sitting up straighter and bowing politely. I'm truly grateful to be allowed to stay here during my visit. As it turned out, I would be staying at Aoi-san's grandmother's house while in the village. Initially, I'd planned to stay at a hotel or a manga cafe, but upon checking, I realized there weren't any such accommodations nearby. Who would have thought there'd be no options at all? I'd underestimated the countryside. When I consulted Aoi-san about it, she spoke to her grandmother, who generously said, "Stay as long as you like. If anything, I'd be happy if you just moved in." I decided to gratefully accept her offer, though I chose not to dwell too much on that last comment about moving in. It's not much, but please make yourself at home. The guest room, which has been used for storage, has been cleaned out for you, so you're welcome to use it. Thank you very much, I replied, deeply appreciative of her hospitality. But then, Or would you prefer to share a room with Aoi instead? What? Both Aoi-san and I froze, simultaneously letting out confused noises at her unexpected comment. Had I misheard her? Shall I prepare just one futon for the two of you? Gyaru grandma, Aoi-san exclaimed, her face instantly turning bright red. So I hadn't misheard after all. This was the first time I'd ever seen Aoi-san raise her voice like that. I told you not to bring that up, didn't I? But it's such a long way for him to come, and the two of you have lived together for so long already. Surely you're not shy about something like this now? Grandma, please stop, just leave it alone. Aoi-san covered her flushed face with her hands, practically pleading. Ah, I see. This must be her grandmother's way of showing kindness. Though her suggestion was rather forward, it was clear that she simply assumed Aoi-san and I were a couple and that I was visiting her as her boyfriend. If that's her way of being thoughtful, I truly appreciate it. But unfortunately, the situation is a bit different. While I hope things might turn out that way in the future, for now, we're still just friends, Grandma. You don't need to worry about me, you know. Right, Akira-san? Grandma's eyes sparkled with a leave it to me kind of look as they bore into mine. There was no way I could honestly respond with, please do as you see fit. Even as she looked to me for agreement, I was just as at a loss for words as Aoi-san. I'm sorry to disappoint, but we're still at the stage where things like this would make us shy, I managed to reply, feeling awkward as I spoke. What? Grandma blinked in surprise, glancing back and forth between Aoi-san and me. Well, that reaction was only to be expected. Oh really? I told you that so many times already, didn't I? I just thought you were embarrassed and trying to dodge the topic. A heavy, awkward silence hung in the air between the three of us. I couldn't help but feel sorry for Aoi-san, who was clearly mortified by her family teasing her about such matters. Oh, well. In that case, you should use this opportunity to make some progress. Wah. Aoi-san let out an indescribable groan, her face flushed red all the way to her ears. Please, Grandma, I beg you, let's just leave it at that. The room descended into yet another round of awkward silence. So, what do we do now? Well, I'll head out and do some shopping for dinner. Whether it was because she couldn't handle the atmosphere any longer or because she had already planned to go, Grandma suddenly stood up with her announcement. If you're going shopping, I can go instead, Aoi-san offered. Oh, I can go with her, I added, standing up to join the conversation. But Grandma shook her head as she prepared to leave. No, I'll go with a friend. Okay, then. Take care. Will do. I'll be back soon. With that, Grandma finished her preparations and left the house, leaving just Aoi-san and me in the living room. Did we make her feel like she had to leave? I asked. No. If anything, we're the ones who made her feel awkward, Aoi-san replied with a slightly troubled expression, her shoulders sagging a little. She looked a bit worn out from Grandma's overly enthusiastic attempts to push us together. Grandma really appreciates you, Akira-kun. It's not just today. Whenever she talks about you, whether it's to me or to her neighbors, she always speaks so fondly of you. To her neighbors too? Just how much has she been telling people about us? Surely she wouldn't have gone around excitedly telling everyone, my granddaughter's boyfriend is coming to visit. Right. Actually, now that I think about it, that seems all too likely. I'll make sure to tell her not to overdo it, Aoi-san said. No, it's fine. Honestly, it's a little embarrassing, but it's not a bad feeling. Plus, it makes me happy to see how much she cares about you, Aoi-san. Thank you. And also, Aoi-san's face turned even redder as she shyly added, I'll tell her not to be too weird about it, either. Yeah, that'd be good. I decided to just accept her sentiment for what it was. The awkward silence returned to the living room, prompting a shared, sheepish chuckle. So, what should we do until Grandma gets back? First, let me show you to your room. Good idea. Thanks. With that, we left the living room, carrying my bags as Aoi-san gave me a tour of the house. It was still just the beginning of my visit. We had plenty to talk about, but we also had plenty of time to spend together. For now, just being able to be with her was enough, and summer had only just begun. There was no need to rush. Section. It was around sunset when her grandmother returned. It felt like a rather late return for just shopping, but I decided not to mention it. As soon as she entered the house, she headed straight to the kitchen, and Aoi-san joined her to help prepare the meal. Shortly after, an astonishingly extravagant and massive dinner was brought to the table, leaving me momentarily speechless. According to her grandmother, I wasn't sure what you liked, so I made a little bit of everything. The dishes were mainly traditional Japanese cuisine, simmered vegetables, dressed salads, and homemade pickles from her family's Nukadoko fermenting bed. All of them looked delicious. Looking at the spread reminded me of dinners at my grandparents' house when I was a child, the kind of meals that exuded a comforting nostalgia. There's something about the taste of food made by the elderly that feels inexplicably soothing. Or is it just me? By the way, all the vegetables used were apparently shared by the neighbors. This kind of communal culture in the countryside is something I find rather appealing. This is quite the feast, I commented. Young people tend to eat a lot, after all, her grandmother replied. Izumi could probably finish all of this without issue, but I felt less confident about my own capacity. No, it wasn't just the volume of food that had me concerned. What caught my attention were certain dishes like grilled eel and snapping turtle hot pot, foods known for their energy-boosting properties. I could understand the eel. Rich in nutrients, it's long been eaten to prevent summer fatigue, and supermarkets heavily promote it during the summer with events like Doyo no Ushi no Hai. But a snapping turtle hot pot in the middle of summer? That's harder to explain. Let's eat before it gets cold, her grandmother said with a smile. Yes, thank you very much. Eat as much as you like. You foo-foo. That laugh at the end, it felt like it carried a hint of ulterior motive. Yeah. My instincts told me it was best not to delve too deeply. Itadakimasu. The three of us clasped our hands together and began eating while chatting. At first, I was worried if I could finish everything, but the dishes were so delicious I couldn't stop myself. Before I knew it, I'd cleaned my plate, surprising even myself. I ended up so stuffed I couldn't move, just like Izumi after overindulging in sweets. I made a mental note not to tease her about it anymore. After a short break to digest, I accepted their offer to take a bath. I initially felt uncomfortable being the first to use it, but both Aoi-san and her grandmother insisted. It was their way of showing hospitality. Realizing it was pointless to argue, I graciously accepted. From the bathroom window, I could see a stunning night sky, while cicadas continued their songs even after the sun had set. In the city, the sound of cicadas annoyed me, making the heat feel worse. But here, in the quiet countryside, their chorus felt oddly soothing. The relaxing bath ended up being longer than I had intended. Afterward, Aoi-san took her turn, and I decided to cool off on the veranda. As I sat there enjoying the night breeze, I noticed her grandmother packing a large bag in the living room. Heading out somewhere? I asked. Yes, I'm going to visit a friend. At this hour? Must be an urgent matter. Once she finished packing, she stood up and slung the bag over her shoulder. I'm not sure when I'll be back, so don't wait up for me. Understood. Please be careful, it's dark out there now. Thank you. Take your time and relax, Akira-san. She gave a polite bow and left the house. Afterward, I returned to the veranda, where I sat enjoying the cool breeze for about 30 minutes. Akira-kun, sorry to keep you waiting, Aoi-san said as she joined me, holding 2 ice creams in her hands. I'd seen her after baths countless times, but seeing her now felt refreshingly new. Her long, damp hair glistened, and her flawless, slightly flushed cheeks glowed. She was dressed casually in a camisole and shorts, with a towel draped around her neck. Her relaxed, unguarded appearance captivated me completely. Honestly, no guy could resist being mesmerized by such a sight. Is something wrong with me? And no, not at all. I stammered, realizing I'd been staring too long. It wasn't like I was looking at her inappropriately. I swear. Want some ice cream, Akira-kun? Ah, thank you. Aoi handed me the ice cream and sat down beside me. Opening the wrapper, we both took a bite from our ice creams, sitting side by side. It's delicious. Yeah, ice cream really is the taste of summer. Under the starry sky, enjoying the summer night breeze and sharing ice cream with the girl I liked. It was pure bliss. We listened to the orchestra of chirping insects, reveling in the tranquil atmosphere. By the way, Aoi-san. Tchem. What is it? Something occurred to me, so I spoke up. Are you not planning to visit your father and his family during summer break? Her father and his new family, namely, her father's wife and her stepbrother, Aoshi. Last summer, Aoi had reconciled with her father after a series of twists and turns, ultimately severing ties with her mother. Since then, she had maintained a good relationship with her father and his new family. Considering they lived outside the prefecture, summer or winter vacations were likely the only opportunities to visit them. Actually, I already visited them right after summer break started. You did. She had already made the trip. They invited me over, and I stayed for a night at their place. I see. I'm glad to hear you're keeping up a good relationship with them. And actually, my father asked me to deliver a message to you. A message? For me. It's about my custody. This was something I had previously requested from Aoi's father. To free Aoi from her mother's grasp, I had insisted that her father reclaim custody of her. I had even called him to the school festival during a particularly desperate time, asking him to fight for her custody. In the end, the custody transfer was finalized successfully. Through a lawyer, her father had filed for custody modification, and the process went smoothly. Although such disputes can often drag on if both sides are combative, Aoi's mother surprisingly did not contest it. She accepted the custody transfer to her father without issue. That her mother agreed so easily was shocking, to say the least. My father said he wanted to tell you personally, but since we were meeting anyway, I thought I could relay the message myself. Is that okay? Of course. Honestly, I'm the one who should be thanking him again. Since I already had his contact information, I figured I'd give him a call soon. But really, I'm so relieved it all worked out, I said, exhaling deeply as if letting go of a heavy burden. Yet, there was something lingering in my mind. I hesitated about bringing it up, unsure if I should. As if sensing my thoughts, Aoi spoke first. I haven't heard from my mother since then. It was as though she had read my mind. My father thinks that maybe, in her own way, she had her reasons. When they met during the custody hearing, she seemed calm, nothing like her previous erratic behavior. I see. Even if it's not possible right away, I hope that someday I can meet her again. Someday, meeting her mother again. For those who knew Aoi's mother, they might vehemently oppose the idea. The more someone understood the circumstances, the more likely they'd insist she never meet her again. Eiji and Izumi would certainly refuse outright. I couldn't say I didn't feel the same way. Her mother wasn't someone you could reason with easily, nor did she seem like the type to change her ways. But ultimately, the decision wasn't ours to make, it was Aoi's. Judging by how calmly she spoke about her mother, it seemed she was no longer emotionally dependent on her. I felt confident that even if they met again, Aoi wouldn't be hurt the way she had been before. In any case, it was a matter for the distant future. That's why, for the rest of the summer break, my only plan is to spend it with you, Aoi said, her serious expression giving way to a bashful smile. Hearing that, I couldn't help but feel embarrassed myself. I should tell Grandma the bath's ready, Aoi blurted out suddenly, clearly trying to hide her embarrassment. Oh, that reminded me. I'd completely forgotten to tell her. Grandma went to a friend's house earlier. At this hour? Yeah. Didn't she tell you? Aoi shook her head, looking puzzled. She must have had something urgent come up. I didn't ask for details, but I thought so too. I see. Well, she's not a child. There's nothing to worry about. With that thought, we continued our conversation, enjoying the night breeze. Little did we know, the next morning, we'd learn the true meaning behind Grandma's words. I don't know when I'll be back. And honestly, it was beyond anything we could have imagined. Chapter 2, What the Days Without Seeing You Brought. Saturday, just past 1 p.m. Morning already? The next morning, I woke up to the sunlight streaming through the window and the gentle breeze brushing against my cheek. Reaching for my smartphone placed by my pillow, I checked the screen. It was just past 6:30. Last night, Aoi-san and I decided not to set a strict wake-up time, planning to have breakfast whenever we woke up. I had set an alarm for 7:30 just in case, though. Normally, I'd sleep until it went off, but today, I woke up earlier than usual. It must have been because I went to bed early and felt slightly on edge from staying at someone else's house. Above all, the joy of reuniting with Aoi-san likely played a big part. I wasn't in the mood to fall back asleep. If anything, I felt more refreshed than usual. After folding the futon and putting it away in the closet, I stretched my arms wide and looked out the window. The breeze blowing down from the hills felt oddly warm, even though the sun wasn't fully up yet. Looks like it's going to be another hot day, I thought to myself. When? Akira-kun, are you awake? After a soft knock on the sliding door, Aoi-san's voice called out from the hallway. Yeah, I just woke up. The sliding door opened, and Aoi-san entered the room wearing an apron with a cat illustration on it. Breakfast will be ready soon. Got it. I'll get changed and wash my face first. There's a blue towel in the bathroom you can use. Thanks. After thanking Aoi-san, I changed into my casual clothes and headed to the bathroom to wash my face. On my way to the living room afterward, a delicious aroma wafted through the hallway. Whoa! On the dining table in the living room, a traditional Japanese breakfast was beautifully laid out. There was rice, simple miso soup with tofu and green onions, grilled salmon, tamagoyaki, pickles, soft-boiled eggs, and even natto. The portions of each dish were small, but there was a wide variety, making it a feast for the senses. It looked just like the kind of breakfast you'd be served at a ryokan. Sorry to keep you waiting. Let's eat before it gets cold. Yeah. Thanks for preparing all this. Returning from the kitchen, Aoi-san removed her apron and sat down across from me at the table. Itadakimasu. We clasped our hands together in thanks before picking up our chopsticks. I started with the miso soup, bringing it to my lips slowly. Ah. The gentle flavor seeped into my body, still low on blood sugar after waking up, making me let out an involuntary sigh. Though I was awake, my mind, still half asleep, began to sharpen with each sip. Miso soup really is an essential part of breakfast, I thought as I looked up. Ha! Now that I think about it. Perhaps because my thoughts were clearer now, I noticed something. Aoi-san, nibbling on a piece of homemade pickled daikon, tilted her head curiously. Where's your grandmother? I hadn't seen her at all since waking up. The crunching sound of the pickled radish abruptly stopped. Aoi-san took a sip of miso soup, exhaled softly, and averted her gaze awkwardly. Well, not so much awkward as embarrassed, Aoi-san blushed slightly. I wondered what was going on when she handed me a piece of paper. Taking it from her and glancing at it, I quickly understood why. You've got to be kidding me. Aoi-san nodded faintly before continuing. Grandma didn't come back last night. When I checked her room this morning, I found this note. I think she must have written it before leaving. The note was from her grandmother, addressed to both of us. In short, it said, since I'll be busy with festival preparations, I'll stay at a friend's house for a while. Akira-san is welcome to stay as long as he likes. You two work hard together, okay? Putting aside exactly what she wanted us to work hard on, this unexpected turn of events brought an undeniable awkwardness to the morning. Even though we hadn't eaten anything spicy, both of our faces turned bright red as we looked down in embarrassment. No wonder Aoi-san couldn't meet my eyes. So, does this mean I'll be alone with Aoi-san the whole time I'm here? Why yeah, that's what it looks like. If I stayed until the end of summer vacation, we'd be two young people under the same roof every night. And summer, with its light clothing and countless temptations, made restraint even harder. The healthy atmosphere of breakfast suddenly took on a decidedly pink hue. There was no need to say we were thinking the same thing. After all, we'd already been in those kinds of situations twice. The first was before the end of the first semester last year when Aoi-san sneaked into my bed. The second was just before her transfer when she said she wanted a memory and crawled into my bed again. Now that I think about it, even during the graduation trip, Aoi-san had been okay with it happening. So technically, 3 times. Every time I recalled not taking the opportunity, I didn't know whether to regret it or praise myself for holding back. But this time, I wasn't sure if I could keep it together. Back then, circumstances had kept things from going further, but now everything was different. I'd always thought it would happen someday, but now that someday felt impossibly close. What should I do? This might unintentionally become a step toward adulthood. Better safe than sorry, I thought, relieved I'd brought the expensive boxes Eiji and Izumi gave me for Christmas, just in case. Not that I'd worn them yet, they were for the big day. Wait, what am I even thinking? My embarrassment made it impossible to meet Aoi-san's eyes. But, you know, it's not the first time we've been alone together. Alright. It's nothing we need to overthink now. Though we tried to convince ourselves, we both knew this situation was different from the past. Desperate to change the atmosphere, I shifted my focus back to breakfast. As I ate, a thought occurred to me. So, Aoi-san, you made this breakfast. Aoi-san had mentioned her grandmother hadn't come home last night. While it was possible her grandmother had prepared it beforehand, the aroma wafting from the kitchen when Aoi-san woke me up suggested otherwise. When I asked, she nodded shyly, a hint of pride in her expression. Yeah, I made everything myself. As she said this, a nostalgic memory came to mind. It reminds me of the morning after I brought you to my house. Yeah, Akira-kun made breakfast and woke me up that day. Today, it's the reverse. You made breakfast and woke me up. Actually, while cooking, I was remembering that morning too. Aoi-san smiled wistfully as she spoke. Back when we lived together, you always cooked for me. So, I started learning to cook from Grandma, thinking that next time we met, I'd be able to make something for you. I can handle simple dishes now, though most of them are Japanese style, thanks to Grandma. She chuckled softly, embarrassed. It's more than enough. Truly, it was more than enough. When I started living alone, cooking had been a struggle. Watching my parents cook so easily, I'd assumed I could do it too. I'd been so wrong. It took many failures and practice to make something decent, just in time for when I met Aoi-san. Knowing how much effort she'd put into learning made me appreciate it even more. The thought that she'd done it for me was overwhelming. I'd better eat it while it's still warm, then. I hope it suits your taste. As I resumed eating, Aoi-san watched me nervously. The moment I bit into the tamagoyaki, I couldn't help but exclaim, "It's delicious." Really? Rather than speaking, I focused on savoring the food, nodding repeatedly in response. After enjoying the tamagoyaki, I sipped the miso soup to cleanse my palate and looked up. The seasoning is perfect. It's even better than what I make. I'm glad. Aoi-san let out a relieved sigh. After that, we continued eating, with little conversation interrupting the quiet comfort of breakfast. The tamagoyaki was fantastic. The homemade pickles from the rice bran bed had just the right balance of flavor, and the soft-boiled egg was perfectly done. The rice, harvested locally, was incredibly sweet. I couldn't stop eating it. Each dish was delicious, but the grilled salmon stood out the most, with its perfectly balanced salt seasoning. Did you season this salmon with just salt? After drawing out the moisture with salt, I sprinkled it with a little sake and let it rest in the fridge. Sake, makes sense. Salting fish before grilling isn't just about flavor. As fish loses freshness after being caught, it develops a distinct odor. Applying salt and letting it sit for about 10 minutes helps extract excess moisture and remove the smell. It's a simple step, but it makes a huge difference. Adding sake takes it a step further, enhancing the flavor and aroma even more. No wonder it tastes this good. Why am I so knowledgeable about grilling fish? When I started living alone, I craved grilled fish and eagerly bought some at the local supermarket. But the taste was disappointing, the fishiness lingered. That shock led me to research grilling techniques, and I've been applying them ever since. If you've never tried salting fish before grilling, I highly recommend it. It makes a world of difference. Akira-kun, no need to rush, there's plenty for seconds. Apparently, I'd been shoveling rice into my mouth without realizing it. Looks like I can't tease Izumi about her eating habits anymore. Well then, I'll take seconds. Of course, eat as much as you'd like. In the end, I couldn't stop eating and had 2 extra servings of rice. Having the girl I like cook for me is already a joy. But knowing she learned to cook for my sake and that the food turned out this delicious, there's no greater happiness in the world. The first meal I ever ate from Aoi-san's cooking was genuinely delicious. After finishing breakfast and cleaning up, we took a break with cups of tea in hand. Outside, the sun was steadily rising, and the sunlight filtering through the veranda grew warmer. Aoi-san mentioned it was perfect weather for laundry, so she started the washing machine. With a basket of freshly washed clothes, she headed to the garden to hang them on the drying poles. With nothing to do, I decided to water the flower beds while I waited. By the way, Aoi-san. Tchem. What is it? What should we do today? Truthfully, we hadn't made any plans for today, or the days ahead. Our goal was to reunite and spend time together, so instead of setting a detailed itinerary, we'd decided to go with the flow and take things easy. The only fixed plan was to meet Eiji and Izumi at Aoi-san's part-time cafe in 4 days at 1 p.m., where we'd also meet up with Hiyori. I was thinking about how to spend our time until the day we meet with Eiji and the others. About that, I actually have a small obligation, Aoi-san said hesitantly. Oh, what is it? There's a local festival on the 20th, and the neighborhood association asked me to help with the preparations. A festival? Helping with the preparations? As I raised a questioning tone, I suddenly remembered her grandmother's note. Now that I think about it, the note also mentioned preparations for a festival. As you can see, this area is pretty rural. There aren't many kids, students, or even middle-aged adults around, so they're short on hands. The elderly residents are leading the efforts for the festival preparations, but it seems they're struggling to keep up. So they asked me to help. That makes sense. Yesterday, on the way to the house, I noticed that the only people I saw were elderly. I'd seen stories about the challenges faced by depopulated rural areas on TV and in magazines, but they always felt distant, like someone else's problem. Now, seeing someone I know directly involved, it feels much more real. If local events can't continue due to a lack of manpower, and if traditions and cultural heritage are at risk of being lost, then the cooperation of younger people is crucial. The older residents must be trying desperately to prevent the area from becoming a completely depopulated community. I've already told them I won't be able to help every day because you're visiting, but I want to go help for a few hours on some days, just mornings or afternoons. I bet Aoi-san is aware of how much help is needed, which is why she agreed to assist. If that's the case, there's only one thing I can say to her. Sorry for cutting into your time with me. While you're helping out, If that's the case, I'll help too. Ha! I interrupted her, speaking before she could finish. Startled, Aoi-san paused mid-motion, her hand still holding the laundry she was hanging. More hands can only help, right? Besides, helping with festival preparations sounds like a rare and fun experience. It's better than lazing around by myself, and I'd rather contribute if I can, assuming the neighborhood association doesn't mind me joining in. They'd be thrilled. Everyone would be so happy. Aoi-san's eyes lit up, her expression shifting from concern to joy and relief. But, are you sure it's okay? Of course. I came here to spend time with you, so being together is what matters. Akira-kun. As soon as I said it, I felt my face heat up. It was the truth, and Aoi-san must have known it ever since we made plans to meet. For months ago, when she stayed in my bed, I'd already confessed once. So there shouldn't be anything to be embarrassed about, but saying it aloud still made me feel self-conscious. Aoi-san, blushing as well, partially hid her face behind the laundry in her hands. After a moment, she lowered the laundry, raised her head, and smiled. Yeah, I'd love to spend as much time together as possible. All right. Let's finish up here and get ready to go. Okay. With that, we completed the laundry and watering the flower beds before heading out to help with the festival preparations. The mention of festival prep brought back memories of helping out at the school festival. Section T. The community center where the festival preparations were taking place was about a 15-minute walk away. It wasn't far, but under the blazing sun even in the morning, the journey felt a bit taxing. Sweat beaded on my forehead, but my mood remained surprisingly light, as if the heat had been blown away. The reason was simple. Aoi-san, walking beside me, looked refreshingly cool in her outfit. She wore a simple, long summer dress paired with a straw hat. The clear sky blue color and the off-shoulder design, which left her neckline beautifully exposed, were captivating without intending to be. Her outfit was so breezy and summery that just looking at her made me feel cooler. But what really caught my eye was her neckline, too stunning to ignore. The last time I saw Aoi-san's neckline like this was during our graduation trip when she wore a yukata. If possible, I'd love to check off the big 3 summer sites for high school boys. A peek of her belly button, a translucent bra strap, and this neckline, all in one season. As these ridiculous thoughts occupied my mind, Aoi-san noticed my gaze. With an innocent smile, she tilted her head slightly, as if asking, "What's wrong?" Seeing her pure expression made me want to slap myself for my impure thoughts. But honestly, can you blame me? That dress really suits you. If a girl I liked looked this cute, a little daydreaming was inevitable. Ah, thank you. Clearly embarrassed, Aoi-san brushed her hair with her hand. Even her smallest gestures were unbearably adorable. I went to the mall with my new classmates before summer break. I wanted some summer clothes and asked them for advice, so they came shopping with me. She stopped and did a little spin in front of me, letting her skirt flutter lightly in the air. Watching her graceful movement, I felt a bit surprised. Going shopping with friends wasn't unusual or surprising, but what caught my attention was that Aoi-san had initiated the outing herself. Before, Aoi-san never used to invite others to go out. She'd always say, "They invited me, so I'm going," whenever she went somewhere. Sure, it was a minor change. But precisely because it was minor, it stood out to me. "Akira-kun?" Snapped out of my thoughts by Aoi-san leaning in slightly and peering at my face, I felt my heart skip a beat. "Sorry, you look so good in it that I couldn't help staring." "Hee hee. Thank you. I'm glad I bought it." Though there was a deeper meaning behind my words, I wasn't lying. I had been genuinely captivated. After blushing back and forth since morning, we were both starting to feel a little flustered. As we continued walking, the community center came into view up ahead. Located in the center of the village, the community center was a single-story building with a spacious yard, a distinctly rural sight. In the yard, elderly men were chatting while doing what looked like DIY projects. Following Aoi-san, I stepped inside the building. In a large room, easily over 20 tatami mats in size, elderly women were working together. Cardboard boxes were stacked everywhere, labeled with words like lanterns and happy coats, making it clear they were organizing supplies for the festival. It looked like the women were currently checking the electrical decorations. "Good morning." Aoi-san greeted the women, and one nearby raised her head to reply. "Oh, Aoi-chan. Welcome." Her words trailed off as she noticed me standing beside Aoi-san. The other women also turned their gazes toward us, or rather, toward me, with curious expressions. Then, without warning, one of them exclaimed words I never expected to hear. "Aoi-chan brought." She brought her fiancé. Fiancé. Before I could even process the situation, the women surrounded us. They ushered me to a seat with overwhelming energy, offering tea and snacks while bombarding me with relentless questions. "What a handsome young man. Where are you from? How far have you and Aoi-chan gone?" Teehee. Though it seemed like they were trying to welcome me, the pressure was immense. "Are you Aoi-chan's famous fiancé?" Still overwhelmed, I looked up to see a man who had just entered the room from outside. He appeared slightly younger than the other seniors, likely in his early 50s, and carried himself with a calm and friendly demeanor. "I'm Kimishima, the festival committee chairman. Nice to meet you. I'm Akamori Akira. Thank you for coming all the way to this rural village. We're glad to have you." We exchanged a handshake, his warm smile leaving a positive impression. Meanwhile, the women continued their lively chatter, completely ignoring Aoi-san and me. Before I knew it, they were discussing plans for a wedding, picking a matchmaker, and arranging for the village chief's involvement, all without consulting us. It felt like they might start the wedding at any moment, which honestly made me panic. But what would happen if I told them we weren't even dating yet? Before dropping such a disruptive truth, I decided to confirm something first. Aoi-san, what's this about me being your fiancé? When I asked, Aoi-san's eyes darted around nervously, her unease obvious. This wasn't just mild discomfort, her behavior bordered on suspicious. It was the first time I'd seen her act like this, which meant she probably had an idea of what was going on. Well, Grandma kind of told the neighbors you were coming, she began hesitantly, gauging my reaction. I thought that would be fine, but somehow the story got exaggerated. Before I knew it, the whole village thought. You were my fiancé, coming to visit. Aoi-san apologized profusely, looking genuinely sorry. And then they said they all wanted to meet you, so. Ah, I see. In other words, Aoi-san had planned to bring me here even before I offered to help with the festival preparations. She probably struggled with how to bring it up, but then when I asked about her plans and offered to help, it worked out naturally. That explains why she seemed more relieved than happy at the time. Now it all makes sense. I'm sorry, Akira-kun. There's no need for you to apologize, Aoi-san. I tried to console her, seeing how dejected she looked. In rural areas, where community ties run deep, it's normal for information to spread quickly. When stories are passed from person to person, they often get exaggerated, much like a game of telephone. The more people the story goes through, the less accurate it becomes. And if it's a topic for gossip among grandmas, it's even more likely to be blown out of proportion. What probably started as news about a friend visiting somehow turned into a story about a fiancé coming. It's certainly embarrassing to have the whole village know, but, well, I don't really mind. Thank you. Besides, being called a fiancé doesn't feel bad at all. Whether I came here as a groom or Aoi-san came to me as a bride was something we'd have to figure out eventually. And though it'd need to involve our families, I was starting to think that moving to a peaceful rural area like this as a groom might not be so bad. Ha! What do you mean by that? Caught up in the mood, I accidentally let my thoughts slip out, prompting Aoi-san's curious question. Oh, just that I'm happy to be welcomed like this. Alright. That makes sense. My hasty response didn't fool anyone, and I felt my ears burn with embarrassment. Perhaps waiting for us to settle down, Kimishima-san picked this moment to speak again. Sorry to cut this short, but we're in the middle of festival preparations. We can't entertain you properly right now, but feel free to observe as much as you'd like. Thank you, but we didn't come here just to watch. As Kimishima-san turned to leave, I called out to him, explaining my reason for being here. I'd like to help with the festival preparations too. You want to help with the preparations, Akira-kun? Kimishima-san stopped in his tracks and turned back, looking surprised. Even the women nearby, who had been buzzing with excitement, quieted down. Aoi-san mentioned that you were short on young hands to help. Since I'll be staying at her house during the summer break, I'd like to help out, if it wouldn't be a bother to anyone. It wasn't surprising that my sudden offer left everyone confused. It made sense if they were wondering why an outsider like me was saying such things. That's a generous offer. After a brief silence, Kimishima-san finally spoke. If no one objects, I'd like to take you up on that. What do you all think? Gradually, the others, who had been stunned into silence, began voicing their opinions. If it's Aoi-chan's fiancé, we'd be happy to have him. We definitely need young people to help get everyone excited. They all welcomed me without hesitation or suspicion, which was a huge relief. When Aoi-san said everyone would be happy, I had secretly worried they might reject me for being an outsider. Being accepted like this made me genuinely happy. Well then, Akira-kun, we'll be counting on you. Thank you. I'll do my best. We shook hands again, and though we had just met, it felt like I was being welcomed as part of the group. Alright, everyone. I know we're all excited to welcome Akira-kun, but let's save the celebration for later and get back to work. If we keep chatting, we'll never finish today's task. Clapping his hands to get everyone's attention, Kimishima-san brought the room back to order. The others returned to their stations and resumed their work. Akira-kun, I'll call for you later. For now, please help Aoi-chan with her tasks. Got it. Just let me know if you need anything. Thank you. I'm counting on you. With that, Aoi-san and I moved to a room at the back of the community center. The space, about 6 tatami mats in size, seemed to be a break room. It had a TV, a fan, a small fridge, and a table with a laptop and printer set up on top. A full computer setup felt slightly out of place in a rural community center, but I quickly understood why it was there. Aoi-san, is your work computer-related? Yes. I make posters, flyers, and signs for the festival booths. Aoi-san sat on a cushion, turned on the laptop, and answered while getting started. Sitting beside her, I glanced at the screen and saw a half-finished poster displayed. You even design the festival posters yourselves. Normally, we'd ask a designer or printing company, but since this is a small village, we try to do as much as we can ourselves. Until last year, we outsourced it, but it was expensive, so they asked if I could take it on. That makes sense. Doing the design in-house would save money, but for older folks, it's probably a big hurdle. That's another reason they rely on young people like you, right? Exactly, Aoi-san said, nodding as her fingers worked on the keyboard. It's not about younger people being better. It's about everyone doing what they're good at, letting the younger folks handle tasks they excel at, and the older folks doing what they're best at. That kind of division of roles is normal elsewhere, but here, it's difficult to achieve. That's why I decided to help out. But that's a pretty complicated problem, isn't it? Yeah. And even if there are young people around, it doesn't mean they'll be willing to help. There are still many who prefer to keep their distance from the older generation. With so few young people to begin with, bridging the generational gap was no easy task. I started to understand why Aoi-san was so well accepted here. But I didn't know you were so good with computers, Aoi-san. I'm not, really. I just learned for this. Just for this. The manager at the cafe where I work part-time makes all the menus and in-store signage. When I asked for advice, they taught me. This laptop, too, is one the manager used before and lent to me. Her part-time job at the cafe. I remembered helping out there briefly before the school festival. The manager really did make all the shop's signs themselves. Still, during the time we hadn't seen each other, Aoi-san had learned to cook, become close with her local community, and was now even designing posters on a computer. I kept discovering new sides of Aoi-san that I never knew existed, surprising me again and again. And then a thought crossed my mind. Just as Aoi-san had grown, had I changed at all in these past 4 months? Akira-kun, can I get your opinion on something? Sure. What is it? After that, we worked together on the poster design, exchanging ideas. Though most of it was just me giving feedback, the design progressed based on Aoi-san's sense of style. Back during the school festival, I had noticed how great her aesthetic sense was. The overall decoration and design for the classroom had been handled by Eiji, but he consulted Aoi-san, who was on the planning committee, for the final touches. According to him, her input had been invaluable. Now that I thought about it, even the handmade chocolates she gave me for Valentine's Day had been adorably designed. Good design sense is a rare talent, I thought as we continued working. Akira-kun, could I borrow you for a moment? Kimishima-san appeared at the door. There's a job I need your help with. Got it. I'll head out right away. Thanks. I'll be waiting in the yard. As I watched Kimishima-san leave, I got up from my seat. Well, I'll be back soon. Okay. Good luck. Exchanging a few words with Aoi-san, I left the room. In the yard, much like when we first arrived at the community center, elderly men were busy with what looked like DIY projects. Looking around, I spotted Kimishima-san working at the far edge of the yard. Sorry to keep you waiting. Oh, thanks for coming. What do you need help with? Kimishima-san paused and pointed at the wooden planks in front of him. We're building the base of the festival stage, but it's too large for one person to handle. I'd like you to assist me, like a helper. Understood. Leave it to me. And so, under Kimishima-san's direction, I started helping with the stage space construction. Tasks like passing tools, holding pieces in place, and carrying materials were simple enough, but working under the blazing summer sun quickly drained both my energy and hydration. After about an hour of work, we decided to take a break and rehydrate. How about some tea? Thank you. As I cooled off in the shade of the garden trees, Kimishima-san handed me a bottle of tea. Thanking him, I took the bottle and he sat down beside me. "Sorry if we made you uncomfortable earlier," he said, breaking the silence after a sip of tea. Being bombarded with questions and called a fiancé right after meeting everyone must have been a shock. I'm sure it might have even been unpleasant. And honestly, I'm not in a position to say much since I called you son-in-law myself, but I apologize. Kimishima-san lowered his head sincerely. "Oh, no, please don't, there's no need to bow." Having someone much older than me bowing felt so awkward, I didn't know how to react. But seeing his sincerity, I began to understand why he had been chosen as the festival committee chairman. This village is aging rapidly. There are very few children, students, or even people in their parents' generation. Lately, there are more and more young people who want to keep their distance from the elderly. For us, Aoi-san is like the grandchild of everyone in the community, someone who interacts with everyone equally. Hearing his words, I understood the bond between Aoi-san and the villagers better. Everyone here truly cherished her, and it wasn't just one-sided. Aoi-san, too, deeply cared for them. Even I, who had only just arrived, could sense it. So, when a girl like her brings her boyfriend around, it's no wonder the older folks get excited. It might have seemed strange to you, Akira-kun, but everyone has been looking forward to meeting you since they first heard you were coming. This topic has been the center of conversation for days now. Really? Yes. That's probably why it didn't feel like this was our first meeting. Now their warm welcome made sense. There's really no need to apologize. If anything, I should thank you all. I'm glad to hear you say that. Relieved, Kimishima-san smiled gently. All right, ready to go again? Of course. After the break, we resumed work. Knowing how well the locals had accepted Aoi-san made me genuinely happy. It was the kind of happiness that felt personal, like it was my own section. After that, we spent the rest of the day helping with the festival preparations until evening. Though we had planned to leave around noon, they had prepared boxed lunches for us, so we stayed to enjoy the meal. Not that we were obligated to, but it felt wrong to leave right after eating without showing our gratitude. So, after discussing with Aoi-san, we decided to continue helping in the afternoon as well. Besides, it's not like we had other plans for the day. To be honest, the main reason I stayed was because I felt comfortable here. Despite meeting everyone for the first time today, they welcomed me warmly. More than that, being accepted by people who care so much about Aoi-san made me surprisingly happy. How about we help out again tomorrow? On our way back from the community center, I suggested this to Aoi-san. As the sunset painted the rural landscape in hues of orange, Aoi-san glanced at me. It would help a lot, but are you sure you don't want to go out somewhere? Thanks to your grandmother's thoughtfulness, it seems like I'll be staying longer than planned. We'll have plenty of chances to go out together later. And since we're meeting Eiji and the others soon, the days we can help are limited. I figured we should make the most of the free time we have. And also, as long as I'm with you, whether it's going out or helping with the festival, I'm happy either way. Yeah, me too. I couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed about saying something so cheesy. But that's the reason I'm here, so it'd be stranger to feel shy about it now. Besides, when I think about it, we've already confessed to each other once. Nothing could be more embarrassing than that moment. Not even waking up together in the same bed this morning. The memory of that night was 100 times more mortifying. Thank you, Akira-kun. Ha! What for? Suddenly, I felt warmth envelop my hand, and my voice caught in surprise. Looking down, I saw Aoi-san holding my hand. I couldn't help myself because I was so happy. Is that okay? It's not a problem. Crap. Actually, I take that back. This feels even more embarrassing than waking up together. We've held hands many times before, but for some reason, it felt as nerve-wracking as the first time. Maybe it's because it was so unexpected, or because we've already shared our feelings with each other, or perhaps something else entirely. I was fine holding her hand when we met at the station earlier. Maybe it was the excitement of the moment back then. Even though the sun was setting and the air had cooled, my whole body felt hot, and a strange sweat broke out. "Alright, let's help out again tomorrow." "Yeah, I'm sure everyone will be happy. By the way, Aoi-san. What is it? How about we go to the festival together, not just the preparations?" I remembered the promise we made last summer. Shortly before the fireworks began, Aoi-san had said she wanted to come to another festival with me. Back then, I had promised her I might not be able to come every year after I transfer, but I'll definitely come again someday. Thinking about how we could fulfill that promise now, I decided to ask. "Aoi-san, did I imagine it?" For just a moment, it looked like her smile faltered. "Is something wrong?" "No, it's nothing. Maybe it was just my imagination, or maybe it was the shadow cast by the setting sun. So, does that mean you'll stay until the festival?" The next moment, Aoi-san smiled as brightly as ever. "Yeah, that's the plan." This summer break, aside from meeting Aoi-san, I had no other plans, so staying until the 20th was no problem. I might need to worry about finding time for my homework, but I could deal with that later. I'm looking forward to it. And with that, we made plans to attend this year's summer festival together. Last year, we went with everyone, but this time, it'd just be the two of us. I couldn't wait for the day to come. Chapter 3, The Usual 5. 4 days later, around 9 a.m. It's been a while since I walked around here. Aoi-san and I were heading to the cafe where Eiji and Izumi were waiting for us. We had taken several train transfers from Aoi-san's grandmother's house to return to the town where we used to live. As we walked from the station to the cafe, I couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions as I took in the unchanged scenery. It wasn't exactly nostalgia, it was more like a sense of comfort. Somehow, it feels more like reassurance than nostalgia. Maybe this town is a calming place for you, Akira-kun. Yeah, that might be it. Aoi-san's comment made me stop and think. Do people who return to their hometowns feel like this? I've moved so many times that I don't have a place I can truly call my hometown. The place where I was born, which I don't even remember, means nothing more to me than just that, a birthplace. But if I could choose a place to call my hometown, I'd want it to be this town. I've come to cherish it, probably because of the time I spent here with everyone. It's only after leaving that I realized how important this place was to me. I think it's fine to decide for yourself what's important to you. You think so too, Aoi-san? The word hometown doesn't just mean the place where you were born. It can also mean a place you once lived or a place that's deeply connected to you. As I shared my thoughts about the town, Aoi-san's words resonated deeply. A place deeply connected to me. Indeed, I doubt there will ever be a place that feels as meaningful as this one. Lost in these thoughts, we soon arrived at the cafe. I opened the back door, just like I used to when I worked here. Why not the front door? Because the cafe wasn't open yet. Since we were taking the time to come all this way, Aoi-san had asked the manager to let her work a morning shift to make better use of her time. It was a practical decision, but it also meant I got to see Aoi-san in her uniform again, a win-win situation for me. I'll go change into my uniform. You can head in first. Sure, I'll say hi to the manager. After parting with Aoi-san near the changing room, I walked into the hall. The manager was preparing for the opening, his familiar figure behind the counter catching my eye. It was a sight I had seen countless times before, and a wave of nostalgia washed over me. Good morning. Oh, good morning. It's been a while. The manager turned around slowly, smiling warmly. Thanks for coming. It's good to see you looking well. You and the cafe haven't changed a bit. That's a relief. I've heard the details from Aoi-san. Until everyone arrives, feel free to relax at your usual spot. What would you like to drink? I'll prepare it right away. Thank you, but let me help with the opening preparations first. Oh, no. I can't let a guest do that. Please don't worry about it. I want to help. The manager hesitated briefly, then smiled gently. Well, at least let me treat you to some cake later. I picked up a cleaning cloth and began wiping down the tables. While I was at it, I straightened the menus and restocked the napkins and sugar on each table. Surprisingly, I still remembered how to do all of this, even after so much time. Akira-kun, I'll help too. Before long, Aoi-san's voice echoed through the hall. Thanks. That'd be great. As I turned to thank her, I caught sight of her in her uniform and couldn't help but gasp. A black shirt with a matching ribbon tie, a long skirt, and a frilly white apron. She wore a white headband, and her hair was tied into her usual high ponytail. It was a look I'd seen many times before, yet her beauty left me speechless once again. What is this feeling? Everything about this is so nostalgic. It's overwhelming. Do I look strange? She must have noticed me staring too intently, as she folded her arms self-consciously. Sorry. It's just nostalgic. Ah, really? A brief silence fell between us. Well, let's get back to preparing for the opening. Why yeah, let's do that. Trying to shake off the awkwardness, both of us raised our voices. The manager watched us with an amused smile, which only added to my embarrassment. Once the preparations were done, the cafe opened on schedule. Being a weekday during summer vacation, it wasn't packed right away, but customers started trickling in as time went on. About an hour later, half the seats were filled. Meanwhile, I was working on my summer homework. Sitting at our usual 4-person table with tea and cake, I occasionally glanced at Aoi-san in her uniform. But as much as I enjoyed the view, I eventually hit the limit of how long I could just sit around. Anticipating this, I had brought my homework along. Last year, I was so busy helping Aoi-san look for her grandmother's house that I completely forgot about my assignments and paid the price when the new semester started. While everyone else had finished theirs, I ended up staying late after school, a tragedy I didn't want to repeat. Of course, since I came here to spend time with Aoi-san, having no time to work on homework would have been ideal. Still, bringing it along just in case turned out to be the right choice. And so, I found myself balancing homework with the occasional refreshing glance at Aoi-san in her uniform. Perhaps it was the balance between focus and taking breaks, but my homework progressed surprisingly well. By the time I looked at the clock again, the hands had passed noon. Ah, there you are. The door chime rang as a familiar voice echoed throughout the cafe. Like the surprised customers, I looked up to see Izumi and Eiji standing there. The two were led to my table by Aoi-san, who showed them to the seats across from me. What would you like, Izumi-san, Eiji-kun? I'll have a matcha latte and a strawberry daifuku. I'll take an iced coffee. All right, please wait a moment. After taking their orders, Aoi-san returned to the counter. When did this cafe start serving matcha lattes and strawberry daifuku? At least, those weren't on the menu when I used to work here. I asked the manager to add them. Don't overdo it and cause trouble for them, okay? It's fine. The other customers seem to like them too. Is that so? That casual exchange with Izumi brought an involuntary smile to my face. There was no overly emotional reunion, no how have you been? It felt as if no time had passed, like we had just been together yesterday. That unchanged, unaffected demeanor was so characteristic of Izumi, and it made me genuinely happy. I'm glad to see you both looking well. Still, I wanted to at least exchange proper greetings. You look the same as ever, Akira, Eiji responded on Izumi's behalf. Yeah, I'm doing well, thanks to you. Oh, I thought you'd be lonely without us around. Izumi teased in her usual tone. Even the teasing felt nostalgic now. Just because I'm doing well doesn't mean I didn't feel lonely. I missed both you and Eiji, and of course, Aoi-san. I'm really happy to see you all again. Well, when you say it so directly. Izumi faltered, her words trailing off as she grew uncharacteristically flustered. Akira-kun, have you always been this straightforward? Tchem? I don't know. I just said what I felt. Have you changed? Honestly, I wanted to ask that myself. But that's the kind of thing you can't discern about yourself. Well, either way, we're also happy to see you again. Just as we wrapped up our reunion greetings, Aoi-san returned with their orders. Thanks for waiting, she said, setting down the drinks and desserts. Thanks, Aoi-san. Izumi immediately took a bite of her strawberry daifuku, finishing it in one go. Hey, don't eat so fast, you might choke. A little early, but the manager said I could finish up since everyone's here. I'll just take everyone's lunch orders before I clock out. What would you all like? After a quick glance at the menu, we each decided. I ordered curry rice, Eiji opted for a sandwich set, Izumi got Neapolitan pasta and another strawberry daifuku, and Aoi-san chose omelette rice and mugwort monju. Wait. They have mugwort monju now too? The menu seems to be turning less cafe-like, but I'll let it slide. A while later, Aoi-san returned in her casual clothes. Soon after, the manager brought out our orders. With our appetites stirred, we began eating while chatting and catching up. As we enjoyed our meal, an hour flew by. When I glanced at the clock, it was already past 2 p.m. She should be here soon. Right then, the door chime rang. Looking toward the entrance, I saw Hiyori standing there, dragging a travel suitcase behind her. Ah, Hiyori-chan. It's been so long. Izumi jumped up, rushed over, and hugged her tightly. She nuzzled her cheek against Hiyori like someone doting on a cat. Hiyori, as usual, accepted it with her usual cool demeanor. Seeing the familiar scene, all of us couldn't help but smile. Hiyori-chan, how have you been? Wait, never mind. Let me hug you first. Not waiting for a response, Izumi buried her face in Hiyori's fluffy hair and took a deep breath. Ah, so relaxing. This was Izumi and Hiyori's regular reunion ritual. It reminded me of those videos of cat lovers burying their faces in their cat's fur or playfully pretending to eat them. For Izumi, this was just another way of showing her affection. However, doing it right at the entrance was a bit much. Some of the other customers looked visibly uncomfortable. I'm so sorry. Ah, I feel so calm now, Izumi sighed contentedly, her expression blissful. Meanwhile, Hiyori, accustomed to this, patted Izumi's head gently. At this point, Hiyori looked more like the older one between them. I'm glad to see you're doing well too, Izumi, Hiyori said. She then asked the manager for a drink and dragged the clinging Izumi to our table. Since the table was meant for 4, we brought over an extra chair for Hiyori to sit at the head of the table. Hiyori-chan, it's been a while, Aoi-san said. Yeah, it has. Have you been well? I have. I'm glad to see you're doing well too. I'm happy to see you again. Hiyori rarely showed emotion, but even as she said this, her expression remained cool. Still, the slight upturn of her lips and the way her shoulders twitched hinted at how genuinely pleased she was. When Aoi-san first met Hiyori, I never imagined they'd get this close. According to Aoi-san, the two often exchanged messages, discussing everything from casual topics to serious matters. As for me, Hiyori had never once come to me for advice. Well, setting that aside, when I asked Aoi-san if Hiyori ever mentioned me, she gave me a cryptic "that's a secret." That vague response was all I needed to understand. For my own sake, I decided not to dig any deeper. In any case, seeing the two of them getting along was a good thing. Well, now that everyone's here, let's get to the main topic. Once Hiyori's drink was delivered, Eiji broke the ice. The reason for today's gathering was to decide our summer vacation plans. While we'd considered sorting things out over messages beforehand, coordinating with 5 people was a hassle. So, we decided to set the meeting day and finalize the details in person. That said, we've already made most of the decisions. Wait, what? Caught off guard, I couldn't help but ask. Places fill up quickly during summer vacation, and last-minute bookings are often impossible. I discussed it with Izumi and Aoi-san, and we decided on a destination. I went ahead and booked everything before the holiday started. Eiji took out his phone and sent a link to our group chat. When I opened it, I was greeted by the sight of a glamping facility in a neighboring prefecture. For those unfamiliar with the term, glamping is essentially camping with all the necessary gear provided by the facility, allowing you to enjoy a hassle-free outdoor experience. It's become increasingly popular, featured on news and travel sites recently. Wow! This place looks amazing. The homepage showcased dome-shaped tents lined along the coast, offering breathtaking ocean views. Each dome had its own barbecue area and shower room, with optional reservations for private hot springs and saunas. The sunrise over the horizon in the early morning was said to be mesmerizing, making it a popular spot for couples. For us, living in a landlocked prefecture, the prospect of seeing the ocean alone was exciting. Sorry for deciding without consulting you, Akira. No, you've saved us a lot of trouble by planning ahead. Looking back, Eiji and Izumi had always taken the lead in planning our outings, whether it was the day trip to the hot springs after finals, staying at Eiji's family villa over summer break, or our Christmas graduation trip. I remember teasing Izumi once, asking what she'd do if I couldn't make it, to which she jokingly replied, "We'd just leave you behind." It was the kind of teasing that now felt nostalgic. Having someone like Eiji, who proactively organized everything, was incredibly reassuring. When's the trip? I've booked it for a 2-night, 3-day stay, from the 9th to the 11th, starting next week. Hiyori's leaving on the 11th, and any later would overlap with the Obon holiday rush. Good point. But wouldn't this weekend have worked too? Before Eiji could answer, Izumi raised her hand. Aoi-san and I have plans on Saturday. Akira-kun, you should come too. Me? What plans? Aoi-san asked me to talk to you about it. I see. So, what's the plan? Remember last year's volunteer activity at the children's home organized by the school? Of course. That activity was part of an effort to improve Aoi-san's reputation. At the time, she was unfairly seen as a delinquent because of her blonde hair. To counter this, we joined the school's volunteer program to help build a positive impression among classmates and teachers. Aoi-san, Izumi, and I went together to play with the children. I still participate regularly, and we're scheduled to visit the children's home this Saturday. So, you want me to come along too? Exactly. If that's the case, there's no need to think twice. Got it. I'll come with you. Really? Thank you. I don't have a reason to say no, and it'd be weird to stay at Aoi-san's place while you're out. Thanks. Summer vacation has fewer student volunteers, and the staff asked us to invite anyone who might be willing to help. You're such a reliable friend. Izumi sighed in relief, clearly grateful. While Aoi-san could have asked me directly, I understood that Izumi felt a sense of responsibility as the organizer. This time, Hiyori's coming too, so consider it a pre-trip warm-up. Hiyori's joining? Even more reason not to miss it. I found myself wondering if the little girl I played with back then was doing well. Setting that thought aside, I asked, "We'll need swimsuits for the trip, right?" "Yep. We've already bought ours." Izumi leaned closer, covering her mouth with her hand as she grinned mischievously. "This year, Aoi-san's swimsuit is stunning too." What? The memory of Aoi-san's swimsuit from last year flashed in my mind. It was a white flared bikini with vibrant floral patterns. Despite its colorful design, it wasn't overly flashy. Its modest coverage emphasized her elegance rather than being suggestive, perfectly matching her composed demeanor. What stood out most was her long hair tied up, revealing her slender neck, a sight I revisited countless times on my phone. This year's swimsuit is just as amazing. Aoi-san's become bolder, don't you think? Seriously. I barely stopped myself from blurting out my thoughts aloud. The idea of seeing an even more alluring swimsuit left my imagination running wild. But as I was picturing Aoi-san in a fashion show of swimsuits, I felt a strange pressure from beside me. "I can hear you, you know." Aoi-san glared at me with an expression that could only be described as a mix of embarrassment and reproach. Oh, that look was making my heart race for all the wrong reasons. I'm sorry. Apologizing was the only option. Trying to deny it now would be pointless. Everything was out in the open. "So, you've all bought swimsuits. I guess I need to get one too." I hadn't brought one, not expecting a trip to the beach. "Hiyori, want to come shopping with me?" "I'm good. I already bought mine after hearing about it from Izumi." "I see." As usual, I was the last to know. "Akira-kun, I'll go with you to buy one." "Thanks, Aoi-san." Her kindness warmed my heart. "Well, let's finalize the detailed schedule," Eiji said, bringing us back to the trip planning. We decided to meet at the station in our town at 10 a.m. From there, it would take about 2.5 hours by train to reach the nearest station to the glamping site. We'd pick up groceries along the way and spend the first day enjoying the beach and a barbecue. It seemed there were many sightseeing spots near the beach, so we decided to leave the plans for the second and third days open, letting our mood decide where to go. As we talked, the excitement built, and soon enough, we were chatting like elementary school kids before a field trip. Maybe it was the anticipation of the beach or simply the joy of everyone being together again after so long. We ended up getting carried away, talking about all the things we wanted to do until evening rolled around. When it got late, I decided to leave a bit earlier to buy a swimsuit, and we began to wrap up. After thanking the manager for his hospitality, we left the cafe. See you on Saturday at the children's home. Yep. Looking forward to it. Alright, let's go, I said as I waved goodbye to Eiji and Izumi, heading toward the shopping mall. But for some reason, Hiyori stuck close to Izumi and didn't seem like she planned to leave. Hiyori, we're going. I'm not going. She said it as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. You're not going? Then are you waiting around here? No. I'm not going back with you and Aoi-san. What? I felt an unmistakable disconnect in our understanding. Hiyori was only staying until the last day of the glamping trip, on the 11th. She was supposed to be staying with me at Aoi-san's grandmother's house, and both Aoi-san and her grandmother had already agreed to it. Naturally, Aoi-san assumed the same. If she wasn't coming back with us, where was she planning to stay? As I tried to piece things together, Hiyori calmly declared, I'm staying at Izumi's house. At Izumi's house? Wait, what? This whole arrangement about staying at Aoi-san's grandmother's house was just something you decided on. I never asked for it. Besides, I wouldn't want to impose like that. Her considerate yet painfully accurate reasoning hit me hard. Especially since it'd just be the two of you while her grandmother is away. How do you even know about that? There was only one possible explanation. I glanced at Aoi-san, who was looking away nervously, avoiding my eyes. Well, it's good that they're getting along, I suppose. So don't worry about Hiyori-chan. I'll take full responsibility for her, Izumi said, wrapping an arm around Hiyori's shoulder and giving me a reassuring thumbs up. It wasn't Hiyori's first time staying over at Izumi's house. In fact, when we lived nearby, she often went there, and Izumi's family had always been kind to her. There was nothing to worry about. If anything, it was reassuring. Looks like it'll just be Aoi-san and me until summer ends. Thanks, Izumi. Take good care of her. Leave it to me. And with that, we parted ways. Later, Aoi-san and I arrived at the shopping mall and headed to the special swimwear section. I figured anything would do as long as it fit, so I grabbed something reasonably priced and headed to the register without even trying it on. But Aoi-san quickly stopped me. Akira-kun, you're just picking something randomly, aren't you? Caught red-handed, I found myself at the receiving end of her firm objection. With no other choice, I let Aoi-san help me pick out a swimsuit. However, this led to an impromptu swimsuit fashion show with me as the model. She handed me swimsuits, one after another, and I tried them on in the changing room before stepping out to show her. By the time I had tried on over 20 swimsuits, we finally settled on one that met her approval. I was utterly exhausted, but Aoi-san looked so pleased that I decided it was worth it. It felt like I'd just discovered a new side of her. Section. By the time we returned to the village where Aoi-san lived, it was already past 7 p.m. After stopping at a supermarket near the station to buy groceries, we headed home. It was well past 8 p.m., and though it was summer, the sun had long since set, leaving the surroundings quite dark. The town we used to live in had plenty of streetlights and 24-hour stores, so the streets were never completely dark. Walking alone at night wasn't much of a concern as long as you stuck to the main roads. But here, the moment you moved away from the station, the streetlights thinned out, and darkness took over. Feeling slightly uneasy, we naturally ended up holding hands as we walked. Walking this road alone at night is kind of scary. If even I, as a guy, felt this way, it must be even worse for women. The "Beware of Suspicious Individuals" poster on a utility pole only added to the unease. I was scared when I first moved here, but once you get used to it, it's not so bad. I usually ride my bike, anyway. Still, the thought of you walking alone worries me. If you're ever out late after work, just call me. Even if something were to happen, at least we'd be on the phone, and I could help somehow. Thanks, Akira-kun. You're so kind. It's not that big of a deal, it just helps me feel at ease too. Alright. From now on, if I'm out late, I'll call you. Yeah, anytime. But before I could finish, Aoi-san suddenly tightened her grip on my hand and stopped walking. Sensing something was wrong, I followed her gaze. Her smile had vanished. Aoi-san? I traced her line of sight and spotted the glow of a convenience store up ahead. It was the same store we had passed on our first day here, the only one in the village. Despite the village's small population, the fact that it was the only convenience store meant it attracted a lot of customers. The parking lot was full of cars, and a group of local high school boys in uniforms was gathered at the edge, chatting. It seemed like this was the go-to hangout spot for the local youth. Aoi-san was clearly uncomfortable, her eyes fixed on them. Do you know them? I asked. She gave a small nod. They're boys from this village. Are you friends with them? No, I just know who they are. Aoi-san smiled as she answered, but it was obviously forced. I see. The high school boys didn't exactly look like troublemakers, but their demeanor wasn't great either. They weren't outright delinquents, but it was clear they weren't the type we'd get along with. It was surprising to think Aoi-san might know them. Then again, in a small village with few high school students, it wasn't unusual to be acquainted, even if they attended different schools. Events like festivals could also provide opportunities to meet. Still, I couldn't imagine Aoi-san being particularly close to them. The evening breeze feels nice now that it's cooler. How about we take a little detour before heading home? Turning her back to the convenience store, Aoi-san made the suggestion. It was clear she didn't want to go anywhere near them. Sure, let's do that. We turned at the intersection just before the convenience store, taking a longer route home. Aoi-san quickly returned to her usual self, but the frozen expression she had when she first saw them lingered in the back of my mind. Chapter 4: If People Could Change. Saturday afternoon arrived. Aoi-san and I stood in front of the children's home, waiting for Izumi and Hiyori to arrive. This facility housed children who couldn't live with their parents for various reasons. According to Izumi, there were many such facilities throughout the city and the prefecture. I was shocked to hear that so many children couldn't live with their families. Thinking back, Aoi-san was in a similar situation when I first met her. If circumstances had been different, she might have ended up here as well. The last time I came here, that thought weighed heavily on my mind. It's already been over a year since then. Yeah, time flies, doesn't it? The first time we came here was during the first semester of last year. I accompanied Aoi-san as part of her efforts to improve her reputation. Since then, Aoi-san and Izumi had been visiting regularly. Thanks to that, the teachers' misunderstandings about Aoi-san were cleared up quickly, and even the staff at the facility came to rely on her, as Izumi once told me. So, what's on the agenda for today? Playing with the kids. First, we'll help them with their summer homework, and after that, we'll play with them. Got it. Helping with elementary or middle school homework shouldn't be too challenging. Honestly, it was a relief to have a calmer start before tackling the boundless energy of kids during playtime. Sorry to keep you waiting. Izumi and Hiyori arrived just as I was feeling reassured. Izumi led the way as we entered the facility and headed to the staff room. Good afternoon. Izumi's cheerful greeting echoed through the room as she opened the door. A young female staff member noticed us and came over. Thank you for coming again. Thank you for having us. I heard there's someone new joining us today, she asked, before tilting her head slightly as she looked at me. After a moment of thought, her face lit up with recognition. Oh, you've been here once before, haven't you? Wait. It was about a year ago, right? Yes, I came with these two back then. I thought so. Thank you so much for coming again. The staff member clapped her hands together in delight. You have a great memory. It's been over a year, and I only came once. Well, most of our visitors are women. Male visitors leave a stronger impression. That made sense. I remembered that there were very few men the last time I came here. Even so, it was impressive she remembered me so clearly. This way, please, she said, leading us to the study room. As soon as the door opened, a group of small children swarmed around Izumi and Aoi-san. It's been a while, Everyone, standing a little apart, Hiyori and I watched as the two were greeted like celebrities. It wasn't just surprising, it was overwhelming. For these kids, the older girls who visited occasionally were practically idols. Still, seeing them so popular was something else entirely. All right, let's finish up your homework quickly so we can play together afterward. At Izumi's rallying cry, the kids all shouted, "Okay," in unison and got to work. Izumi and I helped the middle schoolers, while Aoi-san and Hiyori took care of the elementary schoolers. Honestly, I expected some of the kids to complain, saying they didn't want to do homework or that they'd rather play. But to my surprise, everyone was focused and diligently working. When I asked Izumi about it, she explained that the kids were eager to finish their homework so they could enjoy their free time. Apparently, this happened every time they came to help with studying. Some kids had even finished their homework in July and were now studying voluntarily. Hearing that stung a little. I hadn't even finished mine last summer. Maybe I should take a page out of their book this year. Oni-chan, can you help me with this? Of course. Which part? A young boy called out to Aoi-san, and she took a seat next to him, patiently guiding him through his homework. Rather than simply giving him the answers, she engaged him in conversation, helping him arrive at the solutions himself. Watching her, I couldn't help but think she looked like a real teacher. No, she wasn't just like one, she was a teacher to that boy at that moment. A thought crossed my mind, Aoi-san was truly suited for this. It wasn't about teaching academics, it was about communicating with the kids. Oni-chan, I want you to teach me too. As I was lost in thought, a young girl gently tugged at the sleeve of my shirt. Ah, sure. Where are you stuck? I sat beside her and looked at the notes she was holding. I taught her by mimicking how Aoi-san was explaining things to the boy earlier. 2 hours later, after a brief break, the kids finally finished their homework. Honestly, I didn't expect their concentration to last this long, especially the younger ones. It was surprising, but I suppose spending time with Izumi and Aoi-san was that much fun for them. We moved to the recreation room and began playing with the kids. Izumi started a game of tag with the elementary school kids. Hiyori entertained the middle school girls who were around her age. I played soccer and other games with the boys. Aoi-san took care of the kindergartners who had joined during free time. Some staff members, who were free today, joined in as well. After 30 minutes of playing, "Sorry, Oni-san, I need to take a break." This must be the exact situation where the phrase gasping for breath comes into play. There was no way a high schooler like me, who wasn't in any clubs, could keep up with the endless energy of elementary and middle school kids. As I caught my breath, déjà vu hit me. I remembered feeling the same way the last time I came here. Out of breath, I leaned against the wall at the edge of the recreation room, thinking it might be time to start jogging to improve my stamina. "Here, take this." "Oh, thank you." The female staff member I greeted upon arrival handed me some tea. I opened the bottle and quenched my thirst, finally catching my breath. As I looked around the room, "Chem, that girl." I spotted Aoi-san, and at the same time, words slipped out of my mouth. It was because I recognized the little girl playing with her. "Ah, yes, that's right," the staff member suddenly spoke up. "Now I understand why she remembered you." She nodded as if the realization clicked. "That girl met you and Aoi-san the first time you visited. Do you remember asking about her back then? Wait. So she's the same girl from that time?" My faint memories grew clearer. When Aoi-san and I first came here, we met that girl. She was drawing alone in the corner of the recreation room, completely isolated, as if carrying the weight of the world's loneliness on her tiny shoulders. No matter who spoke to her, she wouldn't reply. Her forlorn figure reminded me of the time I first saw Aoi-san in the rain at the park. Back then, Aoi-san had simply stayed beside her, silently offering company. It's truly surprising. I wasn't the only one surprised. To see that girl smiling and playing with her friends like this. The quiet, solitary child from back then was now full of life. It was almost unbelievable. It's all thanks to Aoi-san. Aoi-san? The staff member nodded deeply, gratitude evident in her expression. That girl wouldn't open up to anyone after arriving here. But with Aoi-san, it was different. She trusted her. I recalled how, on our way out back then, that girl had clung to Aoi-san, reluctant to let her leave. Looking back now, perhaps the bond had started forming even then. Even when there were no scheduled volunteer activities, Aoi-san came to visit her personally. That's how she slowly began to open up to other kids, with Aoi-san acting as a bridge. She stayed by her side, never rushing her, patiently matching her pace. Not even we staff could manage that. Hearing this, I was reminded of how Aoi-san and I first met. Back then, I had asked Izumi to help Aoi-san connect with our classmates to clear up her bad reputation. Aoi-san, who was shy and withdrawn, gradually became more sociable, especially after the school festival, to the point where she no longer needed my help. By the time she transferred, she had blended into the class far better than I ever had. The story I just heard felt like a perfect parallel to that. Everyone here is so grateful to Aoi-san. The staff member bowed deeply before excusing herself. Almost immediately after, Izumi approached, holding a drink. What were you talking about with the staff? She must have noticed our interaction. Sitting down beside me, Izumi asked curiously. They were telling me about the girl Aoi-san is with. Oh, her. She's really changed, hasn't she? From her tone, it was clear Izumi understood the situation. That girl changed because she met Aoi-san. Her words suggested a guess, but her tone brimmed with conviction. Why do you think so? For that girl, Aoi-san is like what Akira-kun was for Aoi-san. Me. For Aoi-san? Just like Aoi-san changed after meeting Akira-kun, that girl changed after meeting Aoi-san. Izumi took a sip of her drink before continuing. I used to think people couldn't change. The words could have sounded negative, but Izumi's tone was unusually calm for her. I thought that a person's nature, built over 10 or 20 years, couldn't change so easily. And that staying true to yourself, even if it means not changing, was a kind of pride. I told myself I'd stay the same until the day I died. Unlike Eiji, hearing Izumi speak like this was rare. But I understood her words well. Asamiya Izumi had always stayed true to herself, no matter what. When others ostracized Aoi-san for her bleached hair, Izumi continued talking to her without hesitation. She never wavered or let outside opinions sway her. That unwavering nature was what made Izumi who she was, and what made her so captivating. But seeing Aoi-san and Akira-kun together, I realized people can change. And when they do, it's a beautiful thing. Change doesn't come easily, but if it happens, it's because they meet someone so important that they're willing to change for them. Someone important, her. Meeting someone who can change you is extremely rare. If you do meet such a person, it's fate, and if you end up being with them as lovers, that's more than fate, it's a miracle. More than fate, a miracle, her. The person who can change you could be a friend, a senior, a coworker, or even a boss. Among all the relationships one might have, meeting someone like that is probably rare. As Izumi said, if the person you fall in love with is that someone, then it truly is a miracle. I'm a little envious of Aoi-san and that girl. This was the first time I'd heard Izumi admit to being envious of someone. It must have been her honest feelings. But you don't need to be envious. From my perspective, Izumi herself is someone to be envied. Changing isn't the only thing that's amazing. I think it's also amazing to value staying true to yourself, like you do. At least for me, the charm of Asamiya Izumi, the girl I know, is her unwavering strength to never lose sight of herself, no matter what. Akira-kun. Besides, isn't your meeting with Eiji also fate or even a miracle? Me and Eiji-kun. For a moment, Izumi looked surprised. Then, as if shaking off that thought, she laughed loudly and returned to her usual self. No way. She waved her hand in front of her face, brushing it off with her usual casual demeanor. My relationship with Eiji-kun isn't romantic like that. At the very least, neither of us thinks our meeting was fate. It's a much more grounded relationship. But, Izumi continued, because it wasn't a fateful meeting, it means we have to put in the effort to stay together. Because it's not a miracle, we have to cherish each other, share words and feelings, and never give up on staying together. Hearing her words reminded me of something Eiji always used to say. His words were almost like a motto, and they had guided me for a long time. Essentially, people can't truly understand each other. It's impossible to fully grasp someone's feelings without words. That's why expressing yourself with words is so important. Ah, I see. I think I finally understand what Eiji meant. The way Izumi and Eiji openly express their love is probably their way of putting in the effort to stay together. Because they understand that their relationship isn't fate or a miracle, they choose this as their method to protect what's important to them. It made me realize, once again, how relationships between people can take countless different forms. This feeling of mine is just wishful thinking. The grass always looks greener on the other side, you know. Eiji-kun and I are happy enough, so don't worry. What I want to say is, for that girl, Aoi-san was her fateful person. But for Aoi-san, meeting Akira-kun was both fate and a miracle. Izumi spoke with her usual mischievous smile. Seeing her back to normal, I let out a small sigh of relief. Well, I wonder about that. While I agreed, I still felt a twinge of doubt. Wonder about what? If I was really the catalyst for Aoi-san to change, I'd be happy, but I wonder if meeting Aoi-san changed me in any way. Honestly, I don't feel like I've grown or changed even a millimeter. Since reuniting, I could see how much Aoi-san had changed. But when it came to myself, I honestly had no clue. Well, maybe you've changed by about a millimeter. That's within the margin of error, I muttered, and Izumi laughed as if finding it amusing. Well, it's hard to notice changes in yourself. Standing up, Izumi left those words behind as she walked back to the kids. In the end, I wasn't sure. If she was going to say that, I wished she'd at least give me proper follow-up. Still, I suppose it's true. It's hard to understand yourself. Thinking that, I turned my gaze to Aoi-san. From afar, our eyes met. Noticing me, Aoi-san smiled and spoke to the girl beside her. What's going on? The girl then came running over to me. Oni-chan, will you play with me? She asked, smiling brightly, though a little shyly. I couldn't help but let a smile creep onto my face. Sure, let's play together. The girl took my hand, and we ran over to join Aoi-san and the others. And so, I played with the kids until I was completely exhausted. Section. We left the children's care facility a little after 5 p.m. Since we were parting ways there, I said goodbye to Izumi and Hiyori, returned to the station, and boarded the train. In 3 days, we'd be going on a trip to a glamping facility, so we'd meet again soon. Yet, I still felt a hint of sadness as we parted. Perhaps it was because I was happier about the reunion than I'd realized. Or maybe it was the fleeting beauty of the sunset outside the train window that made me feel this way. Still, the way that girl has changed is amazing. It really is, isn't it? It's surprising. The staff and Izumi both said it's thanks to you, Aoi-san, that she changed. That's not true. I was just there with her. Sometimes, just being there is enough. Aoi-san made a thoughtful expression as if considering my words. If I really was the reason she changed, then it's thanks to you, Akira-kun. Me? Aoi-san smiled nostalgically and gazed at the sunset outside the window. When I was in kindergarten, I didn't have any friends and spent my time alone. But you came and talked to me. I was so shy that I couldn't even speak, yet you stayed by my side. And not just that. Her eyes shimmered, reflecting the colors of the setting sun. You approached me when I didn't know what to do, standing alone in the park in the rain. You were there for me when I was little, when we reunited, and even now. That's why I only did for her what you once did for me. The reason she was able to change is because of her own effort. Hearing Aoi-san's words, I couldn't help but think about it. There was no doubt the girl's efforts were extraordinary. For a young child to decide to join a group on her own likely required far more courage than we adults could imagine, perhaps even enough to evoke fear. Just as a child's home or school feels like their entire world, for her, the children's care facility was her whole world. If things hadn't gone well, she would have faced total isolation. Even so, she found the courage to try, and the reason for that was clear. She was able to do it because you were there for her, Aoi-san. Doing for someone else what was once done for you is far harder than it sounds. That Aoi-san could do it so naturally is one of her truly remarkable qualities. It made me think. Aoi-san, I think you'd be perfect for a job where you can support and empathize with others. What? Aoi-san looked at me in surprise. Like working at a care facility like the one we visited today, being a kindergarten or elementary school teacher, or even as a community counselor. I think there are things only you can do, Aoi-san. Things only I can do. She repeated my words as if savoring their meaning. Do you really think so? I do. I think you're absolutely suited for it. I don't know if I'm suited for it, but if you say so, Akira-kun, I'll consider it. When I answered confidently, Aoi-san smiled and nodded. Actually, right after the first semester started, we had a career counseling session. But I couldn't think of anything at the time, so I handed in my survey blank. I'll vouch for you, though I doubt my recommendation would mean much. No, hearing that from you gives me confidence. After that, we talked about our futures. What kind of things we'd like to do, whether going to university would be a good idea, and so on. It was all still vague, and it wasn't as if Aoi-san's career path was decided, but now that I think about it, this might have been the first time we talked about our futures together. Back then, we were so preoccupied with the present that discussing the future was unimaginable. That's why I'm sure being able to think about the future now is a blessing. As the train gently rocked us, we continued our endless conversation about the future, filling the ride home with dreams and possibilities. Section. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 5. The Beach, Swimsuits, and Glamping, Day 1. 3 days later, Aoi-san and I were waiting at the station for Eiji and the others, as planned. Checking the time on my phone, it was 9:40 a.m. There was still plenty of time before our 10 o'clock meeting. Since the train schedule brought us here early, Aoi-san and I decided to relax at a cafe inside the station while we waited. Sitting at a window-side seat, waiting for everyone, I couldn't help but recall last summer. We had planned to meet up to visit Eiji's family villa, only for Izumi to oversleep and leave us waiting. The thought that it's already been a year made me marvel at how quickly time flies. The ocean's going to be so much fun. Yeah, the weather looks great too. Aoi-san, sipping on her matcha, swayed her shoulders in excitement. Her long hair swayed along with her, making for an endearing sight. You know, this is actually my first time going to the ocean, she said. Ha! Really? I couldn't help but raise my voice in surprise, but on second thought, it wasn't that strange. The prefecture where Aoi-san lives is landlocked and doesn't have any access to the sea. If her family never traveled or if her friends didn't plan outings that involved crossing prefectural borders, it's entirely possible she'd never had the chance. Considering Aoi-san's past, it's easy to imagine why this might be her first opportunity. What about you, Akira-kun? When was the last time you went? The last time? Probably back in 5th grade. Then it's been a while for you, too. Yeah. Back then, my dad was transferred to a prefecture by the sea, so we went to the beach as a family. But after that, we moved to landlocked places, so I never had another chance. That's why I'm really looking forward to this trip. Honestly, I'd been so excited these past few days that I hadn't been able to sleep. If you asked me what I was looking forward to specifically, I'd have a hard time answering. But a few hours from now, I'll know for sure. If I had to say, it's probably the kind of thing any healthy high school guy would be anticipating. Roo. Suddenly, Aoi-san started humming a little tune. Apparently, when she's in an extremely good mood, she has a habit of humming to herself. This wasn't the first time I'd heard her hum, though. Last year, before we left for the graduation trip everyone had planned, she hummed the bear song while packing in the living room. And over the past few days, she's been humming cheerful medleys while preparing meals. If I point it out, she gets embarrassed and stops, so I've secretly been enjoying it. Not to mention, it's just too cute. I tried not to let my inner thoughts show, but seeing her humming even in the slightly noisy cafe meant she must really be looking forward to the trip. That thought sparked a bit of mischief in me. What would Aoi-san do if I joined in? Unable to resist, I waited for the right moment and harmonized with her, Roo. If she looked uncomfortable, I planned to apologize immediately. But surprisingly, she didn't stop humming, even though she looked a little embarrassed. In fact, she seemed to be enjoying it, smiling as she kept humming. The station was noisy enough that no one around could hear, and the nearby tables were empty. Still, if someone caught us, we'd just look like an overly affectionate couple fooling around in public. Just as I started feeling embarrassed. They're here. Really? She stopped humming and looked toward the crowd. Sure enough, there were Izumi and Hiyori with their bags, followed by Eiji walking behind them. Checking the time on my phone, it was 5 minutes before the agreed time. Izumi arriving early? It might actually snow today. Anyone who knows Izumi's struggles with waking up would understand how miraculous this situation is. And as it turns out, we recently discovered the ultimate trick to waking her up. It involves using the scent of her favorite wagashi to lure her awake. During the graduation trip, we had Izumi stay over at my house the night before, anticipating her usual oversleeping. As expected, she didn't wake up, leaving us stumped. Then, I remembered a video I saw of a dog waking up to the smell of food. So, I tried placing a mugwort bun near Izumi's mouth. She sniffed it in her sleep, then woke up immediately, biting into it and chewing as she sat up. It was like watching a dog in a past life. I told Hiyori about this trick, and it seemed to have worked wonders today. Good morning. Izumi greeted us, entering the cafe and hugging Aoi-san with boundless energy. Thanks to the mugwort bun, her blood sugar must have skyrocketed, and she was fully awake and in top form. We've gathered plenty of times, but this is the first time Izumi hasn't overslept. Right. Even I'm surprised. Despite her agreement, she sounded oddly detached, as if even she couldn't believe it. Let's just hope it doesn't rain now that we're heading to the ocean. Ha! The weather forecast said it'd be sunny all 3 days. Yeah, I know. Izumi tilted her head, thinking for a moment, then realized. Ah, Akira, you're being mean. She pouted in frustration. Rain would be fine. But if a hailstorm hits, the glamping tents might get damaged. True. In recent years, unusually large hailstones have been reported, some the size of fists. Arg. Even Hiyori's joining in. You siblings are so mean. Hiyori's sharp remarks might sound harsh, but they were just affectionate teasing, a roundabout way of praising Izumi for waking up on time. Aoi. They're bullying me. Still clinging to Aoi-san, Izumi hugged her tighter, seeking comfort. Aoi-san gently patted her head, soothing her. Alright, enough joking around. Let's get going. With that, we grabbed our bags and left the cafe. To prepare for the long train ride, we stocked up on plenty of drinks and snacks at the station store before boarding the train. Section. We're here. After a 2.5-hour train ride with one transfer along the way, we reached the nearest station a little past 12:30 p.m. The station exit opened onto a wide rotary, bustling with taxis, tour buses, and private cars, likely here to pick up visitors during the tourist season. Though the sea wasn't visible yet, the faint scent of the tide drifting in made it clear it was nearby. Feeling the reality of the trip sinking in, I couldn't help but get excited. Alright, let's go. The glamping site where we'd be staying was about a 30-minute walk along the coast. I adjusted my luggage and was ready to head out when. I know you're excited, but we need to pick up ingredients for dinner first, Eiji said, patting my shoulder and reminding me with a look that the sea wasn't going anywhere. True. We also need to figure out lunch. What's the plan? It was already past noon, and now that it was mentioned, my stomach growled, as if realizing it was empty. For lunch, I was thinking we could eat at one of the beach huts later, Izumi suggested. Yakisoba, grilled squid, sausages, corn on the cob, watermelon, shaved ice. Beside her, Hiyori recited the menu like an incantation. Her usual stoic expression combined with this endless chant was a little unnerving, but it was just her way of showing excitement. Listening intently, Aoi-san's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Reciting food options when we're already hungry feels like mental warfare. Alright, we'll eat lunch at a beach hut later. But first, let's shop for ingredients. I've already looked up a nearby supermarket. I'll lead the way, Eiji offered. As always, you're so prepared. It's reassuring, I said. With that, we left the station and walked for about 10 minutes. The supermarket we arrived at had a name I'd never seen before. Having moved around a lot, I knew well that supermarkets vary greatly by region. Cross a prefectural border, and you'll encounter unfamiliar stores with entirely different product lineups. While drugstores are often national chains, supermarkets seem tied to their local communities. Putting that aside, I wondered what kind of selection this supermarket had. Back when I lived with Aoi-san, I often shopped for groceries as the household cook. Even now, living with my family, walking through a new supermarket still feels exciting. With a shopping basket in hand, we stepped inside with high expectations. Let's split up and look around, Izumi suggested. Tonight's dinner was going to be a barbecue. To save time, we decided to divide and conquer. Izumi and Eiji would handle the meat section, Hiyori would take care of vegetables and dessert, and Aoi-san and I would head to the seafood section. Once done, we'd meet at the entrance. As Aoi-san and I made our way to the seafood section, I started thinking aloud. What kind of fish works best for a barbecue? When I think of barbecues, it's mostly meat, Aoi-san replied. It's not that fish wouldn't work, but for us, with little connection to the sea, it wasn't the first thing that came to mind. When we had a barbecue at Eiji's family villa, it was 90% meat and 10% vegetables. Looking back, it was almost comically carnivorous. Lost in thought, we reached the seafood section and were instantly captivated. Wow! This is amazing. The sight before us left us in awe. Being near a port town, the seafood selection was on another level. The variety was immense, with whole fish packed in trays, alongside the usual fillets. Scallops and turban shells were kept alive in aerated tanks, their freshness evident. In another tank, there were even spiny lobsters, giving the display the feel of a fish market. It was like a mini aquarium, and Aoi-san's eyes sparkled with delight as she looked around. Scallops and turban shells might be better suited for a barbecue than fish, I suggested. Yeah, I've seen those in barbecue specials on TV, Aoi-san agreed. Shellfish require minimal prep and simple seasoning, making them an ideal choice. We decided to pick some from the available selection for our group. Anything else? We exchanged a glance, both seemingly thinking the same thing. Spiny lobster. We whispered in unison, our eyes falling on the lobsters in the tank. Each was about 20 centimeters long. Neither too big nor too small, a perfect size. Its long antennae and vibrant coloring made it stand out. Aoi-san, have you ever had spiny lobster? Nope. Have you? Me neither. Just imagining it being grilled made my mouth water. Split in half and cooked with butter or mayonnaise, it would undoubtedly be delicious. If simplicity was key, salt and pepper would bring out its natural flavor, with a touch of sudachi for a refreshing twist. Even a miso glaze could work for a Japanese-style dish. The thought alone made my stomach rumble. I want it, but there's one problem. Yeah, the price. Each lobster cost 2,000 yen. Calculating for 5 people, we'd need 3, making it 6,000 yen just for the lobster. Add scallops, turban shells, and seasonings, and the total would approach 10,000 yen. For high schoolers, it wasn't cheap. But let's do it. Really? Aoi-san's face lit up with a radiant smile. It's not cheap, but I'm staying at your place, so I'm not spending on accommodation. I'd set aside money for that, but since I don't need it, I think it's worth splurging for a memorable experience with everyone. But you spent money just to come visit me. I'll cover half. No, let me handle it. Aoi-san hesitated for a moment, then, understanding how I felt, nodded. Okay. I'll take you up on that. Thank you. Excited, we asked the staff for the shellfish and lobsters. They packed the live lobsters in a styrofoam box with wood shavings to keep them fresh. Now, even as we carried the box, the lobsters were moving around inside, which was slightly unnerving but a sign of how fresh they were. Afterward, we moved to the seasoning aisle to pick out what we'd need for the barbecue. If we were going through the trouble, we wanted to make sure it was delicious. Since these were ingredients we rarely got to eat, failure wasn't an option. After tossing around ideas and picking out a little extra just to be safe, we finally finished paying. When we arrived at the meeting point near the entrance, everyone else had already wrapped up their shopping. You two were so slow. Wait, what's that box? Izumi was the first to fixate on the styrofoam box. Carrying something that large, it was only natural she'd ask. It's a surprise for the barbecue. You can look forward to it, I replied. Everyone was curious about the contents, but I didn't say a word. I wanted to keep it a secret to surprise them later. Everyone's here, so let's get going. And with that, we finished our shopping and set out for the glamping site. After leaving the supermarket and walking for a bit, the vast ocean suddenly stretched out before us. Wow! To my surprise, it was Aoi-san who let out the first exclamation. The blue sea and the cloudless sky stretched endlessly, meeting at an infinite horizon. The sheer expanse of the ocean, its blue hues deepening toward the distance, was captivating. The surface sparkled like stars as it reflected the sunlight. The breeze brushed our cheeks, carrying the strong scent of the sea, while the sound of waves rolling in created a natural melody. Before we knew it, everyone had stopped in their tracks, holding their breath at the sight. The ocean is so vast, Aoi-san murmured, holding down her long hair as it swayed in the sea breeze. It's too vast to describe with just the word big. Yeah. I can't even think of the right words to say. Aoi-san placed a hand over her chest and took a deep breath. This must be what people mean when they say they're at a loss for words. I get why you'd want to keep staring, but we should get moving. True. If we dawdle, the food might spoil. Following Eiji, who navigated with his smartphone, we soon came across a beach. Even though it was a weekday, it was the height of summer vacation, and the beach was packed. From afar, we could see it was teeming with people, and colorful beach umbrellas covered the sandy shore. Further out, people were surfing and bodyboarding. There are so many people here. The sight reminded me of the massive pool we'd visited last summer. The beach was crowded, but it wasn't nearly as claustrophobic as that pool, where people were crammed into a limited space. The glamping site is near here, right? It's just past this beach. About 10 more minutes to go. Although I felt like jumping into the sea immediately, I resisted the urge and kept walking. Passing beachgoers enjoying themselves, we continued along the coast and through the wide beach. After a 20-minute walk from the supermarket, unfamiliar structures came into view. We're here. So this is it. In front of us was a dome-shaped white tent, resembling a halved soccer ball. Perched on a spacious wooden deck, the tent had a transparent, vinyl-like wall facing the ocean, offering a spectacular view even from inside. Nearby, there was a small cabin-like building that housed a kitchen, dining space, shower rooms, and restrooms, as described on the website. There were about 10 identical setups spread across the property. This is so exciting. I feel excited too, Hiyori replied flatly, in stark contrast to Izumi's exuberance. Hiyori's reactions were always subdued, but the slight curl of her lips and the way her shoulders twitched made it clear she was quietly thrilled. Next to them, Aoi-san clasped her hands together as if in prayer. She seemed almost overly moved by the sight. Let's check in first. Yeah. This way. We headed to the management building in the center of the property. The 3 girls waited at the entrance while Eiji and I went inside. While Eiji, the one who'd made the reservation, handled the check-in, I browsed the pamphlets at the counter. Apparently, the site also had private hot springs and individual saunas available by reservation. The best part of glamping was that everything was provided, allowing visitors to come empty-handed. It truly lived up to the phrase, "Want for nothing." Sorry to keep you waiting. We can borrow barbecue tools from the shed next door. Let's drop off our luggage at the tent first, then come back for them. Good idea. Let's head to our tent. Leaving the management building, we walked to the tent furthest out on the property. As soon as we opened the door and stepped inside, whoa! It's so spacious. The interior felt even larger than it had looked from the outside, likely thanks to the high ceiling. Inside were 2 double beds and an additional single bed. There was also a large TV, a compact fridge, and the air conditioning was already running, making it pleasantly cool. It felt less like a tent and more like a luxurious living room. The ocean view right in front of us was breathtaking, and I could only imagine how beautiful the stars would look at night. This is amazing. So spacious. So clean. Izumi ran in excitedly, still holding her bag. She placed it beside a bed and immediately dove onto it with Hiyori. Hey, this might be a bit early, but… What is it? Izumi patted the bed and continued. Why don't we decide now who's sharing beds with whom? Good point. We'll have to decide sooner or later. Still, what would be the best arrangement? As mentioned earlier, there were 2 double beds and 1 single bed. Izumi and Eiji, being a couple, would naturally share 1 bed. That left Aoi-san and me to share the other, while Hiyori would take the single bed. But sleeping next to Aoi-san in front of my friends and sister felt awkward. We'd shared a bed before, so it wasn't entirely new, but doing it in front of everyone was a different story. What? Lost in thought, I noticed Izumi giving me a teasing look. Let's just say, it's not going to be the pairing you're imagining. She patted my shoulder in mock sympathy, grinning mischievously. I'm not imagining anything indecent, not even a little. Nobody said anything about indecent thoughts, though. Ugh. Izumi mercilessly burst the bubble of assumptions I wasn't even making. That's practically entrapment, isn't it? You should try to imagine how your little sister feels, seeing her brother acting so shameless. Ugh. Hiyori's comment hit harder than I'd like to admit. Sorry about that. Next to me, Aoi-san gave an awkward, apologetic smile, clearly unsure how to react. I'll take the simple bed, Eiji said as he stored the groceries in the refrigerator. Akira, you can share a bed with Hiyori, and Izumi can share with Aoi-san. That was probably the most logical arrangement. Since the bed pairings were bound to involve mixed genders, it made sense for siblings like Hiyori and me to share 1 bed while Aoi-san and Izumi, as girls, shared the other. Still, it felt slightly awkward to share a bed with Hiyori. It hadn't happened since we were kids. As for the possibility of Eiji and me sharing a bed, let's just say that wasn't an option. Thanks, and sorry for taking the simple bed, I said. Don't worry about it, Eiji replied, standing up after putting away the groceries. Alright, once we've unpacked, let's get changed and head to the beach. Yeah, I'm starving at this point. With that, we began getting ready to hit the beach. The girls changed in the tent, while Eiji and I used the outdoor sanitary room. Being guys, we were quick to change and ended up waiting on the wooden deck, sitting in chairs and gazing at the ocean. From the tent, we could occasionally hear the cheerful voices of the girls. Hearing their excited chatter put me in a good mood too. Honestly, I'd been waiting for this day for so long. It had been a year since I first saw Aoi-san in a swimsuit at the massive pool. The memory was so vivid it felt like it was burned into the back of my eyelids. Not that I needed to rely on memory. I had plenty of photos saved on my phone. Last year, she'd worn a flared bikini with a colorful floral pattern on a white base. The bright colors weren't overly flashy, and though the fabric area was minimal, it exuded purity rather than anything suggestive. She was the epitome of the black-haired, pure beauty archetype in that swimsuit. This year, I couldn't help but wonder what kind of swimsuit she'd wear. As my thoughts wandered, my anticipation building. Thanks for waiting, you two. I spun around at Izumi's voice before I even registered it fully. And then my heart skipped a beat. Sorry we took so long, Aoi-san said, standing there with a white hoodie in hand, now changed into her swimsuit. It was a simple halter-neck bikini in a vibrant shade of sky blue, brighter than the clear sky above. Unlike last year's frilly, flared bikini, this one had a bold design that accentuated her cleavage. The daring design wasn't limited to the front. The straps tied behind her neck left her back almost entirely bare. From the front and the back, it was a swimsuit that was visually rewarding in every way. Would it be weird to ask her to turn around? The bikini bottom had strings on both sides. Did those come undone if pulled? That eternal mystery of adolescence was intriguing, yet if true, the thought of such low defense in front of lecherous guys at the beach was worrying. I wanted to test it beforehand, just to be safe. And yes, I'm aware of the irony in being one of those guys with ulterior motives. By the way, the strings don't come undone, no matter how hard you pull, Izumi said. I wasn't curious at all. Izumi, not some random expert, ended up answering my unasked question. Apparently, I'd been staring too much, and it showed. Relieved yet slightly disappointed, I raised my head, conflicted. Aoi-san's cheeks turned a deep red as she averted her gaze, using her hoodie to cover herself. Why is it that a girl's embarrassed expression can be so utterly captivating? Oh my. What now? Izumi sidled up to me with a teasing grin. Akira, isn't your nose stretching even further than last year? It's not stretching at all. Last year was 2 millimeters, and this year is also 2 millimeters. Same as before. I reflexively defended myself, but if it's 2 millimeters this year as well, Izumi wasn't wrong to say more than before. Incidentally, the swimsuit Izumi was wearing was a pale orange bikini reminiscent of a sunset. With lace-up detailing on the front and both sides of the bottom, the design was undeniably provocative, drawing attention to the gaps at her chest. Yet, when Izumi wore it, it somehow exuded a sense of healthiness rather than anything suggestive. I'd thought the same thing last year when she wore that yellow off-shoulder swimsuit. Bold colors or revealing designs might come across as risque on others, but on Izumi, with her bright and carefree personality, they suited her as the image of a healthy, cheerful beauty. Still, staring too long at my best friend's girlfriend in a swimsuit felt a little inappropriate. To avoid getting caught in Izumi's cleavage trap, I redirected my gaze to Aoi-san's. Describe the complex feelings of a little sister watching her brother ogle girls. Why does that sound like a test question? Hiyori's icy gaze pierced through me. Hiyori, meanwhile, was wearing a lavender floral tankini with a skirted bottom. The top resembled a camisole, meaning it was far less revealing compared to Aoi-san and Izumi's swimsuits. Yet the soft lavender color and floral pattern perfectly complemented Hiyori's cool demeanor, making it a great fit. Still, seeing my sister in a swimsuit felt complicated. Now then, Akira, don't you have something to say to Aoi-san? As if it were only natural, Izumi passed the spotlight to me, demanding my opinion. This had become a half-regular tradition, a mortifying one at that. It suits you really well. It feels like your signature color. Thank you. I'm happy to hear that. Aoi-san blushed bright red but managed a smile. Your swimsuit last year was great too, but this year's feels a bit bolder, doesn't it? That's because Izumi-san suggested it. What? Hearing that familiar phrase, a bad feeling crept over me. She said swimsuits should get bolder every year. The moment Aoi-san said that, I turned my glare to Izumi. Izumi immediately averted her gaze, pretending to look somewhere else, clearly avoiding eye contact. Of course. This was yet another one of Izumi's infamous antics. Izumi often took advantage of Aoi-san's pure and trusting nature, filling her head with all kinds of nonsense to orchestrate these embarrassing situations. Last year at the pool, it was, high schoolers have to wear bikinis. At Age's villa, it was, the best way to bond is by bathing together, which led to Aoi-san barging into the bathroom while I was still in the tub. And now, your swimsuit needs to be bolder than the previous year. As much as I enjoyed all of these outcomes, and I truly appreciated them, I couldn't help but wonder, if this pattern continued, wouldn't her swimsuit eventually disappear altogether? A concerning, or perhaps hopeful, thought for a few years down the line. Are we done yet? Lost in my ridiculous musings, I realized I'd been staring at Aoi-san's swimsuit the entire time. Her voice, tinged with embarrassment and on the verge of breaking, brought me back to reality. Ah, yeah. Thank you. Wait, no, I'm sorry. No, it's fine. You're welcome, she replied, putting on the hoodie she'd been holding to cover herself. As she did, I felt a slight pang of disappointment. But there was no need to rush, there'd be plenty of time. Looks like everyone's ready. Let's head to the beach, I said. Yeah. Let's grab some lunch at a beach hut first, Izumi chimed in. With Izumi leading the way, we left the glamping site. Knowing there'd be plenty more swimsuit time ahead, my steps quickened slightly without me even realizing it. Section. And so, after retracing our steps along the coastal path for just over 10 minutes, we arrived back at the beach. The place was even more crowded with swimmers than earlier. Checking my phone, I saw that it was almost 2 p.m. Between shopping for food and checking in at the glamping site, time had flown by. Fortunately, since lunch hour had passed, the beach huts were relatively empty. We entered a nearby beach hut and sat around a table, browsing the menu together. Aoi-san, what are you thinking of getting? I'm not sure. There are so many choices. The menu featured all the dishes Hiyori had practically chanted on the way here. Yakisoba, grilled squid, sausages, grilled corn, chilled noodles, and more. There were also plenty of desserts, including shaved ice and ice cream, classic beach hut offerings. Excuse me, we're ready to order. Izumi called out to a nearby waitress. Wait, Izumi, hold on a second. Not everyone had decided what they wanted yet. Just as I was about to say this, we'll take everything on the menu. Wait, what? What the hell is she saying? Thank you for your order. While I was still processing the absurdity, the waitress happily accepted the massive order and hurried to the kitchen. There, she informed what seemed to be the manager about the order, and the entire staff erupted in excitement. Judging by their festival-like enthusiasm, cancelling now seemed impossible. Everything on the menu? Isn't that a bit much? Just thinking about it made my stomach feel heavy. It's fine. We'll be sharing among 5 people, so it won't be too much for anyone, Izumi said nonchalantly. She had a point. Or did she? Even divided among 5, it still sounded like a lot. Then I remembered Izumi's seemingly bottomless appetite. Last summer's barbecue, the strawberry picking trip during our graduation trip, time and time again, Izumi, Aoi-san, and Hiyori had devoured quantities of food that seemed impossible. And sure enough, I was the only one fazed by the order. In fact, Aoi-san seemed thrilled, her eyes sparkling as she said, I'm happy I get to try so many things. Her excitement about her first beach hut experience was palpable, her ponytail swaying as she moved. Seriously, I was once again reminded of the terrifying power of a food-loving girl's stomach. Here's your order. 3 waitstaff began bringing dish after dish to the table. Whoa. The sight was nothing short of overwhelming. The table couldn't hold everything, so the staff hurriedly pushed another table over to connect it. The 2 tables were completely covered with food, leaving me speechless. Aoi, let's portion these out together. Yeah, leave it to me. I'll help too. The 3 girls worked together to divide the dishes onto small plates. Let's eat, they said in unison, clasping their hands together before digging in enthusiastically. Shall we start too? Eiji asked. Yeah, might as well, I replied. Though honestly, just looking at the food was enough to make me feel full. As long as everyone was happy, I didn't mind. Or so I thought. But my concerns about leftovers proved unnecessary. The girls polished off everything, leaving no trace behind. When they went back for seconds on shaved ice, though, I couldn't believe my eyes. Got everything we need. Yeah. If we're missing anything, we can always come back for more. After finishing lunch at the beach hut, Eiji and I went to a rental shop. We rented a beach umbrella, beach chairs, a leisure sheet, and even an inflatable ring. To my surprise, they also had coolers for keeping drinks cold, so we rented one of those too. Given the long train ride, we had planned to rely entirely on rentals instead of bringing our own gear. With all these options available, you could practically show up with just your wallet. As I filled an inflatable dolphin ring, Hiyori's request, using the compressor beside the shop, I reflected on how convenient things had become. Alright, let's head back. Once the ring was fully inflated and sealed, I tucked it under my arm and stood up. Leaving the shop, I scanned the crowded beach and soon spotted the girls waving at us, all jumping up and down together. Over here. This way. Their enthusiastic waving came with unintentional summer bouncing events that drew my eyes like a magnet. Trailing slightly behind Eiji, who skillfully maneuvered through the crowd, I took my time walking. Let's keep that detail just between us, shall we? Looks like you found a good spot, Eiji said. Yeah, someone was leaving, so they let us have it, Hiyori replied. I handed the dolphin ring to Hiyori and exchanged a few words with Aoi-san. It was a great location, close to both the water and the restrooms, and easy to find. With the spot secured, we all got to work setting up our base. Aoi-san and I assembled the beach umbrella, Eiji and Izumi set up the leisure sheet in chairs, and Hiyori fetched drinks to stock the cooler. In no time, everything was ready. Alright, let's hit the water. Yeah. The girls took off their hoodies, revealing their swimsuits underneath. For a moment, my eyes were involuntarily drawn to Aoi-san's back. The open back of her halter-neck bikini was flawless, smooth, porcelain white skin without a single blemish. The sight was so breathtakingly beautiful it felt almost sacred, scattering any inappropriate thoughts I might have had. It was a masterpiece, a collaboration of her elegant back and graceful nape, a summer moment to be cherished. Life was good. Sorry to interrupt your admiring, Akira. I have no idea what you're talking about. Though my gaze had clearly given me away, I tried to play dumb. Someone needs to stay and watch our stuff. Let's take turns, okay? You and I will alternate. Got it. I'll take the first shift. You go ahead. Alright, everyone, let's go, Izumi shouted, leading Aoi-san and Hiyori toward the water. Thanks. I'll take you up on that, I said to Eiji before following the girls. The three were already having fun at the water's edge, laughing and splashing around. Hiyori, clutching the dolphin ring, was the first to step into the water, followed by Izumi, who promptly got splashed. Izumi retaliated, and Aoi-san got caught in the crossfire, leaving all three soaking wet as they played. They're incredible. Watching three high school girls playing so freely, not worrying about makeup or appearances, was oddly moving. It was the epitome of youth, the kind of carefree summer memory you'd cherish forever. As I watched, I noticed multiple sets of eyes lingering on the girls. It wasn't surprising, they were beautiful. Aoi-san was a stunningly pure beauty, Izumi was a lively and healthy-looking charmer, and even Hiyori, though I hadn't thought of her that way as her brother, had a cool and elegant look that suited her age. Seeing them objectively, it made sense why they drew so much attention. If I weren't part of their group, I'd probably want to approach them too. Not that I'd have the guts to. Akira, come join us, Aoi-san called out, dripping wet and smiling. Alright, I'm coming. Ignoring the dejected looks of some nearby guys who'd realized I was with them, I headed toward the group. As I got closer, Aoi-san suddenly ducked behind me, trying to shield herself from Izumi's relentless splashing. Take this, Izumi shouted. Gah. In the end, I took the full brunt of the water meant for Aoi-san. Caught off guard, I ended up with a mouthful of salty seawater. Take that. And that. Hiyori joined in, and now both of them were mercilessly drenching me. Unlike when they were splashing each other, there was no restraint or mercy here. Wait, hold on. I could barely breathe as they kept going, my pleas for a break falling on deaf ears. Aoi-san, let's run. Okay. Grabbing Aoi-san's hand, I started to lead her away when, look out. Hiyori's unusually loud warning caught my attention. Turning to look, I saw a man who'd been playing nearby stumbling backward toward us. With no time to dodge and my footing unsteady in the water, I instinctively pulled Aoi close and shielded her. Ooh! The man bumped into me, and the impact knocked us both over. I lost my balance and fell into the water, still holding Aoi-san in my arms. Aoi-san, are you okay? I ignored my own discomfort and immediately checked on her. But she didn't respond, her face buried in my chest. Could she have been hurt so badly she couldn't even speak? Are you hurt anywhere, huh? As I looked closer, I noticed her ears turning bright red. Still holding her with one arm, I sat up slightly to get a better look. Aoi's face was completely flushed, her expression a mix of embarrassment and something indescribable. My body's fine, but Aoi-san's tone seemed to imply that everything else wasn't quite okay. As I noticed the concerned stares from those around us, some amused, others envious, especially from the men, it finally hit me. I was holding Aoi-san in my arms. She was in her swimsuit, practically bare, and I was embracing her tightly. I had acted on instinct, shielding her from the fall with the intensity of an action hero protecting the heroine from an explosion. My grip was firm, almost too much so. And because of that, I was keenly aware of the indescribable softness pressed against my chest. Sorry. I quickly let go of her, my hands awkwardly flailing in the air with nowhere to go. No, it's me who should apologize. And thank you, Aoi-san replied, her cheeks bright red as she shyly avoided my gaze. It wasn't the first time I'd held her, but it was the first time we'd been this close, with our skin actually touching. As I realized it, the memory of her warm, sun-kissed skin and its soft texture came rushing back. What should I do? I was relieved that she was safe, but a part of me wanted to stay like this forever. Or better yet, take advantage of the moment to hug her again. Are you two okay? Izumi's voice jolted me out of my thoughts, dispersing them like a gust of wind. Though she sounded concerned, her words were a little too monotone, and her timing slightly off, as if she'd deliberately waited a moment longer than necessary before approaching. Also, why was Hiyori holding her waterproof phone and pointing it at us? Aoi, here, let me help you up, Izumi said, offering her hand. Thank you, Aoi-san replied as she stood. Are you hurt anywhere? Izumi asked. No, thanks to Akira, Aoi-san said with a small smile. Good. How about you, Akira? I stood up, brushing off seawater and sand as I checked myself over. I'm fine, no injuries. The impact had been pretty strong, but the water and sand must have cushioned the fall. Sorry about that. I guess we got a little too carried away. With so many people here, it's bound to happen. Let's just be careful and avoid getting hurt. Yeah, you're right. With that, we got back to enjoying the beach. We spent the rest of the time making sure to stay mindful of our surroundings while fully immersing ourselves in the fun. Hiyori floated on her dolphin ring, swaying gently with the waves. Izumi, unable to resist, climbed on behind her. Then we decided to see if all three of them could fit, including Aoi. Predictably, the ring capsized under the weight, sending everyone tumbling into the sea. Emerging from the water, the three girls wiped their dripping faces and laughed uncontrollably, their mood so high that everything became hilariously entertaining. After half an hour of keeping up with their boundless energy, I finally gave in. Izumi, I'm going to rest for a bit. Sure. Call Eiji to take your place, will you? That's the plan. I left the girls to their antics and headed back to our beach umbrella. With the sheer number of umbrellas dotting the beach, it was hard to spot ours. Thankfully, Eiji noticed me first, waving from a distance. Thanks for making it easy to find you, I said. It's not easy with this crowd, right? But with time, it'll only thin out from here. The day trippers should start packing up soon. Checking my phone, I saw it was almost 4 p.m. I'm going to take a break. You should go join the others. Thanks. I'll leave the stuff to you. Got it. After sending Eiji off, I sat under the umbrella and grabbed a soda from the cooler. Twisting the cap open, I took a long sip, letting the carbonation quench my thirst. Finally, a moment to breathe. Guess I'll just watch the girls from a distance for a while. I glanced toward the shoreline, where Izumi, Hiyori, and Aoi-san had been playing. Ha! Aoi-san wasn't with them. Maybe she'd gone to the restroom? I looked around, searching for her. Akira, mind if I join you? Her voice startled me. Turning around, I saw Aoi-san standing right beside me. I saw you heading back and decided to follow you, she said with a small smile. I just wanted to take a break, I explained. As I spoke, she sat down in the chair next to me. I grabbed another drink from the cooler and handed it to her. So, what do you think of the beach? I asked. It's amazing. I'm having so much fun. Her immediate and straightforward response was accompanied by a radiant smile. It wasn't detailed or elaborate, but that simplicity made it all the more genuine. People often lose their words when overwhelmed by something truly awe-inspiring, delicious, or moving. Right now, Aoi-san was exactly like that. The blue sea, the bright sun, the salty air, the cool water, the feeling of the sand underfoot. Everything's so new and fresh. If I'd known the beach was this fun, I'd have come here much sooner. If I'd known sooner. The wistful note in her voice hinted at deeper, more complicated emotions. Given her past and her family's circumstances, it was easy to imagine how she might have longed to come but couldn't. But that longing also meant she was truly enjoying herself now. The words came out before I realized it. Let's come again next year. Ha! Aoi-san looked at me, drink in hand, clearly surprised. Not just next year. The year after, and the year after that. Even if it's just the two of us, we can come. And not just in summer, winter beaches have their own charm, too. Akira. Whatever you want to do, I'll be there. I'll make sure we do it all. This wasn't just about coming to the beach. Last summer, we'd promised to go to a summer festival again, and this year we'd made it happen. From now on, anything Aoi-san wanted to do, I wanted her to be able to experience it all. If you say things like that, I might get carried away and make all sorts of selfish demands. Then I'll go along with every single one of them. Alright, then. As we sat there resting, Aoi-san began listing all the things she wanted to do. Her cheeks, perhaps from the summer sun, were tinged with a faint, rosy red. They say time flies when you're having fun, but I've never felt the truth of those words more than I did today. Before we knew it, we were so caught up in the fun that the sun began to dip in the sky. When I checked the time, it was already 6 p.m. With only about 40 minutes until sunset, we reluctantly began packing up to head home. I'll return the rental gear. I'll help. I don't think you can carry it all by yourself. Thanks. Eiji, can I count on you guys to handle the trash and organize the rest of the stuff? Got it. The three of us will take care of it. Alright, Aoi-san, let's go. Okay. Leaving the others to their tasks, Aoi-san and I gathered the rental equipment. I slung the cooler over my shoulder and grabbed the beach parasol, while Aoi-san carried the beach chairs. We headed to the rental shop, but along the way, Aoi-san suddenly stopped. What's wrong? We forgot the beach mat. Oh, right, we did. I'll go back and grab it. Leave the chairs here. I'll go back and handle the round trip to the rental shop. Okay. Thanks. Aoi-san placed the chairs down and headed back toward the others. I watched her go, then returned the cooler and parasol before circling back to pick up the beach chairs and return them as well. But even after waiting for a while, Aoi-san didn't come back. Did something happen? Worried, I decided to go and check. Aoi-san? On my way, I spotted Aoi-san being approached by two men. Where are you from? Why don't you hang out with us? I didn't need to ask what was happening. One look was enough to understand. I was about to step in, but her words stopped me in my tracks. Sorry, I can't. I have friends waiting for me. Aoi-san firmly turned down their advances. She bowed politely, and for a moment, I was so surprised I couldn't speak. Are your friends girls too? If so, they can come hang out with us. Rather than give up, the men made an overly optimistic assumption. Even so, Aoi-san continued to politely but decisively decline their invitations. Watching her, I was reminded of last summer's festival. Back then, when she was approached by strangers, Aoi-san had been so terrified that she couldn't refuse or even run away. The thought of what could have happened if I hadn't shown up still makes me uneasy. But the Aoi-san standing before me now was different. She was clearly and resolutely saying no. The contrast was so stark. It was as if she were a different person entirely. Wait, what am I doing just standing here? Snapping out of my thoughts, I rushed over to Aoi-san, stepping between her and the men to shield her. Hey, guys, I think you should back off. Ha! Who the hell are you? Akira-kun. The men immediately directed their hostility toward me. Last year's festival taught me one thing about guys like this. They're usually irritated when things don't go their way and are prone to acting out if you try to handle things peacefully. So the best approach is to hit them where it hurts. I'm with her. And I'm telling you again, back off. Why the hell should we listen to you? She's a minor. At that, their expressions visibly stiffened. You two are adults, right? I mean, there's nothing technically illegal about talking to minors, but socially and legally, it's not a great look, is it? They fell silent. These days, even well-meaning interactions with kids can raise suspicions and involve the police. Doing something reckless despite knowing she's underage could cause trouble for your families or jobs, right? TCH. Let's go. Clicking their tongues in irritation, the two men glared at me before walking away. They might have been carefree guys who came to the beach for fun, but at least they had some sense. I guess I can understand, even as a guy, the temptation to approach a cute girl sitting alone. But if you're going to flirt, stick to adults who can handle it. Are you okay, Aoi-san? I turned to her, concerned. Yeah. Thanks for helping me. She smiled, calm and composed as she thanked me. Her reaction was completely different from the scared and shaken Aoi-san I remembered from before. Sorry for causing trouble. I told them I had friends waiting, but they didn't believe me. You don't need to apologize. I'm just glad you're okay. Relieved, I realized again how much Aoi-san had changed. Maybe it was because she knew there were people around, or maybe she trusted me to come if something happened. Either way, I couldn't hide my surprise at how different she was. Let's go return the beach mat. Yeah, let's do that. Smiling as if nothing had happened, Aoi-san's demeanor seemed to reflect yet another step in her growth. After returning everything, we went back to where Eiji and the others were and continued packing up. Once we made sure nothing had been left behind, we left the beach. By then, the sun had already set. It's beautiful. On the way back, as we walked along the coast, Izumi, who was usually bursting with energy, muttered softly in an uncharacteristically calm voice. The scenery before us had transformed from the lively chaos of the day into something serene, accompanied only by the sound of waves echoing around us. The vast ocean deepened in color, blurring the line between the horizon and the sky. The sky shifted from a deep indigo to shades of orange, creating a breathtaking gradient only nature could produce. It was that fleeting moment after sunset but before the full embrace of nighttime darkness, a fantastical scene that could only be witnessed under perfect weather. It's amazing. Aoi-san, too, was captivated by the view, her voice full of awe. They call this the magic hour, I said, gazing at the horizon. Magic hour? Aoi-san tilted her head, her curiosity piqued. It's the time about 15 minutes after sunset, when the sky's colors change the most. It's a mysterious moment when the light feels like it belongs to neither day nor night, wrapping everything in an otherworldly glow. I see. Aoi-san pulled out her phone and took a picture. Peeking at the screen, I saw the scene beautifully captured, just as it appeared before us. Just getting to see this view made the trip to the beach worth it. Yeah, I feel the same way. None of us moved from that spot until the magic hour had ended. Even after it grew dark, we stayed a while longer, soaking in the afterglow of the moment and continuing to admire the scenery. I thought to myself, I would never forget the view we saw today for as long as I lived. Section. When we returned to the glamping facility, we immediately started preparing dinner. I thought about taking a shower and changing clothes first, but since we'd be barbecuing and the smoke would cling to our clothes anyway, I decided to stay in my swimsuit and a hoodie while getting ready. You might think it'd feel gross staying in a swimsuit after sweating and swimming, but there was no need to worry. We had used the free shower facilities on the beach to rinse off, and in the summer heat, my swimsuit was already dry. Far from uncomfortable, it was actually cool and refreshing. And let's be real, any extra time spent appreciating Aoi-san in her swimsuit was a win in my book. Alright, let's get started. We set up the barbecue grill next to the table on the wooden deck. All that was left was to prep the ingredients we'd bought. We'll handle the ingredients we picked out earlier, right? Yap. Eiji and I are on meat duty. Izumi chimed in cheerfully. Hiyori, can you take care of chopping the vegetables? Leave it to me. Aoi-san and I were in charge of the seafood, so we each got to work. Since the table outside didn't have enough space for everyone to prep at once, Aoi-san and I moved to the kitchen area in the sanitization room. Of course, lack of space wasn't the only reason. I had a little surprise planned. I wanted to unveil the spiny lobsters later and watch everyone's reaction. Shall we begin? I asked. Yeah. We started by pulling the scallops and turban shells from their box and lining them up in the sink. Ideally, we would scrub their shells clean with a sponge, soak them in salt water overnight, and let them expel sand. But with no time for that, we opted to open the shells and rinse them under running water instead. Aoi-san handled washing the shells while I pried them open with a knife. Standing side by side in the kitchen, we began with the scallops. I slid the knife into the shell's hinge to sever one of the adductor muscles, making it easy to pry the shell open. Keeping one shell half attached, I rinsed away any remaining sand under running water, essential to avoid an unpleasant crunch while eating. Lastly, I removed the bitter internal organs, leaving the edible parts clean and ready. "Akira, how should we season the scallops?" Aoi-san asked as I finished the last one. I figured butter and soy sauce would be perfect, so I picked up some butter earlier. "That sounds delicious. I'll cut the butter, then." Aoi-san quickly sliced the butter and placed it on top of the scallops. The soy sauce would be added during grilling. Once we finished the scallops, we moved on to the turban shells. Using a knife, I swiftly cut through the hinge to separate the head. This needed to be done in one quick motion. Hesitating would cause the shells to clamp shut, making it harder to open. After pulling out the meat, I removed the inedible parts and chopped the edible portions into smaller pieces for easy eating. "How about the seasoning for these?" I asked Aoi-san. "The scallops are buttery, so how about we keep these light with ponzu sauce?" "That's a good idea. It'll balance the flavors. Maybe we could sprinkle some mizuna on top, too?" Hiyori bought some earlier. "Perfect. Let's do that." Impressed by Aoi-san's suggestion, I realized how much she'd grown in her cooking skills. After grabbing the mizuna from Hiyori, I prepped it so we could sprinkle it over the shells with ponzu after grilling. All that's left is the main dish. Yeah, the main dish. Feeling a bit tense, I placed the box with the spiny lobsters on the table. Slowly, I opened the lid to reveal 3 lively and incredibly fresh lobsters. Preparing them was straightforward, dispatching them humanely, cutting them in half, and removing the digestive tract. Though handling live lobsters felt a bit daunting, there was no avoiding it. I laid one lobster on the cutting board and, with gratitude for the life I was about to take, quickly dispatched it before splitting it cleanly in half. Whoa! Both Aoi-san and I couldn't help but marvel at the sight. The translucent, springy flesh and rich tamale revealed by the cut were enough to make anyone's mouth water. Though I was tempted to eat it as sashimi, I reminded myself this was a barbecue. I carefully removed the digestive tract from the tail, something many might overlook, but it's important to ensure no sand remains. Fun fact, spiny lobster blood is almost entirely transparent, something not many people know. With all the prep done, we loaded the ingredients onto trays and headed back to the wooden deck, where the others were already waiting. "We're all set here. Let's get started." "Wait, huh?" Izumi, holding a pair of tongs, froze mid-sentence when she spotted what I placed on the table. "What is this?" "Lobster. Really big lobster," Hiyori replied, peering closer. Izumi and Hiyori leaned in, practically glued to the table as they ogled the spiny lobsters. "I can't believe you went and got spiny lobster," Eiji said, clearly impressed. "Spiny lobster?" Hearing the name, Izumi and Hiyori's eyes sparkled with excitement. It wasn't cheap, so I hesitated, but since we're at the beach, I decided to splurge. There's not enough for everyone to have their own, so be sure to share it nicely. With the mood set and Izumi's enthusiasm leading the charge, we started the barbecue. We got the ingredients grilling right away, but... Hey, wait a second. Pchem, what's wrong? What's wrong? Well, by the time I noticed, everyone except me had taken a seat. I had a bad feeling, a sense of déjà vu. The grill is small, so if everyone's grilling, it'd be a hassle. And there's only one pair of tongs, so we can't really help. I mean, Izumi and Hiyori weren't wrong. But does that mean I'm the one stuck grilling again? It wasn't just déjà vu. This was exactly like last summer. Fine, but don't just eat the meat like last time. Make sure to eat the vegetables too. Okay. The 3 girls chimed in unison, their voices oddly polite. Resigned, I picked up the tongs and started grilling. While cooking meat and vegetables on the edges of the grill, I began with the scallops in the high heat center. Soon, the scallops sizzled and danced on their shells, the butter melting as I added a drizzle of soy sauce. Instantly, the rich aroma of butter and soy sauce wafted through the air. That smells amazing. My empty stomach feels attacked. Izumi and Hiyori exclaimed, their voices filled with delight at the almost violent temptation of the aroma. Beside them, Aoi-san's eyes sparkled as she stared at the scallops. Almost ready. Just a little longer. Next, I poured a small amount of sake into the turban shells and placed them over the heat. Soon, the shells began to bubble, cooking the contents to perfection. Once ready, I plated them, topped them with chopped mizuna, and finished with a drizzle of ponzu sauce. Since Aoi-san and I had agreed on a rich flavor for the scallops, we went with a lighter, refreshing taste for the turban shells. Now I just had to see everyone's reactions. Thanks for waiting. I handed out the plates, hoping they'd enjoy them. Can we eat now? Go ahead. Be careful, they're hot. Let's eat. The three girls said in unison, clasping their hands together politely before digging in. Izumi bit into a scallop, and instead of speaking, her face lit up with a melting expression of pure joy. Unable to talk with her mouth full, she conveyed her delight with exaggerated facial expressions that almost bordered on comedy. She's always been loud, but I didn't expect even her face to be noisy. Not that I'd say that out loud, she'd kill me. Still, it was clear she was enjoying it. This is so refreshing and delicious, Aoi-san said, covering her mouth with her hand as she spoke. It seemed our choice of mizuna and ponzu was a big hit. It's my first time eating turban shells, but they're so good. You really like them? Yeah. The flavor, the texture, everything. Aoi-san chewed her turban shell with a delighted look, savoring every bite. She finished quickly and, looking slightly unsatisfied, peered into the empty shell as if wishing for more. Seeing this, I grabbed the turban shell I'd prepared for myself with the tongs and quietly placed it on her plate. What? You can have mine. She waved her hands in surprise. No, Akira, you should eat it. I've had it before. Besides, if you like it that much, I'd rather you enjoy it. Sorry, though. I didn't realize you'd love it so much, or I'd have bought more. Aoi-san frowned slightly, looking troubled as she stared at the turban shell. After a moment of hesitation, she plucked out the meat with her chopsticks and, supporting it with her left hand, held it out toward my mouth. What? Let's share. Her gesture reminded me of last year's barbecue when she had handed me meat while I was busy grilling. Thanks. I accepted her offer and bit into the turban shell. The refreshing flavor and satisfying texture filled my mouth, just as I had expected. How is it? It's delicious, light and chewy. Can I have one more bite? Of course. Here you go. When I opened my mouth, Aoi-san picked up another piece and brought it to me. As I enjoyed the taste, regretting not buying more, I noticed Izumi, Hiyori, and even Eiji watching us silently. Their stares said it all. All right, let's hear it. I had a feeling I knew what they were thinking but decided to ask anyway. Thinking back to a year ago, it's quite touching, Izumi said, her tone teasingly nostalgic. It's funny to remember how flustered you got over an indirect kiss back then, Hiyori added with a smirk. Izumi sounded like a nosy neighbor, while Hiyori seemed intent on reminding me of awkward memories. And for some reason, Hiyori was scrolling through photos from last year. When did she even take those? And why didn't she send them to me? What's the big deal about being fed? It's fine. Maybe I'd grown used to it, but I'd forgotten we were in front of others. Still, if they were going to tease me, I might as well own it. So, I answered confidently, as if to say, what's the problem? Totally fine. Don't mind us. Carry on, Izumi said with a mischievous grin. Far from teasing us, they encouraged us, leaving Aoi-san and me flustered and blushing. Anyway, time to grill the next batch. Clearing my throat awkwardly, I turned back to the grill. The best way to silence Izumi was to put something delicious in her mouth. To that end, I started preparing the main dish, the spiny lobsters. Placing the halved lobsters on the grill, I turned up the heat. The shells turned bright red, and the translucent flesh gradually turned white. For the first, I added butter, letting its rich aroma fill the air. For the second, I kept it simple with just salt and pepper. Unsure about the third, I decided to grill it plain, serving lime slices on the side for a subtle flavor change. Once the lobsters were done, I plated them on a large dish and brought them to the table. This looks so good, I can tell it's amazing without even tasting it. Wait, Izumi, let me take a photo first. The three girls simultaneously whipped out their phones to snap photos of the spiny lobsters. I'll cut it up so it's easier for everyone to share. Izumi looked ready to sink her teeth into the lobster at any moment, but Hiyori stopped her, grabbing her by the back of the neck like a trainer telling a dog to stay. Taking advantage of the moment, Aoi-san slid the plate away from Izumi and began carefully cutting the meat into smaller pieces with a knife. When Izumi tried to sneak a piece with her chopsticks, Aoi-san gently stopped her with a soft smile and a shake of her head. Watching Aoi-san grow more adept at handling Izumi's antics, almost as skillfully as Hiyori, was oddly heartwarming. Thanks for waiting. Here you go. Aoi-san skillfully divided the lobster meat and returned the plate to the center of the table. Unable to wait any longer, Izumi dove in, grabbing a piece and popping it into her mouth. She let out a soundless cry of joy, too overwhelmed to form words. Next to her, Hiyori tilted her head back in silent reverence, as if offering a prayer to the heavens. I think I've lived my whole life up to this moment just to eat spiny lobster, Aoi said, her expression full of enlightenment. Her words were oddly profound for something so light-hearted yet too trivial to carry such weight. All right, I'll keep grilling the rest of the food, so eat as much as you like. Of course. Keep it coming. Izumi cheered enthusiastically. Smiling at their unique reactions, each more entertaining than the last, I continued to grill. And so, as the night deepened, we enjoyed our dinner, listening to the soothing sound of the waves in the background. Section. It was just past 8:30 p.m. when we finished dinner. With our stomachs full, we decided to relax for a bit before heading to bathe. Each tent had its own private shower room, but there was also a rental hot spring facility for 2 to 3 people, as I'd seen in the pamphlet at reception. If available, it could be reserved for a small fee. Since using the shower room one by one would take too long, I asked at reception just in case, and as luck would have it, the hot spring was available. The girls decided to use it, while I reserved a slot for Eiji and me for the following day. After finishing my shower, Eiji and I grabbed cold drinks and sat on the wooden deck, enjoying the night breeze while chatting about nothing in particular, waiting for the girls to return. It had been a long time since we'd had a chance to talk, just the two of us. How's life at your new school? Eiji asked, his timing a little abrupt. Then again, it wasn't so abrupt. He could have asked me at any point since we reunited. The fact that he chose to bring it up now was likely out of consideration. If things weren't going well for me, or if it was something I didn't want to share with everyone, this would give me the chance to confide in him privately. It was Eiji's way of saying, you can talk to me if you want. Honestly, he's such a good guy. If I were a girl, I'd probably fall for him, and then end up in a messy love triangle with Izumi. I've been meaning to thank you for that. This was the perfect opportunity to express my gratitude. To answer your question, things are going smoothly, thanks to you. That's good to hear, Eiji said, smiling with relief. As I've mentioned before, I used to give up on everything every time I transferred schools. Yeah, I remember you saying that. Building relationships, keeping in touch with people I'd left behind. I thought there was no point in wanting those things if I'd just have to let them go in the end. But that was nothing more than my own misguided assumption. Spending time with Aoi-san, Izumi, and everyone in our class taught me that there are relationships and feelings worth holding on to. Looking back, I realized it wasn't that I couldn't maintain those bonds, it was that I'd already given up on them. Now, I can even see those experiences as valuable lessons. If I hadn't given up once, I wouldn't have come to understand how important these connections are. But still, that realization is all thanks to you, Eiji. Me? Eiji asked, genuinely surprised. Even for him, this seemed unexpected. When I moved back to that town, you remembered me. It had been over 6 years since we'd last seen each other, back when we went to the same kindergarten. I moved away just before starting elementary school and didn't return until partway through my first year of middle school. Despite all that time, Eiji hadn't forgotten me. When we reunited, Eiji greeted me with a casual welcome back, as if no time had passed. I'll never forget that moment or how it felt to know someone still remembered me. I'm grateful to everyone. But above all, it's thanks to you, Eiji. I see. As your best friend, I'll take that compliment and let it go to my head a little, Eiji said with a rare, proud smile. His lack of modesty was his way of respecting my feelings. It was one of the many reasons I knew our bond would never change. Even if we were separated again, lost contact for years, or didn't reunite until decades later, I was certain we'd remain best friends for life. I've got something I want to ask you too, I said. What is it? It's about Aoi-san. How's she been doing? If I didn't ask now, I might not get another chance. Haven't you asked her yourself? Of course. She talks to me about a lot of things now, but I figure there are things you might notice or think about as someone who's been by her side. I see. If that's the case. Eiji began recounting what he'd observed of Aoi-san at school. Though she ended up in a different class from him and Izumi in her second year, she was getting along well with her new classmates. She'd started participating in groups on her own and had made many new friends. The biggest surprise was that Aoi-san had become a class representative. She hadn't volunteered herself, her friends nominated her. At first, she was hesitant to accept, but when she learned Izumi was also a class representative, she decided to give it a try, figuring she could rely on her for advice. Even in the class representative meetings, Aoi-san was building good relationships with the other representatives. Aoi-san's really changed. I was beyond surprised. I was astounded. Though I'd sensed her growth, hearing it laid out like this made it undeniable. She has. It's almost hard to believe how much. Eiji paused, his gaze shifting as if reflecting on something. I used to think people couldn't change, he said. Used to. It was unusual for Eiji to speak in past tense. Sensing my curiosity, he chose his words carefully before continuing. Human nature, shaped over more than 10 years of life, isn't something that changes easily, especially as we grow older. That's why I believed people couldn't fundamentally change. Izumi said something similar recently. Did the two of you talk about it? No, but we tend to see things similarly in that regard. As expected of a couple admired by everyone, they truly are two of a kind. But that aside, knowing Eiji as well as I do, I understood his perspective. To clarify, it's not that he was saying being unable to change is bad. While there's a way of thinking that sees change as something wonderful, there's also value in remaining the same. It's a matter of individual preferences and interpretations. Eiji wasn't making a judgment of good or bad. Now that I think about it, Izumi's earlier comments seemed to align with the same idea. But watching Aoi-san, I realized I need to rethink my perspective, Eiji said. Apparently, Aoi-san's transformation was significant enough to challenge even Eiji's beliefs. I still think that people generally don't change. But if they do, it must be because they have an incredibly important reason. For Aoi-san, that reason was her promise with you. I think that's truly admirable. Eiji's tone was thoughtful as he continued. Wanting to change yourself for someone else can easily come across as dependence, don't you think? Yeah, I suppose if you're relying on someone else as your reason, it's easy to see it that way. But Aoi-san was different. She wanted to change to overcome her dependence. The truth is, even if people want to change, only a few can actually follow through. More often than not, the passion fades over time, and they end up justifying their inability to change with convenient excuses. Few people take action. Many justify not changing with excuses. That's probably something everyone has experienced at least once. Starting tomorrow. Maybe next week. It's not the right time. We delay, do nothing, and eventually forget even the regret of not doing it. I've done it. Eiji and Izumi probably have, too. And that's why I can't help but admire Aoi-san. It's both admirable and enviable. Enviable? I asked, surprised. Eiji, usually so composed, didn't use that word lightly. At least in my relationship with Izumi, we don't inspire change in each other. We value respecting each other as equals, so while we might adjust to one another, we don't fundamentally change. Forcing someone to change for your own sake isn't a healthy relationship. It's a partnership of equals. That's what works for us. But even so, I can't help but admire the kind of relationship you two have. You don't doubt your relationship, but the grass looks greener on the other side. Exactly. That's the feeling, Eiji said with a slight smile. Maybe your meeting was destiny, he added. Destiny, her. Couples even start to share similar ways of thinking, it seems. It reminded me of what Izumi had said, that their relationship wasn't the result of destiny or miracles, but of effort to stay together. Meeting someone who inspires you to change doesn't happen often in a lifetime. For some people, it never happens. You and Aoi-san were lucky enough to meet, so whether it's destiny or a miracle, I think it's something extraordinary. Hearing the same thing from both Izumi and Eiji gave it a strange sense of credibility. But still, compared to Aoi-san, I haven't changed at all. It was a thought I'd had every time I saw Aoi-san's growth. That's not true, Eiji said gently. You think so? It's hard to see changes in yourself. Eiji refuted my words with a calm certainty. For example, earlier you mentioned how you've stopped giving up on relationships. His observation hit me like a bolt of clarity. Just as Aoi-san changed after meeting you, you've changed too, because of me, Izumi, and Aoi-san. People tend to underestimate their own growth, but from my perspective, you're a completely different person compared to when we first reunited. And no one knows the old and current you better than I do. Eiji. So don't worry about it too much. Whether I'd truly changed or not, I didn't know for sure. But if Eiji believed it, I thought I might try believing it too. Thanks. It felt like the small cloud hanging over my heart had lifted. We're back. A voice called out just as our conversation reached a natural pause. Looking up, I saw Aoi-san returning from the hot spring. There was something striking about her, and I couldn't quite place why. Maybe it was the flush on her cheeks from the bath, the lingering dampness in her long hair, or just the indescribable charm of a summer evening. Behind her were Izumi and Hiyori. After soaking in the bath, the fatigue hit me all at once. Izumi groaned, collapsing onto a chair and sprawling across the table. Hiyori quietly retreated into the tent. After all that playing around, it's no wonder you're exhausted, I said. Though my weariness was different, there was a pleasant sense of fatigue that came with enjoying summer to the fullest. What do you think? Should we call it a night? We've got tomorrow to think about, I suggested, checking my phone. It was just past 9:30 p.m. It's too early to sleep, Izumi exclaimed, mustering what little energy she had left. She sounded like a kid fighting off bedtime to play a little longer. If you're not tired yet, I'm game. Got anything in mind? I do. We picked this up at the store earlier. Returning from the tent, Hiyori dropped a pile of fireworks onto the table. Apparently, Izumi and Hiyori had secretly bought them, and Aoi, standing beside me, looked just as surprised. But her eyes sparkled with childlike excitement, much like a kid given a new toy. I've never done fireworks before. That was true. Last year, we'd watched a firework display but hadn't done handheld fireworks. In that case, there was no way we weren't doing this. All right, let's get ready. Yes, the three girls shouted in unison. It was amusing how they'd stayed glued to their seats during the barbecue but were now so eager to move. I remembered seeing a sign earlier near the beach stating that fireworks were prohibited after 10:30 p.m., so we had about an hour left. We grabbed the fireworks, a lighter, and borrowed a bucket from the management office before heading to the beach. Though the shoreline was just across the road, there were already small sparks of light dotting the area. Finding a spot away from the other groups, we set up a candle and lit it with the lighter. The flame flickered slightly in the gentle breeze blowing in from the sea. All ready, Hiyori, I said, stepping aside. Okay. Hiyori approached the candle and lit her sparkler. The next moment, its vibrant light illuminated all of us. Give me some fire too, Hiyori. Aoi-san called out. Me too. Izumi chimed in. Aoi-san and Izumi held out their fireworks to light them from Hiyori's, and Eiji joined in shortly after. As their sparklers ignited, the glow brightened, lighting up everyone's faces. The colorful lights pierced through the summer night, mixing with the faint smell of gunpowder and the salty scent of the ocean. A warm summer breeze caressed my cheek, wrapping the scene in an atmosphere that truly felt like the essence of summer. Not to mention, watching three beautiful girls having fun felt like an indulgent luxury. As I sat on the sandy beach, captivated by the sight, Aoi-san eventually made her way over to me. Aren't you going to join in? Akira? I'm keeping an eye on the fire and the bucket, so don't worry about me. Go have fun. But then you'll be all alone. Aoi-san's expression clouded slightly, looking a little troubled. Then, as if struck by an idea, she reached into the bag of fireworks. After rummaging for a moment, she let out a soft "found it" before turning back to me. With this, you can keep an eye on the fire and still join in, right? What she held out to me was a bundle of sparklers. Yeah, this works. Great. Let's do it together. Aoi crouched down beside me, handing me one of the sparklers. Together, we brought the tips of our sparklers to the candle's flame. As soon as the fire caught, a small glowing orb appeared at the end of the stick. The moment it stabilized, it started crackling, scattering tiny sparks in all directions. The sparks, bursting and fading in turn, resembled red spider lilies in full bloom, fiery and fleeting. Though it was a bit early in the season for them, the ephemeral beauty of the short-lived sparks captivated me, evoking thoughts of those delicate flowers. When was the last time I'd enjoyed sparklers like this? They're beautiful. Aoi-san said softly. Big, flashy fireworks are great, but there's something special about the quiet charm of these. As we exchanged these words, the sparkler burned out, its tiny fireball falling with a soft plop. The brief lifespan of less than a minute, itself a hallmark of sparklers, felt fitting. It's over, isn't it? Aoi-san murmured, gazing at the fallen, blackened remains of the spark. I picked up the remaining sparklers and held them out to her. Care to join me for another? Yeah. And so, we lit a second sparkler together. The beach was illuminated by countless fireworks, their lights undeniably beautiful against the night. But what captivated me more was Aoi-san's profile, bathed in the soft glow of the sparkler. I found myself gazing at her instead, forgetting the fireworks altogether. Chapter 6. The Beach, Swimsuits, and Glamping, Day 2. The next morning, I woke up to the dazzling sunlight streaming through a gap in the curtains. Reaching for my phone on the bedside table, I checked the time. It was just past 5 a.m. Normally, I'd roll over and go back to sleep, but for some reason, I felt unusually refreshed. It was too early for my 7 a.m. alarm, but not wanting to wake anyone else, I quietly got out of bed, grabbed a bottle of tea from the fridge, and stepped out onto the wooden deck. Whoa! The moment I stepped outside, a gasp escaped my lips at the sight before me. In the eastern sky, the sun peeked over the horizon, painting everything in shades of orange. Perhaps because it was still so early after sunrise, or maybe because we were by the ocean, the morning air was surprisingly pleasant. A gentle breeze brushed against my cheeks, carrying with it a coolness that felt refreshing in the summer. Stretching my body and taking a deep breath, I gradually shook off the last remnants of sleep. Such a beautiful sunrise. By the time I was fully awake, a voice called out softly behind me. I turned to find Aoi-san, smiling warmly. Sorry, did I wake you? Aoi-san shook her head slightly and sat down beside me. Actually, I woke up a little before you did. Really? Probably because I'm a little excited. It's not every day you're on a trip. Same here. Normally, I'd just fall back asleep, but I was wide awake for some reason. It felt like we were kids on the night before a field trip or middle schoolers on a class trip. Even such small, shared experiences felt oddly heartwarming. Want to prepare breakfast before everyone wakes up? She suggested. That sounds good, but... Just as I was about to agree, a memory popped into my head, something I'd read while researching this trip online. A unique event tied to this particular beach came to mind. Pulling out my phone to check, I confirmed that now was the perfect time to see it. Putting my phone back in my pocket, I extended a hand to Aoi-san. There's still time. Want to go for a walk? Yes, I'd like that, she replied, taking my hand as she stood. There's something I want to show you along the way. Something you want to show me? What is it? You'll see when we get there, I said with a playful smile. We left the glamping site and headed toward the beach where we'd enjoyed swimming the day before. At this early hour, the beach was nearly empty, save for a few surfers enjoying the waves. The streets were quiet, with only the occasional dog walker passing by. Walking along the shore with the sound of waves as our background music, we arrived after about 20 minutes. This is... Aoi-san stopped in her tracks, holding her breath. Before us was a breathtaking, otherworldly sight, leaving both of us momentarily speechless. "This is what you wanted to show me, isn't it?" Aoi-san asked softly. "Yeah. It's like the sand is covered in mirrors." Just as she described, the beach reflected everything around us as though a massive mirror had been laid across the sand. The orange hues of the sunrise, the white clouds scattered across the sky, even the faint shadows of the people walking nearby, all of it was mirrored perfectly, creating a surreal, inverted world on the shore. "They call this Reflection Beach," I explained. "Reflection Beach," she echoed, intrigued. "This beach is known for its shallow waters. During the brief period when the tide transitions from high to low, the thin layer of water left on the sand reflects the scenery like a mirror. It's a rare phenomenon, and you can only see it under specific conditions. Calm weather like today made the reflections even more vivid. We couldn't have asked for better conditions. I'm so glad I woke up early. Seeing something this beautiful is such a treat," Aoi murmured, her voice filled with awe. "Let me take a picture for you," I offered. "Really?" She slipped off her sandals and stepped barefoot onto the reflective sand. Holding her sandals in one hand, she gently lifted the hem of her long skirt with the other, glancing at her reflection on the water's surface before striking a pose and flashing me a radiant smile. At her feet, her image was mirrored perfectly in the glistening sand. "All right, here we go." "Okay. Please do." I raised my phone, framing her through the screen as I captured the scene. As I took a few pictures, Aoi-san began to change her poses like a model, each one enhancing the surreal beauty of the moment. I was so captivated by her presence against the ethereal backdrop that I found myself momentarily frozen, forgetting to press the shutter. I realized, then and there, that I wanted to share more moments like this with her. I wanted to visit countless places with Aoi-san, see countless beautiful sights, and capture her in each one, next year, the year after, and every year that followed. Because, I thought, in every scene I see, I want Aoi-san to be there. That's all the reason I need to want to stay by her side. "Akira, is something wrong?" Aoi-san asked, noticing I'd stopped taking photos. Concern flickered in her eyes. "Sorry, I got so mesmerized I froze up," I admitted, lifting my phone again. I realized it'd be more practical to record a video and extract stills later, given how often I was stopping. Switching to video mode, I resumed capturing the moment. By the time we finished, the sunrise had given way to a bright blue sky. "How did they turn out?" Aoi-san asked, hurrying over to check the photos and videos with me. What appeared on the screen exceeded both of our expectations, each image more stunning than we could have imagined. "Wow. They're beautiful," she said, her voice filled with wonder. "Pictures can't always capture everything, but these turned out great," I agreed. "I'll take some pictures of you too, Akira-kun." She must have really liked how the photos turned out. Aoi-san pulled out her phone, gently nudged me onto the beach, and started taking pictures. I wanted to say, "No, I'd rather keep taking pictures of you," but before I could get the words out, she enthusiastically began snapping away like it was a full-on photo shoot. "Well, if she's having fun, I guess it's fine," I thought to myself. "I wish we could take one together," she said suddenly, stopping to look at the screen. "It's true. A picture of the two of us together would make for a wonderful summer memory. If Eiji and the others were here, we could have asked them to take one for us. But with such a short window to see the Reflection Beach, by the time we fetched them, the scene would likely be gone. It couldn't be helped. We can take one together next time." Just as I was about to finish my sentence, Aoi-san looked around as if she'd thought of something. "Wait here for a moment." She ran over to a woman nearby walking her dog and started talking to her. After exchanging a few words, Aoi-san returned, bringing the woman with her. She said she'd take a picture for us. Aoi-san handed her phone to the woman and stood beside me with a smile. In contrast to her cheerful demeanor, I couldn't help but feel surprised. It went without saying. The reason was that Aoi-san had approached a stranger to ask for help. The Aoi-san I knew was shy and reserved. While she could communicate just fine with friends she'd gotten close to, she wasn't the type to approach someone she'd never met. At least, the Aoi-san I'd lived with couldn't have done something like that. Once again, like when she stood up to those guys yesterday, I found myself realizing just how much she'd changed. Just as Eiji had said last night, Aoi-san really had grown. Akira, is something wrong? No, it's nothing. I returned her concerned gaze with a smile. After that, the woman took several photos of us. For the last one, what kind of pose should we do? Aoi-san asked. I remembered a picture I'd seen while reading about Reflection Beach. How about we jump together for the last shot? That sounds so youthful. Let's do it. We clasped hands tightly, counted to 3, and jumped in unison. The timing was perfect, and the woman captured the moment flawlessly. With that, our photo shoot at Reflection Beach came to an end. After thanking the woman for her help and saying goodbye, the two of us sat on the beach and looked through the pictures we'd taken. While I wasn't exactly lost in thought, there was something I couldn't stop reflecting on. It was none other than the growth Aoi-san had shown through the changes she'd made. Once again, I couldn't help but be astonished. Can a person really change this much in just 4 months? Every time I witnessed her transformation, one resolve within me grew stronger. It was none other than the feelings between us that I had left unresolved before transferring schools. Section. After leaving the beach, we returned to the glamping site a little past 7. Everyone had just woken up and, not seeing us around, seemed to have been worried. When I checked my phone, it was flooded with notifications. I didn't want to wake anyone up, so I hadn't sent a message, but now I regretted not leaving even a simple note. It made me feel bad. When Izumi and Hiyori asked, "Where did you two go?" and I showed them the pictures. "You went without us. That's so unfair." Both of them exploded in frustration, upset that we hadn't woken them up. "Sorry. If the weather's good, we can go again tomorrow morning." With that, Aoi-san and I somehow managed to calm them down. Still, Hiyori aside, "Izumi, can you even get up that early?" This time, I didn't bring the must-have item for waking up Izumi, mugwort rice cakes. Apparently, during certain seasons, you can enjoy the Reflection Beach in the evening too, but this time of year, it's only visible for a brief window after sunrise. Honestly, I doubt Izumi could manage that. Actually, I'm surprised she's even awake now. But pointing that out would just add fuel to the fire, so I kept my mouth shut. "Eiji, next time it's in season for evenings, you should bring her." "So, have we decided on the plan for today?" Amidst all this, we had breakfast, simple egg toast whipped up quickly. As we savored a luxurious, blissful moment, eating breakfast on the wooden deck while gazing at the sea, I asked Izumi about today's plans. I was thinking we could visit the nearby fishing port. A fishing port? There's a seafood market right next to it. It's become a tourist spot where you can buy freshly caught fish straight after the haul or even eat it on the spot. Apparently, it gets so crowded on weekends that there's no parking. We have to try the famous seafood rice balls. That's what we're having for lunch. Hiyori, it seemed, had already done her research. Her eyes sparkled as she held up her phone to show us pictures. On the screen was indeed a delicious-looking seafood rice ball. That does look good. Since we're going anyway, we might as well buy ingredients for tonight's dinner too. 2 nights of barbecue in a row? That's quite a luxury. I want to eat some fresh fish too. Good idea. The selection at the market will probably be even better than yesterday's supermarket. We might even grab more turban shells, which were a huge hit with Aoi-san. After finishing breakfast, we started preparing for the trip. Section. After finishing our preparations, we left the glamping site a little after 9. The market was about an hour's walk away. Although we considered taking the bus, the limited number of services and the waiting time made it not much faster than walking, so we decided to go on foot. Since we had the chance, we chose to take a slightly longer route along the coastline, enjoying the scenery on the way. By the time we arrived at the market, it was close to 10:30. Wow, Izumi wasn't kidding. There's a ton of people here. It was a weekday, but likely due to summer vacation, the place was already packed with families and couples. This seaside market, known for offering freshly caught seafood at reasonable prices, is one of the top tourist markets in the Kanto region, drawing over 1 million visitors annually. Besides fresh fish, it features seafood rice bowl restaurants, conveyor belt sushi joints, and other dining spots unique to a port town. The traffic we passed on the way, long lines of cars waiting for parking, was evidence of its popularity. So, where should we start? I couldn't help but feel excited as I asked, my enthusiasm bubbling over. First, let's find a place for lunch, Eiji suggested, abruptly grounding my excitement. I thought it was a bit early to worry about lunch since we'd just arrived, but he continued. Most places here have at least an hour-long wait. If we don't register ahead of time, we might never get our turn. Seriously? Looking around at the crowds, I realized he was probably right. Following Eiji's advice, we scoped out a few dining options. There were set meal restaurants, seafood rice bowl places, conveyor belt sushi joints, and some more upscale establishments. Eventually, we settled on a promising seafood rice bowl restaurant. When we went to write our names on the reservation sheet, the list was already full of entries. When we asked the staff about the estimated wait time, they told us it would be about an hour and a half. Eiji's foresight saved us big time. Until lunchtime, let's split up and explore, Izumi declared, taking Hiyori's hand and running off. Let's go, Hiyori. Yeah. Eiji followed after them with a casual, see you later. And then, Aoi-san and I were left standing there, suddenly alone, exchanging awkward glances. Well, this wasn't unusual, it was just everyone being considerate as always. Shall we go too? Sure. Naturally, we took each other's hand and started exploring the seafood market. The market stretched in a straight line along the fishing port, about 400 meters end to end. Within it were around 20 shops, including the restaurants we'd seen earlier, fresh fish stores, and shops selling processed seafood products. Looking around, I could easily see why this place could entertain you for an entire day. What caught my attention first were the rows of stalls selling dried fish. Drawn in by the unique aroma, I peeked into one stall. They had mirin-marinated dried mackerel, overnight dried hoki, and even dried shirasu. The smell alone was enough to make me crave a bowl of rice right there. Of course, that was because the staff at the corner of the stall were grilling samples of dried fish for visitors to taste. Using the aroma to lure in customers was practically cheating. Maybe we should buy a few things to take home. Yeah, I think I'll get something as a gift for my grandma. Good idea. Does your grandma like dried fish? She loves it. She even buys fresh fish and makes it herself sometimes. As we chatted, a staff member came over with a small plate of samples, offering it to us. Normally, I'd feel hesitant and decline, but since I was already planning to buy something, I accepted without hesitation. What I received wasn't just a sample, it was a huge portion. The generosity was almost overwhelming. Thinking it would be rude not to try, Aoi-san and I took a bite. Whoa! This is amazing. The flavor was so good it made me blurt out an unrefined reaction. I was surprised. I couldn't tell what fish it was from the flaked texture, but the perfect balance of sweetness and saltiness suggested it was mirin-marinated mackerel. The drying process had concentrated the flavors, leaving a rich, savory taste that lingered in my mouth and made me crave a bowl of rice even more. How about you, Aoi-san? I turned to get her opinion, only to find her silently and wholeheartedly devouring the food. Perhaps encouraged by her enthusiasm, the store clerk kept bringing out more and more samples. And so, after indulging in tastings for about 15 minutes, we ended up buying quite a lot from the first shop. Maybe we went a little overboard. By the time we left, we had tried nearly every product in the store and ended up with bags full of dried fish. Not that I regret it, it was all delicious, but I couldn't help feeling we'd fallen for the shopkeeper's tactics. Who'd expect them to bring out freshly cooked rice, seriously? The warm, fragrant rice had made the dried fish taste at least 30% better. No wonder we bought so much. Well, dried fish lasts a long time, so it won't go to waste. True. Plus, we can use it for tonight's dinner. Knowing Izumi and Hiyori, they'll probably eat most of it anyway. Thinking about it that way, maybe it wasn't such a bad idea to stock up. If we run out, we can always come back and grab more when we regroup with the others later. Alright, let's check out some fresh fish next, huh? While walking through the market, we noticed a crowd gathered in front of one of the fish stalls. People were spilling out onto the walkway, cheering and chatting excitedly. What's going on there? Not sure, but let's check it out. Curious, we edged closer and peered through the gaps in the crowd. It didn't take long to figure out why everyone was so excited. Are those oysters? Piled high on a wagon packed with ice were giant rock oysters, with a sign proclaiming them to be 400 yen each. Nearby, a table was set up with soy sauce and lemon slices, while buckets for the discarded shells sat on the ground. Apparently, you could ask the staff to shuck the oysters for you and eat them right on the spot. The stall was so popular that the crowd never thinned out. As we watched, customer after customer happily slurped down the large oyster meat, their faces lighting up with pure bliss. Akira-kun, I want to try one. Aoi-san gripped my hand tightly, her eyes sparkling with excitement. The way she looked was so endearing that there was no way I could refuse. Yeah, let's do it. Why not? Excuse me, can we have 2, please? Aoi-san handed over the money, and the clerk shucked 2 oysters for us. The size of the oyster meat was astonishing, and with a quick drizzle of soy sauce, we were ready to dig in. Aoi-san, is this your first time having oysters? Yep. What about you? I've had winter oysters before, but this is my first time trying rock oysters. Do you think they're different? Let's find out. Excitedly, we each lifted the shells to our lips and took a bite. The moment I bit into it, the plump, springy texture and creamy flavor filled my mouth. With each chew, the refreshing aroma of the ocean intensified, spreading through my senses and leaving a lingering taste of summer. Unlike the rich flavor of winter oysters, these had a light, refreshing quality, a perfect summer delicacy. It was so delicious I couldn't help but tilt my head back and gaze at the sky in silent appreciation. How about you, Aoi-san? Turning to ask for her thoughts, I saw Aoi-san holding 2 oysters in her hands. At first, I thought she hadn't eaten hers yet, but why did she have an extra one? Aoi-san, what's with the second oyster? Well, I wanted to try it with lemon too. She looked away awkwardly, trying to avoid my gaze. Apparently, while I had been lost in the moment, she had quickly finished her first oyster, been so amazed by the flavor that she ordered more, and even bought one for me. I wasn't trying to eat it all by myself, really. She held the oyster up as if to shield herself, desperately trying to explain. Her flustered expression was so adorable that I couldn't even be upset. I wanted to try it with lemon too. Ah, really? Then I'm glad. With that, we prepared our oysters with a squeeze of lemon. Even before tasting it, the bright aroma was enough to make my mouth water. When I finally took a bite, the citrusy freshness perfectly complemented the briny flavor, creating a harmony of flavors even more impressive than before. This is what people mean by better than expected. Yeah, this is amazing. Aoi-san and I nodded in agreement, words failing us as we savored the flavor. Soy sauce had been great, but the lemon was equally incredible. Honestly, I couldn't help but wonder why they didn't offer ponzu as well. As I finished, I glanced at Aoi-san. She was pressing her hand to her mouth, her face glowing with delight as she looked up at the sky as if she might ascend to heaven. Girls really are charming when they're enjoying their food. Alright, let's buy some. Definitely. Let's buy a lot. Without any further discussion, we decided to buy more. Initially, I thought 5 would be enough for everyone, but then I reconsidered. If they're this good raw, they must be amazing grilled. There's no way 1 oyster per person will be enough. Excuse me, can we get 10? The generous shopkeeper even threw in 2 extra for free. Looks like we're having an oyster feast tonight. Can't wait. With that, we thanked the clerk and continued exploring the market. After that, we continued searching for fish that would make good dishes for tonight's dinner. Section. After about an hour and a half of exploring the market and picking out seafood for tonight's dinner, we found ourselves standing in front of the seafood rice bowl restaurant. We had already arranged for the items we could ship to be sent ahead and stored what would carry back in coin lockers. Now, both of us stood relatively empty-handed. Being lunchtime, every restaurant around had a long line of people waiting. You two seem pretty light on luggage, Eiji commented with a curious look as we regrouped. He must have expected us to be carrying mountains of bags, knowing how much we tend to buy. It's the opposite. We bought so much we had to stash it all in a coin locker, I explained. So that's how it is, Izumi exclaimed as if realizing a blind spot. Her hands were completely full, and Hiyori carried enough to look like she'd just come back from a major shopping spree. We bought quite a lot too, but you guys really went all out. Well, there was just too much to choose from. I couldn't decide, Izumi replied with a sheepish laugh, while Hiyori nodded in agreement. We were picking out souvenirs for my mom, and it just added up. Why not have them shipped? It's easier that way. Yeah, good idea. I'll do that. As we talked, I took one of Hiyori's bags to lighten her load. Looks like our table is ready, Aoi-san said. A staff member led us to a spacious booth, and as we opened the menu, we were greeted by a variety of seafood rice balls with colorful photos. There were options like tuna balls, salmon roe balls, mixed bowls combining several types of seafood, and a 10-color bowl featuring 10 varieties of sashimi. There was even a broiled seafood bowl with lightly seared sashimi and a deluxe bowl piled with sea urchin and scallops. With so many choices, I was completely overwhelmed. Everything looks so good, I can't decide. Let's just eat them all, Izumi declared with her usual enthusiasm for overindulgence. Even with Izumi's seemingly bottomless stomach, that wasn't going to happen. Plus, with how busy the restaurant was, lingering too long would be rude. Not to mention, hauling her back to the glamping site if she overate would be a nightmare. Aoi-san, what are you getting? The tuna and salmon roe mixed bowl. But the 10-color bowl is tempting too. Then I'll get the 10-color bowl. You can have some of the sashimi you like from mine. Really? Then let's share. As I agreed to Aoi-san's suggestion, Hiyori chimed in with a slightly pouty tone. I'm getting the broiled seafood bowl. If you two want, I'll share some with you. Clearly, Hiyori wanted to be included, especially since she adored Aoi-san. Of course. I'd love to share with you too, Hiyori, Aoi-san replied warmly, fully embracing her. Seeing Hiyori, who rarely leans on others, trying to bond with Aoi-san filled me with a quiet sense of relief and happiness. It felt good knowing she had found someone she could trust and rely on. Eiji, let's share too, Izumi exclaimed, pulling him into the spirit of things. With that, everyone decided on their orders. I called over a staff member to place the order, adding, could we get some extra small plates for sharing? 15 minutes later, our table was adorned with an array of seafood rice balls, so magnificent that we all gasped in awe. The bowls were piled high with vibrant seafood so fresh it was obvious even to an amateur. It was almost insulting to say this was what you'd expect from a market-based restaurant. It was just that impressive. Everyone instinctively pulled out their phones to snap pictures. Alright, let's dig in. Once the impromptu photo session ended, we clasped our hands together. Let's eat, we all said in unison. We each started by tasting our own bowls. I carefully dipped a piece of sashimi into soy sauce mixed with a little wasabi, ensuring not to overdo it. Taking a slice of sea bream sashimi with some rice, I took my first bite. Even though it wasn't quite its peak season, the fatty fish melted in my mouth, spreading a refined sweetness that made me smile involuntarily. How's yours, Aoi-san? I asked. She nodded enthusiastically, her hand covering her mouth, her shining eyes telling me everything I needed to know. The texture is amazing. The salmon roe bursts in your mouth. You have to try it, Akira-kun. Thanks. Then you can have some of my sashimi too. I'll have some as well, Hiyori added. We divided portions onto small plates and tasted the salmon roe. Whoa. The moment I bit into it, the unexpected firmness made me gasp. It was so springy it felt like chewing on gummy candy, but then the roe burst, releasing its rich flavor and blending perfectly with the rice. It wasn't just bursting, it was practically an explosion of flavor. This bowl was the ultimate in culinary satisfaction. After rinsing my palate with tea, I tried the seared bonito sashimi from Hiyori's bowl. This is incredible. So light and refreshing, it's perfect for summer. The ginger garnish added a nice accent, contrasting beautifully with the richer flavors of the sea bream and salmon roe I'd just eaten. Maybe we should buy some bonito later and make tataki back at the site. As I looked up to ask how everyone else was enjoying their meal, I noticed they were all silently devouring their bowls. It turns out that when people eat something truly delicious, they don't need words. After lunch, we spent about 2 more hours exploring the market before heading back. Since we were loaded with bags on the way back, we hailed a taxi and went straight to the glamping site. By the time we arrived, put all the ingredients into the fridge, and checked the clock, it was a little past 3 p.m. So, what's the plan now? Do we have anything scheduled? Of course. We're going to play at the beach until the sun sets, obviously. Now, it's kind of an awkward time to start heading to the beach. Ignoring my comment, the girls grabbed their swimsuits, freshly washed last night. Awkward timing doesn't matter. It's summer. We've got plenty of daylight left, and only playing at the beach on the first day would be such a waste, don't you think? Well, yeah, you've got a point. Just then, Izumi approached me with a mischievous grin. You know, Akira-kun, you're not getting enough of Aoi-san in her swimsuit, are you? Covering her mouth with her hand, she leaned in and whispered in my ear. Think of it as a little summer memory from me to you. But I'm expecting a reward later, okay? Fine. You can have one of my side dishes for dinner tonight. Deal. Thanks for the treat. And so, with my excitement secretly skyrocketing, I got ready. Yesterday, I forgot to take any pictures, but today I'll make sure to capture plenty of memories. Section. Ah, that was a good soak. By the time we returned to the glamping site, the sun had already set. As we had done the night before, we started preparing dinner in our swimsuits and hoodies. Tonight's seafood barbecue featured the rock oysters and fish we'd bought at the market. Unsurprisingly, the grilled oysters with ponzu were a highlight. They were absolutely delicious. After dinner, Eiji and I headed to the private onsen we'd reserved earlier. Although I'd been looking forward to a long, relaxing soak since it had been a while, the summer heat made lingering in the bath unappealing. Apologizing to Eiji, I got out ahead of him, which brought me to where I was now. Still, even after a bath, I just can't stop sweating. Even with the sun down and the evening cooler, it was still midsummer. I kept my towel close, trying to deal with the lingering heat radiating from my body. I grabbed a bottle of tea from the fridge and headed out to the wooden deck, letting the cool night breeze refresh me as I sipped. You were quick in the bath, Aoi-san said, joining me with her own drink. I wasn't really in the mood for a long soak. Even after dark, it's so warm out. Did you feel dizzy? No, but I'm still a little overheated. Then how about a walk to cool off? A walk? That sounds nice. Let's go. Accepting her suggestion, I stood and left the deck with her. As we strolled along the beach, the gentle night breeze brushed our faces, and we chatted idly. The deep darkness of the ocean and sky was a stark contrast to the clear blue we had seen during the day. The only sound was the soft lapping of waves, and the moonlight cast an ethereal glow over the water. By the time my body had finally cooled down, Aoi-san spoke. We have to leave tomorrow, don't we? She said wistfully. Yeah. It feels a little sad. It's been a while since we've gone out together with everyone. Yeah. Aoi-san stopped and looked out at the ocean, holding her hair down as the wind played with it. Akira-kun, did you have fun? I did. And more than that, I was happy. Happy. It was the same feeling I'd had when we reunited at the cafe. I was happy that Eiji and Izumi treated me the same as before. Now, after spending these 2 days together, I could put that feeling into words. I've mentioned this before, but I used to give up on relationships. Moving schools again and again made it hard to maintain connections, and eventually, I stopped hoping for anything lasting. But thanks to Eiji, Izumi, and everyone in class, I realized I didn't have to give up. Yeah, you told me that. Even though it might have seemed sudden, Aoi-san listened patiently. But even though I understood that, I couldn't help feeling anxious. I worried that relationships couldn't really stay the same. I was scared that when we reunited, things would have changed, that Eiji and Izumi wouldn't treat me the same anymore. But nothing had changed. Just like that, nothing was different. Eiji and Izumi acted like we'd just seen each other yesterday. It made me realize that some relationships really don't change. Honestly, I was more surprised than happy. For the first time, I felt like I'd found a place I could always return to. It made me believe that some things truly remain constant, no matter how many months, years, or decades pass. But it wasn't just the unchanged relationships that surprised me. What else? Aoi-san tilted her head, waiting for my answer. Now was the time to say it. I was equally surprised by how much you've grown, Aoi-san. Me? She looked at me in mild surprise, so I carefully chose my words to avoid any misunderstandings. In just 4 months, you've learned how to cook, started helping the locals, and during this trip, I've seen even more changes in you. Your calm confidence when you dealt with that guy who tried to hit on you, your ability to clearly express your thoughts, it was all so different. You used to be more passive, and that wasn't a bad thing. It was part of what made you who you are. But now, you've added just a hint of assertiveness to that part of yourself. No, it's not just change. It's growth. That word fits you perfectly. Aoi-san's growth wasn't something only I noticed. Eiji and the others must have seen it too. If you think I've grown even a little, that makes me happy, she said, her cheeks tinged with shyness. But, you know, if I have grown, it's thanks to you, Akira-kun. Me? Aoi-san nodded firmly, though her voice was soft. It's because of the promise we made that day. The promise we made that day, the one we didn't need to put into words now. Even though being apart will be lonely, let's use it as a chance to reflect on our feelings. Let's do our best in our new environments, become a little more independent, grow, and meet again someday. And when we see each other again, if our feelings are still there, then we'll know they're real. Back then, unsure of our feelings, whether it was love, dependence, or the desire to protect, we told each other how we felt but decided not to start a relationship. Instead, we promised to grow and face ourselves before reuniting someday. But now that I think about it, that promise with you was just the starting point, Aoi-san continued, pressing a hand to her chest as if confirming her feelings. At first, I wanted to grow so you'd see the new me. I pushed myself to try unfamiliar things, even overdoing it sometimes. But somewhere along the way, I stopped thinking about just showing you my growth. I wanted to change. For myself. For yourself. Yeah. How should I put it? Aoi-san spoke slowly, carefully choosing her words. It all started with the promise I made with you, Akira-kun. But as I kept thinking about it, I realized something. Wanting to change for someone else is a wonderful thing, but I'm not sure it's the same as being independent. She paused, her voice steady and filled with conviction. It's important to want to change for yourself, just as much as for someone else. If you're relying on others as your reason, you can't really call it independence. I felt that as long as I was doing things for someone else, I wouldn't be able to completely let go of my dependency on you or the people around me. That was the answer Aoi-san had arrived at for what independence meant to her. Many people struggle with change. Even if they want to improve for someone, it's common to falter when things don't go well and place blame or find excuses in others. But Aoi-san had found her motivation within herself. People often say, it's hard to change. Even Eiji would agree with that. It's an undeniable truth. And yet, seeing how much effort Aoi-san had put into herself made it clear how deeply she had worked to grow. Akira-kun gave me the opportunity, and since then, I've been trying to take small steps, over and over, toward independence. If you can see those changes in me, it makes me really happy. As I looked at her bright smile, more radiant than any summer sky I'd seen over these past 2 days, I thought to myself, Aoi-san has truly freed herself from dependency on me or anyone else. Now that she's independent, even in the unlikely event that I were to disappear from her life, she'd be okay. That sense of security seemed to quietly dissolve the lingering remnants of protectiveness I'd held toward her. And because of that, I thought, maybe it's time for us to finally find an answer to our relationship. The moment that thought crossed my mind, the feelings I'd been holding back flooded to the surface. The innocent affection I felt when I first met Aoi-san in kindergarten. The second time I fell for her, during the cultural festival night on the rooftop. Aoi-san. Just as the overflowing emotions turned into words and began to spill out. Hey, you too. I bought ice cream. Izumi's voice rang out from the road, and I turned to see her waving both hands energetically, calling us over. That interruption snapped me back to my senses. Shall we head back? Honestly, in that moment, I felt nothing but gratitude toward Izumi. She'd stopped me from blurting out something impulsive and unthoughtful. Yeah, let's. With that, we ended our walk and returned to the glamping site. Later, as we ate the ice cream Izumi and Hiyori had brought from a nearby convenience store and chatted, I found myself reflecting deeply on my feelings once again. Chapter 7. The Beach, Swimsuits, and Glamping, Day 3. On the morning of the last day, we finished breakfast and promptly began preparing to leave. Today was the last day of Hiyori's stay here. With the trip coming to an end, she would be returning home. Considering the travel time, we needed to depart by noon, so we only had plans for the morning. With that in mind, we wanted to leave the glamping site as early as possible. As for where we were going, it was an aquarium nearby. About a 40-minute walk from the glamping site, situated between a beach and a seafood market, this aquarium was one of the largest in the Kanto region. On weekends, it attracted a large number of tourists from both inside and outside the prefecture. Its highlight was a massive tank filled with over 10,000 moon jellyfish. According to the internet, it was especially popular among young women because it was a great spot for Insta-worthy photos. Should we ask the reception to call a taxi for us? We don't have much time to spare, so that's probably a good idea. When we asked the reception to call a taxi as part of the checkout process, it arrived quickly. We climbed into the taxi, and the 40-minute walking distance was reduced to just a few minutes by car. Whoa, this doesn't feel like an aquarium at all, Izumi exclaimed as soon as we got out of the taxi. Her blunt statement wasn't meant as a joke. For a first impression, it was a fair observation. The exterior resembled a chic shopping mall rather than an aquarium. With its wide parking lot and stylish design, anyone unaware of its purpose might mistake it for a small regional commercial complex. If not for the large shark logo painted on the outer wall, even those in the know might wonder, is this really the aquarium? Alright, let's hurry up and get inside. Time's limited. Izumi tugged Eiji toward the entrance, and the rest of us followed. After completing the reception process, we received our tickets and pamphlets and headed for the entrance gate. Hiyori. As she moved to follow Izumi, I called out to her. What is it? How about today, the three of us, me, you, and Aoi, explore together? Hiyori showed her usual blank expression, but a flicker of surprise crossed her face. At times like this, Eiji and Izumi always made an effort to leave Aoi and me alone. They'd often take care of Hiyori for us. I appreciated their thoughtfulness, but today, I wanted them to enjoy themselves as a couple without worrying about us. More importantly, I wanted Hiyori to spend some time with Aoi. Thinking back, Hiyori hadn't had many opportunities to spend time alone with Aoi during this trip. Given how much she adored Aoi, she probably wanted to play with her more but refrained out of consideration for us. For this last day, I wanted her to make some memories with Aoi. I'd already discussed this with Aoi yesterday. Is it really okay? Hiyori asked, her gaze silently asking, am I not intruding? Thanks to our years of being siblings, we could communicate effortlessly through eye contact. Of course. I conveyed back, don't worry about it. Is it all right with you too, Aoi? Yeah, let's go explore together. At that, Hiyori ran up to Aoi and held her hand. Aoi gently squeezed her hand in return, and I glanced at Eiji, signaling with my eyes. Eiji gave a slight nod before heading further into the aquarium with Izumi. The three of us began exploring the aquarium in order. According to the pamphlet, the aquarium had 7 zones, including one featuring fish native to the local sea, another showcasing sharks from around the world, an interactive area with marine life, and even zones for dolphin and seal shows. Excited, we followed the path laid out on the guide signs. The first zone we visited showcased fish native to the local sea. Many of the fish were familiar to us, given they lived near Japan's coast. Hiyori and Aoi lit up with excitement, enthusiastically naming each fish as if playing a guessing game. While enjoying the sight of the two having fun, I peered into the tank myself when, oh, what's wrong, Akira-kun? You look like something's bothering you, they said, noticing my troubled expression. "Ah, I know this might be inappropriate to think about in an aquarium, but..." They followed my gaze. "Oh." Aoi immediately understood and let out a small gasp. It was no wonder. Inside the tank was a magnificent spiny lobster. Of course, it made sense for a fish native to local waters to be displayed here. However, considering we had eaten spiny lobster just 2 days ago, it left me with some complicated feelings. Moreover, the lobsters in the tank were significantly larger than the ones we had. "They look delicious," Aoi muttered, unconsciously voicing her thoughts. Realizing what she'd said, her face froze in shock. Wait. I didn't mean it like that. I don't want to eat them. It's fine, I get it. Calm down, I said, trying to reassure her. Caught between the awe of marine life and the pangs of guilt over our appetites, Aoi flustered herself. Meanwhile, next to her, Hiyori muttered, "Buttergrilled," without hesitation. "But they were so delicious." Hiyori added, looking slightly dejected. "I couldn't help but think, she's too cute." Ever since I realized I liked Aoi, every little thing she did seemed to amplify my feelings. Trying to hide my internal turmoil, I suggested, "Let's move on to the next tank." "Why yeah, good idea." It was best to forget about the spiny lobster as quickly as possible. But when we reached the next tank, we were left speechless once again. There, resting on the bottom, was a group of turban shells. Grilled turban shells. Ah. Aoi trailed off, clutching her head in despair. It was no use. Aoi's mind was completely consumed by thoughts of food. As much as I wanted to take my time exploring, it was probably best to move on to the next area quickly. With Hiyori, I gently nudged Aoi forward, guiding her toward the next zone. The moment we stepped through the passage, the atmosphere shifted entirely as we entered a dimly lit space. "What's this area for?" There were no ceiling lights, only faint illumination at our feet. However, the numerous tanks scattered around were lit from within, making the space bright enough. From a distance, it was hard to discern what was being displayed, but the vivid hues of blue, purple, and lime green lighting up the tanks created a surreal beauty in the darkness, enhanced by the tranquil background music playing in the hall. When the three of us approached a nearby tank, we immediately recognized what it held. Jellyfish. Yes, the water was filled with countless jellyfish, gracefully floating. In the brightly lit tank, the jellyfish drifted slowly, almost in slow motion, creating the illusion that time itself was flowing at a different pace here. Aoi rushed to the tank, her eyes sparkling like a child's. "They are so beautiful." "Yeah, I love jellyfish." "You do." I was slightly surprised to learn that Aoi liked jellyfish. "Watching them is calming, soothing, even. It feels like they help me relax, like I can just let my thoughts drift away. I feel at peace just gazing at them. I could stare at them for hours." I could see her point. There was something incredibly soothing about their unhurried movements. "I like jellyfish too." "You do, Hiyori?" For some reason, I could easily imagine Hiyori liking jellyfish. As Aoi said, jellyfish have a calming effect. They ease tension and help reduce stress, bringing relaxation to those who watch them. It's not widely known, but this has even been scientifically proven. Seriously? Modern society's savior right here. Taking another look at the tank with her explanation in mind, I started to feel it too. The dim space devoid of excessive lighting, the vibrant colors illuminating the tanks, even the tranquil background music, it all seemed designed to enhance that effect. Just gazing at them like this, I already felt more at ease than before. There are other kinds of jellyfish here too. Let's go check them out. Yeah. We continued forward, admiring the jellyfish and snapping pictures as we went. Then, suddenly, the space ahead opened up. Wow! There are so many jellyfish. Even I was struck speechless alongside Aoi and Hiyori as we stopped in our tracks. What spread out before us was an enormous tank filled with jellyfish. This must have been the tank I saw online, the one housing over 10,000 moon jellyfish. The tank in front of us was over 2 meters tall and more than 5 meters wide. So large that you had to tilt your head back slightly to take it all in. Inside, countless moon jellyfish floated gracefully. "This is incredible." Aoi and Hiyori approached the tank as close as they could. Their smiles, delicate and radiant, were so captivating that I instinctively pulled out my phone to snap a picture. It felt a little sneaky, but I'd share it with Aoi later, so hopefully she'd forgive me. In this ethereal setting, the two stood happily, gazing at the jellyfish for some time. After fully enjoying the jellyfish exhibit, we visited each area in turn. Though time was limited, and we couldn't linger long, it felt like we had made the most of it. Both Aoi and Hiyori wore satisfied smiles as proof. The only regret was missing the dolphin show due to scheduling conflicts, but it wasn't as though this would be our last visit. We could always look forward to another opportunity. Once we finished exploring all the areas, we moved to the souvenir shop located past the exit. Apparently, we'd unknowingly gotten ahead of Eiji and Izumi, so we browsed the shop while waiting for them to catch up. The store was packed with plush toys, keychains, and a variety of souvenirs, making it a challenge to move around amidst the bustling crowd. Why don't we get something to commemorate the trip? Good idea. It'd be nice to find something memorable. As Aoi and I browsed the shop, a voice called out to us. Akira, Aoi. Looking up, we saw Hiyori waving us over from a short distance away. Wondering if she had found something interesting, we walked over, only to see her staring intently at a display of keychains. Do you want one? I can buy it for you. Hiyori picked up a keychain and handed it to us. This is so cute, Aoi exclaimed immediately. No wonder, it was a moon jellyfish keychain. The design featured a small, adorable illustration of a jellyfish, crafted in acrylic and sized to fit perfectly in the palm of your hand. It would look great attached to a bag or a pass case. Ah, so this is what she wanted. Got it. I'll buy it for you, so wait here. As I reached out to take the keychain from her, Hiyori unexpectedly pulled it away. Don't you want it? She shook her head silently in response, leaving me confused until she finally spoke. I want us to match. Match. To remember the time we spent together, the three of us. Her face remained expressionless as usual, but a faint blush colored her cheeks. All right. Let's get matching ones for all of us. Yeah, I'd like that too, Aoi agreed without hesitation. Hiyori, who rarely expressed her feelings in words, had spoken from the heart. There was no room for hesitation. After grabbing the keychains and lining up to pay, we quickly completed the purchase. Hiyori wasted no time attaching hers to her favorite bag, the one she always used when going out, and gazed at it with a deeply satisfied expression. Before long, Eiji and Izumi, who had arrived a little later, joined us. Once everyone had picked out their souvenirs, we left the aquarium together. Section. And so, our fun 3-day, 2-night glamping trip came to an end. Just as we did when we came, we transferred between trains and eventually returned to the town we once called home. After seeing Hiyori off as she headed home a bit earlier, we said our goodbyes to Eiji and Izumi and boarded the train. I wasn't sure when we'd see Eiji and Izumi again, but there was no need to feel uneasy. I could look forward to the day we'd reunite while making my way back. As soon as we got on the train, Aoi, clearly tired from all the fun, leaned against me and drifted off to sleep. Watching her peaceful sleeping face from up close, a thought crossed my mind. Just as this trip had flown by in an instant, the time I could spend by her side was also running out. Time flies when you're having fun, huh? The weight of those words sank in so deeply I couldn't help but murmur them aloud. Before I knew it, the inevitable goodbye was drawing closer with each passing moment. Which is why I needed to decide what to do with the time we had left. No, there wasn't really anything left to decide. I already knew what I wanted to do. There was no point in hiding or avoiding it. I just wanted to convey my feelings to Aoi. Before summer break ended, I made up my mind to confess my love to her. Chapter 8. A confession on the night of the summer festival. A week had passed since our 2-night, 3-day trip. This afternoon, Aoi-san and I were busy preparing for the upcoming festival, which was now only 2 days away. During the Obon period, many members of the neighborhood association were tied up with family matters, causing some delays in the preparations. But now that the holiday had passed, everyone was making a final push. Aoi-san and I had been coming to the community center daily to help with the preparations. Today, we were setting up the festival venue at the shrine grounds. Tasks included constructing a gyaru, decorating with lanterns and string lights, and assisting the vendors setting up their stalls along the approach to the shrine. The preparations were nearing their final stage. The plan was to complete all the work today, leaving only the final checks for tomorrow. As we all worked together, the surroundings grew darker. When the lanterns and lights illuminated, Kimishima-san's voice rang out. "Thank you all for your hard work. That concludes the preparations." Applause erupted from everyone present. Expressions of gratitude and relief were exchanged all around. "Good job out there. You too, Akira-kun." The sense of accomplishment from finishing the long festival preparations was deeply moving. "Aoi-chan, Akira-kun. Good job to both of you," Kimishima-san said, walking over to us. "Thanks to you, we finished on time. Truly, thank you." We shook the hand extended to us. "Especially you, Akira-kun. Even as a guest, you stayed to help until the very end. I'm truly grateful. It's me who should be thanking you. I've been able to gain such a valuable experience, one I wouldn't normally have. Students like you and Aoi-chan are rare these days. Even with just Aoi-chan, we've been so lucky, but to have someone like you as well. It gives me hope for the village's future. What do you think? Would you consider staying?" Kimishima-san's words trailed off strangely. "What do you mean?" "Well, I was wondering if you'd really consider becoming a part of this village." What are you saying?" I stopped mid-sentence. Though his expression was smiling as if joking, there was no laughter in his eyes. I could tell he was mostly serious. I also understood how important young people were to rural villages like this, facing an aging population. After all, I'd seen a glimpse of the situation here during my short stay. It's not that there aren't young people in this village, but not all of them are as cooperative as you two. Of course, we older folks are partly to blame, but it's a challenging issue. I recalled the high school students I'd seen at the village convenience store. It wasn't hard to imagine them not getting along with the older villagers. I also knew this wasn't a matter an outsider like me could weigh in on. That's precisely why I didn't want to make any empty promises. I'm sorry, but I can't make any guarantees. I see. Kimishima-san nodded, looking a little disappointed. But I do want to come back to this village someday. When that time comes, we'll all welcome you with open arms. He smiled as he said this. We hope you and Aoi-chan enjoy the festival the day after tomorrow. Of course. We'll make the most of it. With that, we finished the final preparations, said our goodbyes to everyone, and left the shrine. The moment of confession was now just around the corner. Section. On the evening of the festival day, Aoi-san, are you ready? As the surroundings began to glow with the hues of sunset, we were preparing to leave the house. Almost. Sorry to keep you waiting. Take your time. I'll wait in the living room. Thanks. After calling out to Aoi-san from outside her room, I headed to the living room and sat down on a cushion. Despite taking several deep breaths, my heart had been restless since this morning. No surprise there. Today, I was planning to confess to Aoi-san again. A second confession, or is it really? Should I count the time I told her I liked her that night on the bed as a confession? If a confession means putting feelings into words, then yes, that was technically a confession. But it felt more like we were confirming what we already knew rather than truly expressing our feelings. It didn't feel like a confession, not really. And now, I was 100 times more nervous than I was then. Yeah, let's call today my first real confession. Although thinking that just makes me even more nervous. What's got you so nervous? Whoa. Startled by the sudden voice, I shouted in surprise. When I turned around, there stood Aoi-san in a yukata. It's nothing. Really? Panicked, I scrambled to cover it up, though she didn't seem particularly concerned. Instead, she gave a little twirl. How do I look? How do you look? Too stunning for words. She was wearing the same blue hydrangea-patterned yukata she had worn to last year's summer festival. The vivid blue fabric, adorned with colorful hydrangeas, brought back memories of that rainy night when we first met, the night those beautiful hydrangeas bloomed. Still, why does it look even more breathtaking on her than it did last year? Maybe because it's been a while since I last saw her in a yukata, or simply because it suits her so perfectly. Or perhaps it's my own nerves, heightened by the impending confession, that are making her appear even more radiant. Whatever the reason, her beauty was overwhelming, almost enough to make me feel self-conscious. It really suits you. That's the same yukata you wore last year, right? I thought about getting a new one, but I like this pattern so much I wanted to wear it again. I like it too. The colors, the hydrangeas, it's just so you, Aoi-san. It's beautiful. Really? Hearing you say that makes me happy. Aoi-san smiled shyly, her cheeks tinged with a hint of pink. Shall we go? Yeah. With our preparations complete, we left the house together. The hand I held felt warmer than ever, as though it carried the weight of everything I wanted to say. Section. The shrine hosting the festival was at the foot of a hill near the village. On the way to the venue, we passed a young family with small children. Even though this was a depopulated rural area with few young people, that didn't mean there were no children or students at all. A boy ran ahead with his friends toward the shrine, the festival site. Despite it being just after the event had started, the area was already bustling with a large crowd, including more elementary and middle school students than I had expected. Seeing the lively scene, a thought crossed my mind. I hope this festival can become a place where the younger generation and the elderly can connect. Yeah, the neighborhood association probably worked hard with that hope in mind. I knew it wouldn't be easy. Even with good intentions, the generational divide was a high wall to overcome. But if people gave up on trying to connect, nothing would ever begin. Thinking about it like that, I could understand why the elders placed so much hope in Aoi-san. Let's start by visiting the shrine to pray. Yeah, let's do that. The path leading to the shrine was lined with food stalls, their delicious aromas tempting us from all directions. Resisting the urge to stop, we headed straight to the main hall. Many others had already lined up to pray, and we joined the queue. It was astonishing to see so many people in this quiet village. Soon, it was our turn. After placing an offering into the box, I clasped my hands together. I'd already decided what to pray for while waiting in line. It was about my relationship with Aoi-san. But the moment I closed my eyes and pressed my hands together, a completely different wish came to mind. May the elders and the younger generation in this village find common ground and connect. Perhaps it was presumptuous for someone like me, an outsider, to pray for this. Some might think I was making an uninformed, careless wish. But having seen everyone's hard work, I couldn't help but wish for it. In fact, making that wish gave me clarity. It reaffirmed that confessing to Aoi-san, as well as facing whatever the future held, wasn't something I should rely on the gods for. That was something I had to handle myself. With renewed resolve, I opened my eyes to find Aoi-san peering curiously at me. You were praying for a long time. What did you wish for? I prayed for the elders and the younger generation in this village to connect. Aoi-san's expression shifted to surprise before softening into a delighted smile. That's what I prayed for, too. One person, two people, three. It wasn't just us who shared that wish. Whether or not the gods would grant it, the more people who felt the same way, the more likely those efforts would bear fruit. I'm sure it'll come true. Yeah. We truly hoped it would. All right, let's explore the festival. Sure. From there, we wandered around the venue, which was larger than one would expect from a rural shrine. Stalls selling shaved ice, candied apples, yakisoba, and okonomiyaki lined the grounds, alongside traditional games like shooting galleries, goldfish scooping, and water balloon fishing. It was a festival brimming with nostalgic charm. Eagerly exploring each stall, we ate, drank, played, and rested when we got tired, then repeated the cycle. Time flew by, and before we knew it, only 30 minutes remained until the fireworks display. It's almost time for the fireworks. We should move to a good spot to watch them. How about we greet Kimishima-san and the others first? Good idea. Let's do that. We bought some food and drinks to enjoy during the fireworks and headed to the temporary tent set up as the event office. There, Kimishima-san and other members of the neighborhood association welcomed us warmly. Good work today. Oh, it's you too. The group greeted us cheerfully, some clearly tipsy from celebratory drinks. We just wanted to stop by and thank you. That's kind of you. While I intended to leave quickly so as not to intrude, the friendly elderly women wouldn't let us go without engaging in some lively conversation, treating us like grandchildren. Seeing me struggling to keep up, Aoi-san kindly took over the socializing, giving me a moment of relief. Are you two heading to see the fireworks now? Yes, that's the plan. Do you already have a spot picked out? No, we were just going to find one on the way. At that, Kimishima-san grinned. Then let me tell you about a great spot. It's a hidden gem only a few people know about. Really? Thank you. After getting the directions, we said our goodbyes and left the office together. I felt a slight pang knowing this might be the last time I'd see everyone, but since I'd promised to visit again, lingering on it felt unnecessary. For now, I just wanted to enjoy the festival everyone had worked so hard to create. Where should we go, Akira-kun? Actually, Kimishima-san told me about a secret spot. Really? I led Aoi-san toward the shrine's main hall. As the festival neared its end, so did the time for my confession. The growing tension inside me mirrored the passage of time. With every step, my nerves and emotions tangled, creating a storm I couldn't quite describe. I silently urged myself to stay calm. That's when it happened. Ha! Aoi! An unfamiliar voice called out her name. Aoi-san, walking beside me, came to an abrupt stop. Aoi-san? Her expression was filled with unmistakable confusion. So it really is you, Aoi. I didn't know you were here. I turned toward the voice and saw a group of young men who appeared to be students. One of them approached Aoi-san, leaning in to peer at her face. The casual familiarity of his actions filled me with an immediate sense of disgust. Aoi-san, is this a friend of yours? She shook her head slightly. Come on, Aoi. We've been close ever since you moved here, haven't we? Or could it be you've finally decided to date me and are saying we're not just friends anymore? His words drew laughter from his companions. And no, Akira-kun, that's not true. Aoi-san's anguished voice echoed through the area, drawing curious glances from the crowd. The man ignored her distress, grabbed her shoulder, and pulled her away from me. This boring little rural festival with nothing exciting to offer. I figured it'd at least kill some time, but if I get to walk around with you, Aoi, maybe it won't be so bad. Boring, nothing exciting. His words struck a nerve, and my calm began to fray. The way he casually touched Aoi-san didn't help matters. I don't know who you think you are, but Aoi is with me. Let go of her and shut your mouth right now. The real stranger here was him. Before he could finish speaking, I grabbed the hand he had placed on Aoi-san. Looking closer, I recognized him. He was one of the high school students I had seen loitering outside the convenience store before. It wasn't hard to piece things together. That time at the store, when Aoi-san suggested we avoid the entrance, it was likely because she didn't want to run into him. He'd probably been pursuing her, pestering her to date him. And when I invited her to the festival, the brief shadow on her face must have been her worrying about encountering him here. How long had he been harassing her? Aoi-san must have kept it to herself to avoid worrying me. Even if she had changed, that didn't mean she could handle everything on her own. In fact, her newfound strength might have made her less inclined to seek help. The realization that I hadn't noticed sooner made me sick to my stomach. Out. Let go. The guy wrenched his hand free and backed away. I'd probably gripped him too hard in my anger. But could anyone blame me? He hadn't just been bothering Aoi-san, he'd insulted the festival that Kimishima-san and the neighborhood association had poured their hearts into. You dare touch my girl and insult this festival? My girl? I struggled to rein in my growing fury. Actually, I didn't even want to suppress it anymore. Dragging away a girl who's clearly uncomfortable and calling her yours. Was my anger directed at him? Or at myself, for failing to notice earlier? And mocking a festival built on the efforts of those who care deeply for it? Akira-kun. Aoi-san's worried voice barely registered as I stepped forward. Hey, guys. The man called to his companions, who surrounded us in response. This has nothing to do with you. If you don't want to get hurt, stay out of it. If I don't want to get hurt. That's my line. You insulted everyone's festival and messed with my girl. Don't think you'll get away with it. I was on the verge of losing all composure, ready to kick them out of the festival for good, when... What's going on here? A booming voice echoed through the area, freezing everyone in place. Even the onlookers who had been quietly observing held their breath. Kimishima-san. I turned to see him, accompanied by 2 other men from the neighborhood association. Someone must have alerted the event organizers. You again. Kimishima-san sighed as he recognized the troublemaker. From his tone and expression, it was clear this wasn't the first incident. I know you don't think highly of us elders, and I can understand that. This festival might not mean much to you, but there are people who enjoy it. I'd appreciate it if you didn't ruin it for them. His words fell on deaf ears. The students averted their gazes awkwardly. We'll continue this discussion at the office, Kimishima-san said, leading the troublemakers away. Kimishima-san, I called out to him, but he turned back with a reassuring smile. I'll want to hear from you too as well, but not with them around. I'll arrange another time. For now, enjoy the festival. His kindness was evident in those words. Thank you. Aoi-san, let's go. Yeah. I bowed deeply to Kimishima-san before guiding Aoi-san away. As we walked, she murmured softly, Akira-kun, I'm sorry. You have nothing to apologize for, Aoi-san. Please. Let me explain everything. Her calm voice and steady gaze met mine. All right. Let's sit on that bench and talk. Seated side by side, Aoi-san began to recount her experiences. Not long after moving to her grandmother's house, the man had started approaching her after school, waiting for her at the station, and persistently asking her out despite her repeated rejections. Though she had tried to distance herself, she hadn't been able to avoid him completely. When you invited me to the festival, I couldn't help but worry about running into him. I see. It was just as I'd suspected. That's why I don't like him, or love him, or anything like that. It's okay. I gently took her trembling hand. Really, Aoi-san. I understand. Akira-kun. You didn't want to worry me or your grandmother, so you tried to handle it all on your own. I understand why, knowing how hard you've worked to become more independent. Yeah. But, it's okay to rely on someone when you're struggling. Aoi-san gazed intently at me. People often say being independent means handling everything by yourself, but I don't think that's true. Independence doesn't mean you can't ask for help. I held her gaze, determined to get my point across. Being independent is about recognizing what you can and can't do. Do what you can by yourself, but when something's beyond you, ask for help. And in return, when someone else is in need, you lend them a hand. Everyone has their own opinion, but that's what I believe. What I can and can't do, Aoi-san murmured, as if turning the words over in her mind. If you ever feel like you can't talk to your grandmother, the adults around you, or even Izumi or Eiji, you can always come to me. You don't have to bear everything alone. I couldn't be there for everything, living so far away. But at the very least, I could listen and support her. Okay. I understand. Aoi-san smiled and nodded, her expression brighter than before the festival. From now on, I'll come to you for advice, Akira-kun. Well, I'm not exactly a shining example of independence myself, and honestly, you're much more capable than I am now. I might not be much help. No, that's not true. Aoi-san shook her head slightly. Just knowing I can talk to you makes me feel at ease. I see. Was this trust? If so, it made me a little embarrassed but very happy. Let's go. Yeah. I took Aoi-san's hand, and we made our way toward the main shrine. We followed a narrow path around the back, where a trail through the bushes led upward. Where does this lead? If you climb this hill, there's a clearing with a great view. Kimishima-san said it's the best spot in the village to watch fireworks. Hardly anyone knows about it. We'll have to thank Kimishima-san later. I agreed wholeheartedly. But for now, enjoying the fireworks together would be the best way to show our gratitude. I held Aoi-san's hand tightly and used my phone's light to guide us. The slope was a bit steep, and with her wearing gyaru, we took our time climbing. After a short while, the path opened up into a clearing. Wow! This is amazing! From the hillside, the entire village stretched out before us, a perfect vantage point. The sun had already set, leaving just a faint orange glow in the west. Soon, even that faded, and the village was enveloped in the quiet embrace of night. We sat on the grass, holding our drinks, waiting for the fireworks to begin. A small light shot up from the ground, and the next moment, the dark sky burst into brilliance, the sound following a beat later, reverberating through the air. One after another, vibrant fireworks lit up the night, their beauty matched by their powerful presence. The proximity made them feel almost overwhelming, their sounds resonating deep within. I had never seen fireworks so breathtaking and awe-inspiring. They're beautiful. Yeah. Those were the last words exchanged between us as we remained captivated until the fireworks ended. The 30-minute display passed in a flash. Even afterward, we stayed on the hill, savoring the lingering emotions, eating the now slightly cold food, and sharing our impressions of the fireworks. By the time we realized it, the festival had long ended, and the music had ceased. Shall we head back? Yeah, we should. We stood, cleaned up our trash, and began descending the hill. With only my phone's light to guide us, the descent was trickier than the climb. We moved carefully, and just as we neared the bottom, Aoi-san let out a small cry. What's wrong? I immediately shone the light at her feet, finding the strap of her gyaru broken. The strap snapped. Here, lean on my shoulder. I supported her and examined the gyaru. If the strap had just come loose, I could have fixed it, but it was torn beyond repair. How bad is it? Aoi-san asked worriedly. Still crouched, I turned my back to her. It's no good. I'll carry you. Thank you. I carried Aoi-san on my back as we left the shrine and started down the road toward home. Walking along the quiet path, I felt the warmth of her presence. Last year's festival. You carried me like this too, didn't you? Yeah. I was just thinking about that. Back then, you helped me too. A smile crept onto my face as I recalled the similarities, helping Aoi-san when she was being harassed, then carrying her back after her gyaru broke. Though the circumstances were a little different, the parallel felt nostalgic. It brings back memories. Yeah. We both reminisced in silence, sharing the same thought. Then, Aoi-san tightened her arms around my neck slightly. Akira-kun, can I ask you something? Sure. What is it? Earlier, when you said, my girl. I hadn't expected her to bring that up now. At the same time, a sense of déjà vu washed over me. We'd had this exact exchange last year. Well, you know, I thought it'd make him back off if he thought you had a boyfriend. I see. That's right. Her reply was identical to what she had said before, word for word. But, even if the words were the same, the feelings behind them couldn't be more different. This time, it wasn't a lie meant to make someone back off. This time, it held my true feelings. Aoi-san. I stopped walking and took a deep breath to steady myself. If I was going to express my feelings, it had to be now. It's not what you think. Not what I think. I didn't call myself your boyfriend just to make him give up. Once I began speaking, the words poured out uncontrollably. The nerves I'd felt just moments ago vanished, almost as if they had never been there. Maybe, deep down, I'd been waiting for this moment. My feelings haven't changed since that night when I told you I liked you. So what I said earlier wasn't just an excuse to make him back off. It was my honest, heartfelt truth. Akira-kun. As I spoke to Aoi-san, it felt like I was reaffirming my own feelings as well. That's right. There was no mistake, no lie, no joke. The reason I came to see you wasn't just because I was worried about you. More than that, I wanted to confirm my own feelings. To confirm them, express them, and move our relationship forward. Aoi-san slipped off my back, barefoot, and turned to face me. I took her hand and met her gaze directly. Letting my emotions flow, I continued to speak. I like you, Aoi-san. I want you to be my girlfriend. It felt like the world had gone still, as if time itself had stopped. Even the chirping of insects seemed distant. Okay. How much time had passed? It must have been just a moment, but it felt like an eternity. I like you too, Akira-kun. Aoi-san's voice was soft, almost a whisper, as she spoke her feelings. Ah, really? Yes. I want to be your girlfriend. Time, which had seemed frozen, began to flow again. The warmth of her hand in mine brought me back to reality. At that moment, even in the darkness of the night, the world seemed to bloom with vibrant colors. What followed was an indescribable feeling, a mixture of joy, relief, and something deeper, something more profound. So this is what it feels like to connect with someone you love. Thank you. Gratitude was all I could manage to say. My hands trembled, perhaps from the emotional weight lifting off my shoulders. Once again, please take care of me. And please take care of me, too. Our overly formal exchange made both of us smile. Let's head home. Yeah. I lifted Aoi-san onto my back again and began walking toward her house. It had been 6 months since that Valentine's night when we vowed to grow and become more independent. And 5 months since the day we said goodbye, promising to meet again. Now, having exchanged our feelings, we had finally become a couple. Epilogue. 2 days after the summer festival, on the morning of my departure following a 3-week stay, I thanked Aoi-san's grandmother for her hospitality before leaving the house. As we said our goodbyes, her grandmother teased me with a playful, "Next time you come, you'll be the groom, won't you?" Looking back, I couldn't help but wonder, was the rumor about me being a prospective groom simply exaggerated through hearsay, or had her grandmother intentionally spread it herself? Whatever the truth, Aoi-san and I were now at the station together. With only a few minutes left before the train arrived, we stood on the platform, sharing our final moments. I know it'll be hard for you with me so far away right after we've started dating, but I'll make time to come see you. Aoi-san smiled her usual smile and shook her head gently. It's okay. It's different from back then. Yeah, you're right. Unlike 4 months ago, when we said goodbye on the bullet train platform, this time was different. Now that we'd shared our feelings, there was no need to feel more sadness than necessary. Still, having to say goodbye every time we meet, it's a little lonely. It wasn't because of dependence, like before. It was simply a natural feeling, not wanting to be apart from someone you love. The happiness of meeting again after time apart only made the goodbyes harder. I found myself wondering, how many times would I make Aoi-san feel this loneliness in the future? Aoi-san. I didn't want her to feel that way anymore. Before I could think, the words spilled out. Someday, let's live together again. What? Aoi-san looked at me in stunned silence. I don't know when, but after we graduate from high school, when we've grown a bit more, and when we can support ourselves on our own. Let's live together again, like we used to. The lingering trace of uncertainty in her eyes faded away. Yeah, I'd love to live with you again someday. Just then, the announcement for the arriving train echoed across the platform. Looking down the tracks, I could see the train approaching in the distance. Akira-kun. Yeah, it's time to say goodbye. As I turned back to Aoi-san, my vision was suddenly obscured. No, I could still technically see, but the distance was so close that nothing came into focus. And it wasn't just my vision that was blocked, something soft and warm pressed against my lips. It wasn't until Aoi-san pulled back that I realized what had happened. You are. My mind reeled as I struggled to process the situation. Aoi-san, her cheeks faintly flushed, looked at me intently. I don't really know what to say. This is my first time doing something like this. It's my 3rd time. What? From heaven to despair in an instant. The revelation that this wasn't her first was a shocking blow. Tears nearly welled up from the overwhelming sense of betrayal. The first time was on the night we shared a room during the graduation trip. The graduation trip. The second time was right after I came back on Valentine's night. Valentine's night? Her words triggered a long-forgotten memory. That strange warmth I felt while napping on the couch that Valentine's night. waking up to see Aoi-san, her face flushed, holding her lips. A startling realization dawned on me. Wait. Was I the partner both times? Aoi-san grinned mischievously and nodded. I was going through a rough time back then, and I wanted a special memory before we said goodbye. Pictures weren't enough, so I kissed you while you were asleep. Her expression softened into a bashful smile. It's past the statute of limitations now, right? I didn't even notice. You were sound asleep. Please, next time, do it when I'm awake. The shock melted into a swirl of surprise, joy, and embarrassment. At least we could both feel relieved that we'd shared our first kiss with each other. Just as we finished, the train pulled into the platform as if it had been waiting for us to say our goodbyes. After passengers disembarked, the departure bell rang. I quickly boarded the train, turning back to face Aoi-san. I'll look forward to the fourth time. Yeah. See you soon. As the doors closed, I kept waving until Aoi-san was out of sight. And so, with a new promise between us, we said goodbye once again. End of Volume 5.